Hello everyone and welcome to this complete Unity 6 and C# full course for beginners to intermediate game developers. In this tutorial we are going to learn how to create 2D games in Unity 6 while learning C# programming step by step in a practical and beginner friendly way. We will cover Unity basics like game objects, components, player movement, jumping, attacks, animation transition, UI, audio system, collision detection, clean coding practices, and much more by building real gameplay system together. This YouTube version has carefully compiled into one complete 6 hours plus tutorial. However, some of my lectures, bonus section, advanced explanation, and additional projects are only available inside my full Udemy course for the complete learning experience. So if you want to fully master Unity 6 and C# game development, make sure to check out my Udemy course linked below in the description box. Huge thanks to my amazing Patreon supporters Ganting Batu, Dylan Hodges, Alex Nadu, Alexandra Bog DS, Sicario, Yuchen, Nisala Gones Khara, Thangchuan, and a special thanks to Ahmed Surya Bimantara for taking the higher Patreon tier and unlocking exclusive membership benefits. If you guys want to support my work and get access to exclusive benefits, behind the scenes content, source file, and much more, feel free to check out my YouTube Patreon page, a link available in the description box. So you can go and check it out. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive into this complete Unity 6 and C# game development course and start building awesome 2D games together. Open up your Unity hub and in the top right side you can see new project. So click on that and you can see I am using this version which is 6000.3.10 F1 LTS version, which is a long-term version, and we can choose the built-in renderer. We can choose this one which is universal 2D, or we can choose this 2D built-in renderer. I'm gonna choose this 2D built-in renderer pipeline, and if you are not able to find that, then you have to scroll down, and the first thing you have to download that, and once you download, it's gonna be in the top. So I'm gonna choose that, and in the right side you can see the organization name, and you have to name the project over here what you want to name it. So I'm gonna call it something like min, just like that, and you can choose a location where you want to save your project. So I'm gonna save it to my local disk. If I'm gonna just leave it there, so I'm gonna just gonna leave my location there, and once we done, we can just go ahead and we can click on this create project button. And once we're gonna do that, Unity just gonna take up to 2 to 5 minutes depending upon how much your system is, basically how much fast your system is. If you do have a fast system, so in your case it's gonna do within 50 seconds, and if you have a slow system just like me, then it can take up to 5 minutes, but it's gonna totally depend upon the system that you're using. So once it's loaded, I'm gonna see you right there. You can see Unity editor just loaded up, and this is our scene view where we can just drag our game object and all of those things. And I'm gonna explain what is a game object. This main camera itself a game object. If I go over to my hierarchy, we can see this main camera, and let's suppose you just lost any tab and you not able to find that, then go over to window in the top, then go to general. So we need to find out general over here we can see, and we can see all of the tabs we have console tab, project tab, hierarchy, inspector, and all of this. So somehow if you somehow lost any tab, then you can just restore it by going over to window in the top, then general, and the tab you just recently lost, and you can drag any tab, you can anywhere, you can toggle it anywhere you want. I can toggle it this animation tab over here, I can toggle it over here, just like this. And if your layout seems a little bit different, just like me, it's fine. I just drag it, I just play it around with the scene view as well as the game view. and I have the inspector tab in the right side and the hierarchy tab in the bottom. You can have this hierarchy tab in the top left side but I just drag it over here. I like in this way, so that is the reason. And if you just want to go back in default layout, then in the top right side we can see layout, and then you can just click on delete layout, sorry, reset all layouts, and it's just gonna reset that. So you can see, and this main camera itself a game object, and we can select the game object in the hierarchy. Game object, you can think of actor and actresses, which basically plays our games. We can create a game objects, as many game objects we want, and the game just gonna broadcast inside our game view. You can see we have the game view over here, the game just gonna broadcast over here, and the final result of the game will be show up inside this game view. And we also have project tab, which just gonna contain all of the assets basically, those things like audio of the game, sprites, fonts, and all of those things called assets. And we need to drag it inside this project tab, and then this assets folder. We already have a scene folder, which is basically the sample scene, or you can think of it, this is our level 1, or you can just rename the scene by right clicking on it, then click on this rename in the top, and you can just rename that scene as well. And this is our hierarchy, where we can select our game object, and we can change property of the game object, like zoom in, zoom out, like adding things and all of those things, adding gravity, adding movement. We can do it inside our hierarchy. And as soon as we select the game object, this inspector tab just gets pop up, and we can see this main camera. And this main camera, we do know itself a game object, and we can add components to do something. Let's suppose we just want to change the background color of this game view. I just want to change that. To do that, we're gonna select the game object first in the hierarchy, then go over to inspector, camera component, then background, and you can choose the color that you would like to go with. I'm gonna choose dark gray, just like this color, and this seems fine to me. And we can see the result inside our game view, and this is the final look of our game. And that is the thing. And to create a game object, or to do something, we basically navigate to hierarchy, then right click or hit this plus icon, and then create an empty game object. And we cannot able to see this game object, and we can scroll our mouse to zoom in and zoom out, just like this. And we can see we have a select tool in the right side inside our scene view. You can have it anywhere, so you just need to find out. So this is our move tool, you can see, and we can move the game object in the scene view wherever we want. And this game object has a component called transform, which is responsible for position in the x, y, and the z, you can see, which also have rotation in the x, y, z, and the scale x, y, and in the z. But however, we're not able to see this game object. To see this game object, we need to attach a thing called component. Component basically we attach to do something. So in order to see, we need to attach a component call sprite renderer. So first thing, you need to select the game object in the hierarchy first. Go over to inspector, click on add component, and you need to find a component called sprite renderer, or you can simply cut in the right side. If you just getting little bit weird, then go over to sprite renderer. So basically you have to scroll down, and we need to move over to rendering, not sprite renderer, basically rendering. And over here we need to find out the component called sprite renderer. So we're gonna scroll down. In the bottom we can see sprite renderer, so we're gonna click on it in order to attach. Or what else you can do, you can click on add component, and you can find the component by typing name of the component. So in our case, sprite renderer, and as soon as we type, it just pop up which is sprite renderer. But however, we're not able to witness our game object, even though we just added the component. because we also need to do one change, that is we need to choose the sprite. So if we move over to sprite renderer, sprite, it says none sprite, means empty. So we need to choose a sprite. To choose a sprite, we can just click to the right side, and we can just choose the right side, and I'm gonna find out square. You can just add anything you want, but I'm gonna add square just like that. But as you can notice, we're not able to find that. So I'm gonna click on this eye icon in the right side, you can see, and as soon as we click on it, we can see the square, and if we choose it, immediately we are able to notice the game object by now. So we attach components to do specific things, and I just want to reset the position of this game object to center. To do that, we will go to inspector, transform, right click, and then reset. So it's gonna reset all of the things. The position in the x became 0, in the y became 0, in the z became 0, and now we can see. And if you, let's suppose you just want to rename the game object, so how you can do that? You basically need to select the game object first in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, you can rename it over here, or else you can just select the game object, right click on it, and then rename in the top, and you can just name the game object what you want to name it. I'm gonna call it something like player, just like that. And and we just want to play our game, and how our game just gonna look like. To play our game, in the top we can see we have three buttons. One is play button, second button is to pause our game, and the third button is to skip one frame. You can just leave it this button for now. We're gonna go ahead and we're gonna play our game. To play our game, let's click on this play button in the top in order to play our game. And you will see, as soon as we're gonna play our game, the game just gonna broadcast inside our game view, and I'm gonna show that to you. And now the game just played, and our game does nothing at all. Basically this square or the player just standing at one point, and it's not doing at all. Let's suppose we just want to add gravity. To add up gravity, we have to attach another component called rigid body 2D. But make sure you just out of play mode. To get out of play mode, just click on the play button once again in the top in order to get out of play mode. And now we just out of play mode, and to add gravity, we're gonna attach a component called rigid body 2D. So we're gonna select the game object first. Let's click on add component, and we will add a rigid body 2D. So you can simply type, or you can just move over to physics 2D, scroll down a bit, physics 2D, and find out over here rigid body 2D. And if I scroll down to the bottom, I can see rigid body 2D. So we're gonna click on it in order to attach that component, and we can see we can play around with the gravity. We have a collision detection, we can choose continuous, and interpolate. To interpolate, we can choose to making out smooth. And now if we go ahead play our game, as soon as our game will be start, immediately this player game object just gonna fall down. Why? Because we added a rigid body 2D component, which is responsible for adding gravity. And now we're gonna see that indeed, we can notice as soon as our game started, our square basically, or the player just gets fall down. I'm gonna get out of play mode once again, and you can notice I just lost the hierarchy tab by mistake. So to restore that, I'm gonna move over to window in the top, then general, then hierarchy, and I'm gonna toggle it somewhere around here, and we can move the tab wherever we want, and we can click over here to see that. So we attach components to do specific things. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it, and you can make the body type to kinematic. So if we set it to kinematic, go ahead and play our game, you will see the player by now it will not fall down due to gravity, because we set the body type to kinematic. So that is the reason it's not gonna fall down. And indeed we can notice that our player game object not getting fall down due to gravity. Gravity, even though we added the gravity and we set the body type to kinematic. So that is the main reason. I'm gonna get out of play mode once again, and let's suppose you just want to move this game object, or want to make this game object jump. then you can attach another component. So let's create a ground for now, and I'm gonna explain one more component that is a collider 2D. So first thing, I'm gonna set body type to dynamic, so it's gonna fall down, and I will add a gravity somewhere around at a ground, so this player game object just gonna fall down top of that ground. To do that, let's navigate to hierarchy once again, then right click. Let's go to, you can create empty game object, but to make it fast we can simply create the square right away. So basically navigate to your hierarchy, right click, and then go to 2D object, sprites, then choose this square, and we're gonna call this square to something like round, just like that. And we can choose the rect tool in this in view. I have it in the right side. This you can have it anywhere, sorry, you can have it anywhere you want. I don't know, so I really apologize. I'm gonna drag it, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. Okay, so this is fine. This is fine. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna choose the rect tool, and if you hold down alt on your keyboard and then resize this crown, just like me, it's gonna resize from center, as you can see. So you have to hold down alt on your keyboard, so it's gonna resize from center. And I'm gonna drag it in the x to 0, so go to transform x to 0, and we're gonna attach a component called collider 2D. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna add a collider 2D to both of these game object. If we add a collider 2D to specific, let's suppose we just add to the ground but not to the player, then player is still able to is still gonna able to pass through this ground, which we really don't want. So that's why we need to attach that collider 2D to both of this game object. So first thing, I'm gonna add that to my player. So let's select the player. Let's click on this add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D. And now if we take a closer look by scrolling our mouse, we're gonna see a green outline. You're gonna able to notice a green outline just added up. It basically means the collider 2D, and you can attach any collider 2D you want. So since this is a square, so that is the reason I just added a box collider 2D. And we're gonna do the same thing with the ground. So let's choose our ground, let's click on add component, and we're gonna add a box collider 2D, and we're gonna able to notice that. And we can just click on this edit collider, and we can see the green outline, and we can edit the collider as the size of our crown or player, as you can notice that. So this is the thing that we want, and now it's done. And if we go ahead play our game, it should be fine. And as soon as our game gonna start, this player just gonna fall down top of this ground, because we added the box collider 2D to both of this game object. So that is the main reason. And indeed we can notice as soon as our game started, instantly this player game object or this square just get fall down top of this ground, you can see. And we added the box collider 2D, so that is the reason this player and the ground able to detect the collision. And that seems already cool. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's suppose you just want to make this player a prefab. A prefab basically means copy of that game object, and we can restore it anytime we want. So to make it prefab, we can just select the player, and we can drag it inside this assets folder inside this project tab to turn it into a prefab. And now if I select select my player in the hierarchy, delete it, as you can see it's gone. But we can restore that from that from that folder by selecting that game object. As we turn it into a prefab, we can drag it into the scene view or into the hierarchy. And now we can see as soon as we drag it, we have all of the things. We added a rigid body 2D earlier. We can see a box collider 2D. So making a prefab basically makes our game lot more easy. Means you just making a copy of that game object, and you can restore it anytime you want. And as soon as you're gonna make it prefab, it will turn out into blue, as you can see. it's going to turn into a blue. And you can make the ground as well a prefab. It's totally up to you. So I'm gonna select my player first, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here, and let's test the game once again by clicking on that play button. And Unity just gonna take few seconds to compile our script, sorry, to play our game. And once it's done, we will see the game. And now the game started, and it's fall down top of this ground, and it's working fine, and we can just get out of play mode. To keep our project clean, we're gonna create some folder. So first thing, you need to navigate to your assets, then right click, create folder, and you can name the folder whatever you want. I'm gonna call it something like prefabs. We will create a many folder, one for assets, one for audio, one for fonts, and the list just goes on. We can create bunch of them. So I'm gonna select my player prefab, and I'm gonna drag it inside that folder that we created. So we basically create folder to just to keep our project clean, and I'm gonna drag this folder inside these assets, not inside my scenes folder. So I'm gonna take my prefabs folder, and I'm gonna drag it this top of these assets. I don't want my prefabs folder inside this scenes folder, so that is the reason I just took that out from that from inside from this scenes folder. So we create folders to just keep our project clean. So you can simply go over to your assets, right click, create in the top, then folder, and you can just name the folder what you want. So I created my player into a prefab. So I just created a prefabs folder to keep my project clean. And if you want to save your project, whatever you have done, you just want to save it, then you can go over to top left file, then click on the save button, and you can see the shortcut key, which is Ctrl plus S. So if you simply press down Ctrl plus S on your keyboard, then it will save your project right away. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. I want to change this player square with my player sprite. To do that, I need to drag it all of our assets inside this assets folder. To keep our project clean, first thing, I'm gonna make a folder for my sprite. So let's navigate to project tab, assets, right click, create folder, and let's call this folder to something like sprites. And inside this folder, I'm gonna create a separate subfolder, and I'm gonna name it to something like player. Why? Because I'm gonna have multiple sprites. I'm gonna have some for environment, some for traps, some for collectible items, and the list just goes on. So we're gonna have bunch of them, so that is the main reason to create a subfolder. So let's navigate to our sprites folder, let's right click on it, create folder, and we're gonna call this folder to something like player underscore sprites to just keep it clean. And now I'm gonna drag all of my player sprites over inside this player underscore sprites subfolder, and I already downloaded, as you can see. Of course, I will have a link in the description, or you can just check it out in the resources. You're gonna get all of this. So I'm gonna select all of this, and I'm gonna hold down Control to deselect, and you can hold down or hold down Shift to select all of them. And let's drag it manually inside my player underscore sprites folder, which I recently created. And now we just drag it, as you can see, and we can just simply cut this tab, and let's find out the ideal one. I have the ideal sprite sheet over here. So first thing, what you need to do, you need to select the sprite, then go over to inspector, click on sprite, open sprite editor, and as soon as we clicked on it, we get this sprite editor tab, and inside this we can see our sprites, and we have bunch of them, so we need to slice individually. So how we can slice them? We're gonna slice a grid by cell count. So in the top left side inside your sprite editor tab, you will see slice button. So just click on it, select automatic to grid by cell count, and count how many columns and rows you have. You can see that we have two columns, one, two, three, four rows. So we're gonna put one columns and four rows. And after doing that, let's click on slice, and then click on this apply button in the top right side. Sorry, four columns and two columns and four row. I really apologize. this will be 2 and 4 rows. Then slice and then click on this apply button. And now I'm gonna choose my game view once again. And if we select the player in the hierarchy, go over to inspector, sprite renderer, we can simply drag the sprite over here. So let's select the sprite sheet, which is ideal one, and let's click on this arrow to see the individual one, and we can select the first one and drag it over to that slot, which is a sprite. And as soon as we drag it, we can notice, but the thing is that it seems way small. To make it bigger, we need to make the pixel per unit a less number. Means we need to select the sprite sheet once again, then go over to inspector, pixel per unit, and choose something around 16 or 32, just like that. And after doing that, scroll down and then click on this apply button in the bottom right. But the problem is that it seems blurry. To get these things off, we need to choose this filter mode to point no filter, and then once again click on this apply button. And as soon as we clicked on apply button, we can see the blurry is gone by now, and we can see that sprite. And we need to adjust the box collider as the size of our player sprite. If we don't do this and then go ahead play our game, you will notice our player just gonna stack, basically the head will stack top of our ground, which we really don't want. And we need to make the box collider size as the size of our player sprite. And now we just wait to play our game. Indeed, we can notice, so we need to make this box collider 2D as the size of our player sprite. So let's do it quickly. So select your player, then go over to box collider 2D component, edit collider, and edit the collider as the size of your player sprite. Just like me, you can do it. You can see I'm just doing it. And now if I take my player a little bit away and then play my game, you will see by now the player just gonna land top of our ground perfectly, because we just made the size of box collider 2D of this player as the size of player sprite. So we're gonna take a quick look on this and just wait. And indeed it seems fine by now, it's just landing top of our ground, and that's okay. And one thing we have to do that, if we go to assets, then prefabs folder, and then double click on this player prefab, we just open it up in prefab mode. But if you just don't want to see like this, then you can just click on this icon over here in the top bar, you can notice, which is the toggle skybox for fog and various other effects. So you can click on it to see just like this. I'm gonna see in like this way, so I'm just gonna click on it. So that is the reason. But the changes didn't saved inside this player game object prefab, means copy of this player game object. To make the change inside over here as well, what we have to do, we basically need to make the overrides. Basically, to go back in scene view, in hierarchy you can see the back arrow, so just click there to go back, then select your player, go over to inspector, overrides, and then apply all. Means the changes you have done over here in the inspector, by now it will be saved this player game object prefab as well. So if we double click on this player by now, we can see the changes we made in the hierarchy. It just saved this player game object prefab as well, and we can witness that. We just made the box collider size as the size of our player sprite and all of these things. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. And let's suppose you just want to make this player jump, you just want to make this player movement left and right, then you can do that. And if you want to work with new inputs, like if you're pressing down A and D key, I'm gonna explain that. So let's create that. I just want to make this player movement. To make this player movement, we need to create a component called script. A script basically allow us to do custom things, like making this player jump, making this player move left and right, making this player attack, and the list just goes on. So to do custom things, we need to create a script. To create that, first thing you need to select the player game object in the hierarchy, then click on add component, and you can find sorry, in the bottom you will see new script. So just click on it, name the script what you want. You can call it something like player just like this. And then after naming that, in the bottom you're gonna see a create and add button. Click on it, and the script just gonna create right away, and it will attach to this player game object. Or else what you can do, you can simply move over to project tab, assets, and you can create a script folder to keep your project clean. So right click, create folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like scripts. And inside that folder you can just right click, create mono behavior script, or you can just go over to scripting, mono behavior script, and you can name that script whatever you want. I already created a script called player, you can see. So what we need to do, we need to attach this script to this player game object. So we need to select our player in the hierarchy, select the script, and then drag it over to this add component section, and we just attach the script. And we can see the plus icon. To get these things off, we have to go inspector, overrides, and then apply all. So the changes we made, or the script that we attach, it will be attached to this player game object prefab as well. So that is the thing, that we just go to overrides and then apply all. Now we attach the script, we can just simply open up by double clicking on it, and you can see this is a class player. So what is a class? Class, basically you can think of it is a template, and we use class to do specific things. Like if you want to make this player move to the right side, then you can define it inside this class player, and you can later you can use this class in order to move this player game object. You can think of it, this is our blueprint, and we use this to do something, or that is a sketch, you can think of it, and we use that to implement in our player game object. Let's suppose we just want to make this player jump, then we can tell inside this script that we want our player to jump, we want to make our player jump. So we can tell inside our class player, so player just gonna jump right away, just like that. So basically class is a template, and we use that to implement in our game object. And we have a namespace using Unity engine in the top. It's basically allow us to use Unity tools. Like if we remove this, we're not gonna able to attach this script to this player game object, or basically not that much, basically not that. Basically if we don't use this using Unity engine, then we will unable to use this all of these things. If I remove that, you can see we get a error over here, a red line gets pop up underneath our mono behavior. So we need to use that using Unity engine namespace. And this namespace basically allow us to do all of the things that we need to do, just like moving our player, making jump player, and bunch of those things we need to do. So that's why we need to use that. Basically this namespace we need to include, or we just have to make sure that this namespace is added in the top of our class, which is using Unity engine. And we have the start and the update function, as you can see. And we're going to talk about these two function in the next chapter, or in the next lecture. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do it. And I'm going to select my player script from that assets folder, and I'm going to drag it inside this script folder which I recently created. And you have to make sure. And so since we just changed the path of our player script, so Unity just gonna take few seconds to compile our script, because we just changed the path of this script. We just move it inside this script folder from this assets folder. We simply just changed the path. So that is the reason Unity just gonna take few seconds to compile our script. And you can see in the bottom right section which is saying compiling scripts, and this is basically loading. And that's all you can do, and you can just play your game and it's gonna be fine. Let's check this out. And to save our project, we already know that we can simply press down Ctrl plus S on our keyboard in order to save our project, just like we have done earlier. Let's check it out our game quickly, and this should work fine. And indeed we can notice it's working fine, and we can get out of play mode. So you have to click on that play button once again to get out of play mode, and make sure if you do any changes, like if we select our player, go over to rigid body 2D, and we can see the gravity scale is 1. And if I play my game and then inside play mode I just set the gravity scale something around 5, it will not be saved if we get out of play mode. So we need to make sure that we out of play mode, and the changes we have done, we need to do outside play mode. So now if I say we are in play mode, you can notice in the top, and if I set the gravity scale to something like 5, and then if I just get out of play mode, you will notice this gravity scale just get back to 1 as soon as we just out of play mode. So we have to look for that we are outside of play mode, and the changes we made inside play mode will not be saved. So we need to make sure we just out of play mode, and then set the number once again back to whatever you just would like to go with, or you just see that is a that's fine. So you can do that. And now I'm gonna move over to top left file, save, or we can simply press down Control plus S to save our project. Let's quickly open up our script, and we just want to make this player movement left and right. So we're gonna cover up the basics. Let's quickly move over to our script. To do so, what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the input.getAccess function. But before I do that, I'm gonna explain the start and the update function. So this start function get called in the start of the game. So when you start your game, or when you start playing your game, then this function just gonna call by Unity automatically. And then this update function just gonna runs every single frame. Like if you add 10 units to this player, assume that this update function runs in 1 second 60 frames. So 60 into 10, let's suppose you not 10, basically let's assume that we just add 5 unit of speed to this player to the right direction, and that update function runs in 1 second 60 frames. So you can multiply 5 into 60, so it's gonna be 5 into 60, 300 something around that it's gonna be. So the player just gonna seems like it's gonna move to the right direction. So tiny bit of amount we just gonna add over again and again. So this update function just call over again and again, and it's just create the illusion of moving our player to the right direction. If we add some amount to this player game object in the x-axis, so it's just gonna create the illusion, because this update function runs over again and again. And if you want to move your player, then if you do inside this update, then your player just gonna seems like it's moving to the left or right direction, just like that. And let's suppose you just want to check if this function properly working or not. You just want to check, then you can print out a message inside your console tab. To print out a message, let's move over to start function. Let's see where start function get call, and it's gonna call at the start of the game. We want to see if it's working or not. So we're gonna use this debug.log function. So we need to use this debug.log function, and this function in brackets inside quotation, it's gonna take the string, and make sure you put quotation first, and inside quotation you can just put your custom message whatever you want to see inside your console tab. I'm gonna say something like this is start function, just like that I'm gonna say. And let's close that up with semicolon, and you have to make sure that you just close that up with semicolon. It basically means you just ending this line of code over here, and that's all. And after doing that, make sure you just save your script by hitting Ctrl S, or you can simply move over to top left file, and then click on this save assets slash backward slash script backward slash player.cs. Basically click on this save, and the shortcut key you can notice in the right section, which is Control plus S. So we can click over there, or we can simply press down Control S on our keyboard in order to save. Now the compilation is done. If I choose my console tab, I have it over here, And if you are not able to see that, so as always, go to window in the top, then package sorry, general, and then you can find out the console tab, and you can just toggle it wherever you want. I just like in this way, so I'm gonna leave it there. So make sure you select your console tab and then click on this play button in the top in order to play your game. And we're gonna take a quick look at this and let's see what's happening. So the message should be pop up underneath our console tab, says this is start function. And indeed we can notice the message just gets pop up one time as soon as the game started, and it just called one time, and we just printing out the message says this is start function. As you can see, means it's working fine. And now let's check out the update function. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna go over to this update function, and we also want to print out the print out a message if it's working, basically this update function is working or not. And this update function just gonna depend upon system. In 1 second, sometimes in 1 second it can run up to 60 frames, sometimes it can up to 55 frames, sometimes it can run up to 70 frame, and the list just goes on. So it's going to depend upon the system you have. So and this update function just gonna call forever. So we just want to check, let's print out a message. So let's type debug.log, and we will say something like this is update function, just like that. And make sure you close that up with semicolon. And let's get over to Unity editor. Now compilation is done, and see what's gonna happen. So that message should be pop up every single frame, in 1 second 60 frame, and you will see the number of messages inside your console tab to the top right side. And we can see the number of messages, it's already called over 150 times, 200 times, 300 times, and the message just getting pop up forever. Say this is update function, and it's gonna run forever because that update function just runs over again and again. And that is the thing. And it's already called over 1,000 times, and it's gonna do forever. So that is the logic. And I'm gonna go get out of play mode. So we're gonna use this update function to get inputs and to apply something to do. So I hope you get the idea that why this start, when this start function get called and when this update function get called, and this update function get called over again and again. So we will use this function in order to move our player game object. And let's suppose you just want to clear all of the messages. So in the top right side inside your console tab, you will see clear. So just click on it, and all of the messages will be clear immediately as soon as you just gonna click on that. And I'm gonna remove these messages. Instead of printing out message, we simply want to move our player, and we will use this update function to gather inputs. So we want to move this player left and right. To do that, we're going to use a function called input.getAxis. So we need to use this input.getAxis function, and this function inside quotation, it's going to take the axis name in which axis we want to move. So since we want to move x axis or horizontally, so inside quotation we need to pass horizontal, and make sure you just spell it correct, else it's not gonna work. And that's all you have to do. And if it's not working, let's suppose if you press down A and D key and then you use this function, still your player is not moving, then what you have to do, you need to do one thing. You have to change one thing, that is go to top left file, build profiles, player settings. In the top you will see, and then over here you need to move over to other settings. So scroll down, make sure you selected player in the left bar, then other settings, go to other settings, scroll down to the bottom and find active input handling, set it to both. If you use the new one, input system package new, and then you use that input.getAxis function, it's not gonna work at all. So you need to choose this both. and you can use the old one, but uh, I would recommend to choose this both, so it's gonna work, else it's not gonna do that at all. So make sure you choose this both, and after you choosing both, Unity just gonna restart. So you need to click on OK or yes, just like that. So Unity just gonna reload once again, and once you done these settings, then we can simply cut this step, and we're going to use this input.get access horizontal function. And this function basically function, you can assume a set of line of code which does specific things, like this update function and the state function, start function. And for function we need to type this void, you can see. So this input dot get access horizontal, this is inbuilt function. This function basically checks if, let's suppose, if you press down a key or hold down a key, then this function over here it's gonna give us -1. And if you hold down D key on your keyboard, then this function just gonna give us +1 or 1. And if you just lift off your both of those fingers from both of those keys, then it's gonna give us 0. So what we will do, we're gonna store it into a variable. So we will go to top of our class, and we can declare a variable. You can think of just like container, we can put values there, and we can make it public or private. If we make this one public, we will see underneath our this player script right over here, we're gonna able to notice that, and I'm gonna show you. So we're gonna make it public for now. That will be the variable type, or the container type, or you can think of it the parameter type. Float are those numbers which comes with decimal places, like 0.1, 0.2, 0.5, and even whole numbers like 1, 2, 3, 4 is also whole numbers, float numbers. And we have to name the parameter or the container where we want to store it. So we're gonna call it something like movement sorry movement. And by default we can set equal to 0f, just like that. And if at the end, it's basically referencing float number, so make sure you just put f at the end once you creating your float parameter. Or you can simply remove that, and we just created this container or the parameter top of our class. And what we're gonna do, whatever we get over here, we're gonna put it into this movement variable that we created in the top of our class. So we're gonna set our movement, so movement equal to this. So let's assume that if you hold down a key, then this input dot get access horizontal, it's gonna give us -1 value, and we're storing that -1 into this movement, or we're setting the movement equal to this, as you can see. So this movement right over here, it's gonna be -1. And if you hold down D instead of a key, then this input dot get access horizontal will be 1 or +1. So the movement over here will also be 1 or +1, because we directly setting it, or whatever we getting, we just storing inside this movement variable that we created. And if you are not holding down both of those keys, then this input dot get access, it will be 0. So the movement over here will be 0. And I'm gonna show you. So let's save our script, and we're gonna take a quick look on this. We can notice underneath our player skip the movement variable that we created, and by default it's 0, because we didn't set any value. So that's why it's 0. And if we go ahead, play our game, and try to hold down A and D key, this movement just gonna change according to which key we holding down. Let's see. And if I try to hold down my A key, you can see this becomes -1. And if I lift up my finger, it's became 0. And if I hold down D key, it's became 1. And if I lift up my finger, it's 0. So if we hold down A key, it's became -1, D key for 1. And if we lift up both of our fingers, then it gets back to default value, which is 0, or it's became 0. So we will use this parameter in order to move this player. To move this player, if we select our player, go over to transform, then position, and play around with the X value, we can notice as soon as we playing with our X position of this player, player is moving left and right. So we're gonna replace this x with our movement, which can be -1, +1, or 0. Let's suppose in the x of this player position, in the x, if we put it 1, we can notice it's started moving to the right direction. And if we put -1, we can notice it's moving to the left direction. So that's why we're gonna replace this x with our movement, which can be -1, 1, or 0. So we're gonna use this. So first thing, we need to navigate to this transform of this player, then position, and we're gonna replace this x with our movement, which can be -1, +1, or 0. And we will able to notice this player just gonna move left and right. So that is the thing. Let's go over to our script now. We can do it over here, but we're gonna use another function called fixed update, and we can do it in the bottom. You can do it anywhere. It doesn't need to be in order, or just like I'm doing. It doesn't need to be in order, just like I'm doing. You can do it anywhere. So for function, you make sure you type this void, and we're gonna include this fixed update function. And you can ignore this private for now, or you can simply remove this. And if you remove private, this function automatically just marked as a private function. But if you make it something like public, then this function can be called through other classes, and you can access this function easily. So that is the thing. So since I don't want to access this function, so we can just go ahead, we can remove the private or the public, or we can just leave it with private, just like that. So we using this fixed update function because this is the fixed frame rate is fixed. Let's suppose in 1 second this update function runs 60 frame, and in 1 second this function this fixed update also just gonna run in 1 second 60 frames. And in this next time, this fixed update also gonna run 60 frame. No matter what system you are using, the frame rate will be fixed. So that is the reason this fixed update call this function called fixed update means the frame rate is fixed. But inside this update function, the frame rate is not fixed at all. Sometimes it in 1 second it can call up to 58 frames, or sometimes it can call up to 62 frames. Sometimes it call up to 65 frames, and the list just goes on. So the frame rate inside this update function is not fixed at all. So that's why we use this fixed update function to make sure that our frame rate is fixed. If the in 1 second, if it's called 62 frames, in the next time still it's gonna call 62 frames as well. Basically the frame rate is totally fixed. So that's why we're gonna use this fixed update function. If we do physics, movement, and all of those things, then we need to use this fixed update function. And if we want to gather some input, we can use this update function, just like we gathering input over here. As you can see, movement, basically the whatever we get, we just put it inside this movement. And now we're gonna use the fixed update function in order to move our player. To move that player, we're gonna use the transform dot position. So let's go to transform dot position, and transform dot position means the current position of this player. Basically, we're just going over to this transform, then position, and this position we can see it has x, y, and the z axis. So top of our current position plus equal. So you need to use this plus equal means you just adding top of your current position of your player. And we're gonna use a vector 3, a new vector 3, because this transform dot position it's a itself a vector 3 position. It has the x position, it has the y position, it has the z position. So we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3. It has x comma y comma z, and we're gonna close that up with semicolon. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna replace this x with our movement, just like that. And this movement can be -1, +1, or 0. So this player just gonna move left and right depending upon which key we holding down. Let's suppose we holding down a key, then this movement over here will be -1, and we just replace this x with our -1. So if we put -1 over here, we can notice this player moves to the left direction. and if we hold down D key, then this movement will be 1, and we replacing this X with our movement, so this movement gonna be 1, basically plus 1. And if we put 1, we can see this player starts moving to the right direction. So basically that is the logic, basically that is the setup. And now we're gonna get over to script once again. So we just replace this X with our movement, and in the Y I don't want to move this player at all for now, so we're gonna put in the Y0F, and I'm gonna do the same thing in the Z axis, which is 0F. And now we can save our script and we can get over to Unity editor. If we go ahead, play our game, try to hold down A and D key, immediately this player just gonna move left and right depending upon which key we holding down. Let's see this. If I try to hold down D key, we can notice it's moved way fast. So it's moved way fast. To fix this, what we can do, we can simply multiply with fixed delta time. So we're gonna get out of play mode. To make our restrict, we do know that it's moving way fast. To make it slow, we need to multiply with time dot fixed delta time. So we will navigate to script once again, and we just have to multiply this movement with time dot delta time or time dot fixed delta time. Why? Because if we notice this movement over here, it's becoming 1 minus 1 or 0. Let's suppose it's becoming 1. So in once again, let's assume that this fixed update run 60 frames, so it's gonna be 60 times. So 1 into 60 will be 60 unit, means our player just gonna move to the right direction with 60 unit of speed, which we really don't want. So over time the frame rate just gonna be increased over again and again, basically the speed, not the frame rate, the speed of this player. To make it restrict, we basically have to multiply with time dot fixed delta time. So since we're doing inside this fixed update, we can simply multiply this with, and we need to use this symbol in order to multiply, and we can multiply with time dot fixed delta time. That's all we have to do, and we can just save our script, and by now it's gonna be fine. Let's play our game now. If we try to move left and right, we can see it's moving way slowly. Basically it's moving by 1 unit every single frame to the left and right direction, because we just multiplied time dot fixed delta time, which basically makes frame rate independence. Let's suppose in my system this in once again this fixed update runs 60 frames. So in your case, if you, even though if you use a higher system, in your case it will do the same thing. It will does the same thing. Basically it will run 60 frames in 1 second, no matter how much powerful PC or system basically the system you using. So the frame rate will be constant. So that is the reason we just multiply with fixed delta time. So since we're doing inside fixed update, so we need to multiply fixed delta time. And if you doing inside this update function, then you can multiply with time dot delta time, and that's you need to do. It would be nice if we just make the speed a little bit faster. So what we can simply do, we can multiply this movement, this whole thing with some speed, with some number, so our speed just gonna be little bit faster. To do that, let's go over to script once again, and we're gonna multiply with something like, let's multiply with 5f or 5 unit. So the movement over here is 1. So 1 into 5 will be 5, means every single frame to the left or right direction this player will move with 5 unit of speed. But instead of hard coding over here, we need to change the value over again and again to match the correct speed, which we don't want to do. We just come to this script and change this value over again and again. So instead of doing that, let's create a parameter for this. So let's go to top of our class, and we can declare a variable for our speed. So we're gonna make it public because we want to see underneath our player script over here. So we have to mark that variable as public, and that will be float, and we can call this one speed, or let's call it something like move speed. And by default we can set a default value. I'm gonna set it to something like 5f. And now we're gonna multiply. So instead of hard coding, we're gonna multiply with our move speed, and by default we have chosen 5. So this one over here is 5, so 5 into 1 will be 5. It means our player just gonna move to the right or left direction with 5 unit of speed. We have the move speed in the top, which is 5 unit, and we can play over here. So let's play our game for the first time, and we're gonna take a quick look on this, and we can play around with the move speed. We can make it something like 10, so we don't need to go over to script over again and again and change the value. And we can see by now we moving little bit faster. It means we just moving left and right with 5 unit of speed. If we make the move speed something around 10, we're gonna move it twice faster, and indeed we can notice that as well. So we can play around with the move speed, and I don't want this movement to be visible underneath my player script. I just want to keep it clean. So to hide this parameter or to make it private, we can just simply mark this movement parameter as private. So now we just made it private, and if we made it private, we're not gonna able to notice underneath our player script, and I'm gonna show that to you. So let's save our script, and we're gonna head again to Unity editor. As soon as we mark that parameter as private, instantly our movement parameter just disappear underneath our player script, because we don't need to mark that function as public, so we can make it private instead. And let's suppose you still want to see a private parameter that you created or declare it inside your script. You just want to notice that or want to see that. To see that, in the top right in the inspector, in the top right you can see three dots, so just click there and then choose this debug. And as soon as we have chosen debug, underneath our player script in the bottom we can see the private parameter, which is move speed, and by default it's 0. And if you just want to go back in inspector mode, then go over to once again click on that go over to top right, and then click on that three dot once again, and then choose this normal. And now we can see it's basically disappeared the private parameters. So you can just mark that parameter as public or private depending upon if you do need them later on or not. So that is the case, that how you can do this. And if you want to flip this enemy to the left side, let's suppose if we moving to the left direction, we just want to flip this enemy to the left direction. So how we can do that, we need to talk about it. So we can do that. To flip this enemy, we're gonna use the if condition. So let's go over to script, and for that we can make a function for it, and I'm gonna explain it later. And let's do it inside this update function, because update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we need to check which direction this player is going. Is it going left, is it going right, or standing at one point, just like that. So first thing, we're gonna create a bool parameter to just keep track of which direction we're going. So let's come at the top of our class, and let's make a private parameter. So we're gonna make it private. It doesn't need to be public. To keep our script clean, you can simply assume, and that will be bool, and this bool can be true or false. And we creating this parameter to just keep track of which direction this player is looking. And we have to name the bool parameter what we want to name it. I'm gonna call it something like facing right, and let's close that up with semicolon. And I'm gonna move over to my start function. So since a start function get call at the beginning of our game, so at the beginning of our game I'm gonna set facing right equal to true, equal to true. Why I just said this facing right equal to true? Because as you can see, this player is looking to the right direction, so that is the reason I just created a facing right parameter. And in the start of the game I just set it to true because this player is looking to the right direction. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's get over to our update function, and over here we can check. So let's use this if condition, then first bracket and some curly brackets. And inside this condition, basically inside this if condition, you need to put a condition which should be true or false. Let's suppose 3 is greater than 1. Is this condition is true? Yes. 3 is definitely greater than 1. So whatever we're gonna write inside this curly bracket will be execute. So we just want to see a message. So we're gonna say something like debug.log, and we will say this condition is true, or 3 is greater than 1, and that's it. So if 3 is greater than 1, so the condition over here we put it's totally true. So this line of code should be execute because we just put the condition which is totally true. And let's save our script. That message should be pop up because the condition we put it inside if the condition is totally true. So those that line of code should be execute means the message we're gonna see or we're gonna witness underneath our console tab. Let's quickly play our game and we're gonna have a quick look on this. Let's see. So you need to put a condition which can be totally true or false depending upon what you're doing. And indeed we can notice underneath our console tab 3 is greater than 1 message just getting pop up every single frame because the condition we put there it's totally true. That is the reason. So instead of printing out message we just want to check, and if you put something like 3 is greater than 4, so the condition over here is not true, it's false. So that's why this line of code will not be executed by now because 3 is not greater than 4. But if you put instead 1, then it's gonna be true. So basically we need to put a condition which should be true or false. So we need to make sure that, and that is required. So instead of checking with 3 greater than 1, we're going to check that if facing right parameter is equals to true. It basically means that we just looking to the right direction. If we using this double equal signs means that we just checking. So if facing right equals to true means that this player is looking to the right direction, and let's suppose this player is moving to the left direction but this player is looking to the right direction. So what this player need to do, it's need to flip to the left because it's going to the left direction. And to flip that, if we go to transform rotation and in the y, if we set it to something like 180 or minus 180, we can see as soon as we put it just flips to the left direction. So we need to set the y rotation to minus 180 or 180 or minus 180. I'm gonna set it back to 0. Let's go over to our script. So now what we can do, we can just simply remove this line of code, but I want to check with second condition. At the same time, if we looking to the right direction but we going to the left direction means that, so we have to use this n. If you want to check with second condition, so you need to use this n, and we're gonna check that if movement is lesser than 0f. So let's assume that this player is moving to the left direction. So this movement over here, the parameter that we created, we do know it just keep track of which direction we going. If it's movement something like minus one basically means this player is moving to the left direction. And over here we checking if the movement is lesser than 0f, and if we move it to the left direction, then this movement over here it's gonna be -1, and -1 definitely lesser than 0f. So we checking that if we looking to the right direction, if our player looking to the right direction, at the same time player is going to the left direction. So right now what we can do, we can simply flip. So instead of printing out message, now we can simply flip our player. To flip that, we can simply go to transform, then Euler angles of our player. Basically we just going over to this player transform Euler angles, or you can think of rotation just like that, or assume Euler angles, and that Euler angle is just gonna have the x, y, and the z. So we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3 which also gonna have x comma y comma z, just like that. And we do know that if we set this y to -180 or 180, so if we set it to 180 -180f, that means this player just gonna flips to the left right away, and we just already check it that. So now this enemy just gonna flip, and after flipping our player, not enemy, this player just gonna flip to the left direction. So after flipping this player to the left direction, we need to set the facing right parameter to false, because this player will no longer able to look to the right direction if we flip this player to the left direction. So after flipping to the left direction our player, we can simply set facing right equal to false, because our player by now it's gonna look to the left direction. But we also have to put in the x. So in the x I'm gonna put 0, and I'm gonna do the same thing with the z. We're not gonna play around with those axes or Euler angles. We only just set the y, you can see. So first thing, we just keeping track of which direction our player is looking. So if facing right is true, means this player is looking to the right direction, and we checking at the same time if movement is lesser than 0f. And we do know that once this player starts moving to the left direction, then that movement just gonna be -1, and -1 is lesser than 0f. -1 or something like minus 0.1, it's still lesser than 0f, means we going to the left direction. Then what we doing, we just flipping our player in the y to -180. So our player just gonna flips to the left direction, and after flipping we just setting facing right equal to false, as you can see, because this player just gonna look to the left direction by now. So let's save our script, and we're gonna move over to Unity editor. By now if I hold down a key, as you can notice, as soon as we started moving to the left direction, basically holding down a key, we can see this player just flips to the left direction. But the problem is that if I hold down D key, this player is not flipping to the right direction at all, because we also need to set back that y rotation to 0. So if I set this y back to of this player to 0, you can notice it just flips to the right direction once again. So we also need to set back this y to 0 once this player game object just gonna run to the right direction. So let's go over to our script, and now else if we're gonna check. So we have to use this else if condition if you want to check with other condition. Basically you can check with second condition as well, not second condition, a step condition you can think of just like that. So else if we will check that if facing right, if it's equals to false, it's basically means that this player is not looking to the right direction. And we do know that this player, once we flip this player to the left direction, then this player just gonna look to the left direction, it's not gonna look to the right direction. So we checking if facing right is equals to false, it means player is looking to the right direction. But let's suppose this player is moving to the right direction, so at the same time we will check. So let's use this n, and we will check that. So we're gonna use this movement parameter. So we using this movement parameter to just flip our enemy, and we will check if it's greater than 0f. And we do know that once we gonna start moving to the right direction, that movement we created over here, it's gonna be 1, and we do know that 1 is greater than 0f. So the condition becoming true means if we move, if this player is looking to the left direction but this enemy is going to the right direction. So now what we can do, we can simply set this y to 0. So we can simply copy this line of code, and we can just paste it over here by Control V. So Control C for copy and Control V for paste. And now we're just going over to transform Euler angles of our player, and now in the y we're gonna set back to 0. And we do know that once we're gonna set it to 0, this player just gonna flips to the right direction once again. And after flipping this player to the right direction, we need to set facing right parameter to true. Why? Because by now this this player just gonna look to the right direction. So after flipping our player to the right direction, we're gonna set this facing right equal to true, because our player by now it's gonna look to the right direction. If I hold down a key, as you can see it's moving to the left direction. By now if I try to hold down D key, we're moving to the right direction. And as soon as we started moving to the right direction, this player just flips to the right direction, you can see. And we can notice the y in the inspector is 0. And if we flip to the once again to left, this y became 180, and if we start moving to the right direction, this y became 0. So that is the thing we're doing, and we just created this facing right parameter at the top to just keep track of which direction this player is looking. So make sure you just create a bool parameter which can be true or false to just keep track of what you just want to what you would like to keeping track of. It's totally up to you. So we just done that thing, and I'm gonna get out of play mode. And one thing I'm gonna do, I'm gonna, instead of doing inside this update function, I'm gonna put it in a custom function, and I'm gonna call it inside this update function. I'm gonna explain that. So for function, what we need to do, we need to mark as void, and we have to name the function what we want to name it. You can call it something like flip player or flip enemy, just like that. So since this is our player, I'm gonna call it flip just like that, or flip player. Then you have to make this first bracket and some curly brackets, and you can just mark as private just like this. You can just mark it, or you can just mark it as public. Public, it doesn't matter. If you just remove this public or private, that means this function get automatically as private function. And now we can just take this line of code, this whole line of code which is flipping our player, and we can press on Control X for cut, and we're gonna paste it inside this function by Control V. So now we can just do that thing. And if we go ahead, if we try to hold down A and D key, it's not flipping because we just made the function and we just put it those line of code which is responsible for flipping. We just put it inside this function, and we never calling this function which is flip, and we have to call it inside this update. So that is the reason this line of not getting execute, means our player is not flipping in the direction player is going. So we also need to call this flip function inside this update function, and this flip function just gonna do this raise thing. And you can just name the function whatever you want, but you have to remember that that you also have to call this function inside update, which is run every single frame. And we just made this custom function in order to keep our code clean. So make a basically separate function to keep your update function clean, or to just keep your to keep your code clean. So you can just make function. Let's get out of play mode, and I'm gonna move over to my function script over once again, and then I'm gonna call the flip function over here. So let's call out the flip function, and now it should be done. So you have to type the first the function name, and then you have to make these brackets. Now it's basically calling the function inside this update function, and we do know this update function runs every single frame, and every single frame we just calling out this flip function. And this flip function basically doing the rest thing. It's taking which direction player is going, which direction player is looking, and all of those stuff. So I hope you get the idea that how you can how you have to call a function in order to execute a some certain line of code. And that's all you have to do. And always remember, you also need to call the custom function that you made. If you have a inbuilt function of Unity, it doesn't need to call it, you don't need to call it at all. But if you made a custom function and you just name it whatever you just would like to go, you have to call that function to make sure it's working. So if we go ahead, play our game, and by now try to hold down A and D key, it should work fine because we're calling out the flip function inside our update function. And flip function basically doing the raise thing. It's basically flipping our player in the player is going, in the direction player is going. And indeed by now we can notice this player is going left and right. Left and right, if we hold down A key, it's going left. If we hold down D key instead of A, it's going right. If we lift up both of our fingers from both of those keys, by now we can see is standing at one point because that movement's getting 0. So this over here becoming 0. So 0 into move speed, which is 5 by default we have chosen. So 5 into 0 will be 0. So that's why this player is not going at all in any direction because the move speed because the movement is 0. and I'm gonna get out of play mode. And this is how you can do it. And make sure you always go to overrides, then apply all. If you change anything inside this player skip, or you just play it around the components of this player, and that's all you have to do. We want to make this player jump when we press down space key on our keyboard. So let's do that. Let's open up our script, and for it we're gonna make a function for jump. So let's make it somewhere around here. And as always, you don't need to copy just like I'm doing. It doesn't need to be in order just like I'm doing. So you can just go and you can just create anywhere inside your player script. It doesn't need to be in order. So now let's create the function. And for function we're gonna type void. We do know we have to type this void, and we have to name the function. So let's call it jump, and then make first bracket and some curly brackets. So you just have to do just like this. And now what we want to do, we just want to make our player jump. To make our player jump, if we go over to Unity editor, we need a reference to this rigid body 2D of this player, because this rigid body 2D is responsible for adding velocity to this player, adding gravity and all of those things. So that is the reason we need a reference to this rigid body 2D of this player, and after that we can just make the jump. So let's grab the reference, and in order to grab the reference, basically go over to top of your class. So we will come at the top of our class, and we're gonna declare a variable that we exactly looking for, what we are looking for. So we're gonna make this one public. So we will say underneath our player skip, and the component that we're looking for, we need to type that. So since we're looking for rigid body 2D, so we're gonna type this rigid body 2D, and we have to name the variable. So I'm gonna call it something like RB, short for rigid body 2D, or you can name it whatever you just would like to go with. It's totally up to you. And now if we save our script, navigate to Unity editor, underneath our player script, we will see. Underneath our player script, we can see RB, and it says none rigid body 2D, means it's totally empty. So what we need to do, we need to select this rigid body and drag it there, just like I'm doing. So now we can notice we have the player rigid body 2D of this player, and we are ready to add the velocity in the y-axis. We don't want to make this player jump in the x-axis or horizontal. We only want to do in the y-axis. So let's go over to script once again. Let's go to script, and to make the jump we will go over to this jump function, and over here we're gonna set the velocity. So we will go to rb dot linear velocity. So a linear velocity or y, and we can set equal to the value that we would like to go with. RB dot linear velocity basically means we just going over to this player rigid body 2D, you can see, and then we accessing the velocity, or you can simply assume that this is our velocity, or for a new version of Unity we have to use this. And if you are using the older one, then you have to use the RB dot velocity. So in our case we're gonna use this RB dot linear velocity, and we just put at the end y in capital Y later, because we just want to make the player in the player jump in the y axis. Or you can simply use this as well, linear velocity, and this linear velocity just gonna have the x and the y. So since we just want to we only want to make the jump in the y, so we can put at the end y, means we just want to add the velocity in the y axis. And we can set it to a value, something like we can set it to 10f, we can set it to 15f, just like that. But instead of hard coding, we do know we're gonna create a public parameter. So let's come at the top of our class once again, and we're gonna make a variable for our jump. So let's make it over here, and we're gonna make it public float, and we can call it jump height, just like it. And we can set by default value something like 10f, or if you just close that with semicolon, then navigate to Unity editor. Underneath your player skip, you can just adjust the value, and by default it will be 0 if you don't set any default value. So I'm gonna set a default value, so I will set equal to 15f, or just like that. And now I'm gonna replace this 10f with my jump height. And if we go ahead, press down Ctrl S to save our script, navigate to Unity editor. Even though we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we're not gonna make jump because we also need to call the function. We do know we just made it over here and we're not calling anywhere. Let me show you. So let's go ahead and then play our game. If I try to press down space key multiple times, we're not making jump because we need to call the jump function. But when I want to call it, when I'm gonna press down space key on my keyboard. So let's get out of play mode, and we're gonna call it when we press down space key. So for that we will go over to this update function which runs every single frame. So over here we just want to check if we press down space key or not. So we will use the if condition for checking. So let's use the if condition, first bracket and some curly brackets, and now we need to put the condition inside these brackets. So I'm gonna use this input dot get key down function, get key down function. And this input dot get key down function, make sure you make these brackets. It basically means that you just pressing down the key, but we need to provide the key inside this bracket which key we just want to check with. So since I want to check with my space key, I'm gonna pass key code dot space. It basically means that we just pressing down the space key. So if input dot get key down key code dot space, it means that we just pressing down the space key. So what I want to do by now, I just want to call out this jump function, and jump function basically doing this thing which basically adding the velocity in the y with our jump height. And by default we have chosen 15 unit. So 15 unit, this player in the y axis just gonna jump. So we have to save our script. So we're gonna quickly save, and I'm gonna remove this comment. I don't need any more of them, so I can just go ahead. I'm gonna remove. So let's call out the jump function over here when we press down the space key. So let's call that, and that's it. By now, if I try to press down space key on my keyboard, we can notice player is jumping. But the problem is that we jumping a lot. We have to make the gravity a little bit up, because we our it seems like our player just floating a little bit. So we will make the gravity scale a high. So let's go to rigid body 2D gravity scale. Let's make it something around 5, and make sure you go to constraint and then freeze the rotation. If you don't do that, if we go to transform rotation and play around with the z axis, our player just gonna flip like this. So to restrict that, we just want to freeze the rotation about z axis. First thing, I'm gonna set back to 0. Let's go to constraint, then freeze rotation, and I'm gonna check this one. And now we just make the gravity scale 5. So we need to make the jump height a little bit high. So let's make it something around 17, and make sure you go to overrides, apply all if you turn it your player or the game object into a prefab. And we're gonna play our game. If I try to press down space key on my keyboard, by now our jump seems lot more cruel, you can see. And but the problem is that even though we are not standing top of our ground, we still able to jump, which we really don't want. So we need to stop doing it. So let's get out of play mode, and we have to stomp. We just need to make the player jump one time only, one time only, once this player is top of this ground. If it's not, player is something like over here, and if we press down space key, then we don't want to make this player jump at all. We need to make one time jump. Before that, I'm gonna show you. So let's go ahead, and we will quickly play our game to take a quick look on this. We even though we are in the air, we still able to jump, which we really don't want, and we need to stop doing it. So just wait. If I try to press down space key, as you can see, even though we are in the air, we still able to jump. I just want to make one time jump of this player. To do that, I'm gonna get out of play mode, and for it, let's open up our script. First thing, I'm gonna explain the logic. We will create a bool parameter to just keep track of one time jump. So let's get over to our script first. Let's go to script. Let's go to top of our class and let's make a private parameter to just keep track of. And this will be bool parameter which can be true or false. It's gonna check if we are on top of our ground or not. So we're gonna make a private. This will be bool, and we can call this one is player on ground. Is ground just like that, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's go to start function, and we will set is ground equal to true because in the start of the game our player will be top of this ground, so that is the reason. So I'm gonna drag it down a little bit, my player somewhere around here. And now once we jump means we're gonna be in the air somewhere around here, so we're not gonna be top of this ground. So after jumping we just want to set the is ground to false, and we jumping over here. So before we make the player jump we just want to check. So let's use the if condition. Let's make this let's make first bracket, sorry, we're gonna make first bracket and some curly brackets. And now we will check that is ground is equals to true, just like this. Or if we just leave it like this, it does the same thing. It means the same thing, means is ground parameter is true, means our player is top of this ground. So if it top of this ground, then what we want to make the jump. So that's why we're gonna put this line of code where we making player jump, and we're gonna put it over here. So now after jumping player will be somewhere around here, so it's not gonna be top of this ground. So after jumping we just gonna set is ground equal to false, because by now we are not top of our ground but we are in the air, as you can see. So after making our player jump we just set the is ground to false because we not top of our ground, and we only gonna able to jump is ground parameter is true, means if this is true, then we're gonna make jump, else we're not gonna do that. And once we set it to false, then we're not gonna able to jump because this is ground parameter by now it's not true at all. And let's save our script and we're gonna see, let's witness that. If I try to press down space key on my keyboard, as you can see we jumping, but the next time we not able to jump, even though we pressing down multiple times our space key. Because if we go over to script, after jumping, we just setting this is ground to false. So we never setting back is ground parameter to true, because before we making jump we checking that if is ground parameter is true. So once we make the first jump we not setting it to true, this parameter is now false, it's not true at all. So that's why this line of code over here not getting execute. So we also need to set back this is ground parameter to true, so we will able to jump, because we before we jumping we just checking that is ground parameter is true or not. So now let's go to Unity editor and I'm gonna get autoplay mode and let me explain the logic. So once when I just want to set that is ground parameter to true, once we're gonna top up this ground, if our player game object this box collided 2D collide with this ground box collided 2D, then I just want to set that is ground parameter to true. So we're gonna create a circle somewhere bottom fit of this player game object. We gonna make a some radius, and if that circle collide with this ground, then I just want to set back is ground parameter to true. And to create that, we're gonna use a function called physics2d dot overlap. So let me go to script. Let's go to script and let's do it over here. So let's make a separate function for ground checking, and later on we're gonna call this function inside this update function, which runs every single frame. So every single frame that circle just gonna check if we collide with this box collider or collide with this ground or not. And we're gonna call that function to something like check ground, and we're gonna make it somewhere over here. So for function void, let's call it check ground, check ground. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside this function we just want to use that function which is inbuilt. So we have to use this physics2d dot overlap circle function, overlap circle, and make first bracket. And this physics2d dot overlap circle, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle. So we will create the circle somewhere around here, and from that circle we just want to create the circle from that point. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so we will specify the radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, basically means which game object we want to target. So since we want to target this ground, so we need to assign this ground as a ground layer, and we're gonna do that. But before we do, we need to gather those parameters. So the first thing, I'm gonna make this one slash by double forward slash, sorry, make this one comment by double forward slash. And comment basically don't interrupt our code. So we will come at the top of our class, and we're gonna populate those variable. So first thing, what we need the point or the position. So we're gonna make a public transform, and this transform is responsible for position. If we go to script, you can see this transform has a three properties. It has position, rotation, and scale. So that's why we type there transform, which is responsible for position, rotation, and scale. And we can call this one ground checkpoint. So let's call it ground checkpoint or check position. Let's call it ground checkpoint. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's make a public float, and we can call it check radius. So let's call it check radius. And by default, I'm gonna set it to something like a smaller number, something like 0.2, a smaller number. And the third argument or the third variable we need is the layer mask. So make sure you just make this public, so we can set through underneath our player script, and that will be layer mask. And we can call it something like target layer, check layer, or we can call it something like what is ground, just like that. And now we will save our script. Underneath our player script, those field pop up. So the first is ground checkpoint. So we need to create the point from where we want to create the circle. So we're gonna create an empty child game object, means that we need to select our player in the hierarchy, right click on it, then create an empty child game object. And you can select the move tool in the scene view and move it somewhere bottom of this player game object. And if you want to choose an icon or gizmos for that, then go over to inspector, click on this cube icon, then you can choose the gizmos, which one you would like to go with. So I'm gonna choose this yellow one. So from this point, I just want to create the circle. Now if I select my player and move it somewhere around here, just like that, we can notice the ground game object, or let's rename this. So I'm gonna call this one ground check point, or simply for position. So we can notice that if we try to move our player, the ground checkpoint is also going with our player, because this ground checkpoint is a child of this player game object. So that is the reason. So we basically, what you have to do, you need to select the player, right click on it, and then create an empty child game object, and you can name this game object whatever you want. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna take our ground checkpoint and let's drag it over to this ground checkpoint field. And check radius, by default we have set it as 0.2, so I'm gonna just live with that. And what is ground, we're gonna choose our ground. But however, we're not able to notice our ground because we need to add a layer called ground. So the first thing, choose your ground, go over to inspector. In the top right side you can layer, and it says default. So just click on it, then click on this add layer, and create a new layer. You can name it whatever you want, you can name it wherever you want. So I'm gonna name it something over here, and I'm gonna call this one ground, and then hit enter to save it. And make sure you select the ground game object once again in the hierarchy, go over to layer and assign with the layer that you recently created. So I'm gonna choose this ground. Now you can see I assigned this ground as a ground layer. You can notice in the inspector in the top right side. So I just assigned this ground as a ground layer. And now we're gonna choose our player script once again. And what is ground? By now I'm gonna choose this ground game object. So the circle only just gonna check with this ground, And before you check with your ground, make sure you just assign your ground as a ground layer mask. And now I will navigate to my script once again, and let's go over to that check ground function, and let's remove these two forward slashes. So as a first thing, it's gonna take the ground check point parameter, or from where we want to create the circle. So let's put our ground check point. So since we need to access the position, so we're going to type this dot position, means we accessing the position. And second thing, comma, we need to pass our check radius or the radius. So let's pass our check radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask. So let's pass our what is ground. And we do know that as a what is ground, we have chosen that ground layer. Now this physics 2D dot overlap circle is just gonna create the circle from this ground checkpoint position with this much of radius, and it's only gonna target our ground. So from here it's just gonna create. And let's suppose the circle that we create, it's really collide with this ground, then this function over here, it's gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value if the circle is not colliding with this ground game object. So what we're gonna do now, whatever we get, we're gonna put it into a variable or in a container you can think of. So we're gonna create a collided 2D. Why collided 2D? Because this physics 2D dot overlap circle, it's just gonna work like as a collision. So we're gonna put it in a container or in a parameter, should be same type, or we can put it into bool parameter as well, which can be true or false. But putting it inside collided 2D would be much great. So we're gonna create a collided 2D variable, and we can call it something like call info, just like that, and we're gonna set equal to this. So let's assume that the circle really collide with this ground. Then this function over here gonna give us a true value, and we're storing that value or the result inside this call info parameter that we created. So this call info can be true or false, depending upon if the circle is really colliding with that ground game object, this ground game object or not. Let's assume if it's this circle really collide with this ground. So now what we want to do, we just want to set back this is ground parameter to true once again, so we will able to jump for the next time as well. So now after that, what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's use the if condition for it, and I'm gonna put it somewhere around here, just like that. So we will check that if call info parameter is true, means the circle is colliding with this ground. So for now I just want to print out a message as something like player is top of this ground, just like that. So we're gonna print out a message. For printing out, we're gonna use the debug.log function, and we will say player is, so this dot game object dot name, it's basically referencing itself. So the script is attached to this player game object, we can see. So this dot game object, they are basically referencing this player game object itself, and then we accessing the name, and the name we can see is player. So this will be this dot player game object, this dot game object dot name, so it will be player. And top of that, so we can use this plus icon to add a custom message, and we're gonna type this quotation, top of a player is top of, and then we can just add one more thing, one more plus icon to add the name. We can do that, and we're gonna use this call info parameter to extract information about what we collided with. And we definitely gonna collide with that ground game object, or the circle just gonna collide that we created from here, it's gonna collide with this ground. So we will use this call info dot game object, the game object dot name, and name, it basically means the name of the game object we collided with. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this ground game object, and if we select our ground, the ground, we just name it as ground. So the message should be pop up. So the name of the game object first, which is player, so player is top of, and the name of the game object that circle collided with, which is ground. So the message should be pop up, player is top of our ground. So this message just gonna pop up, and we also have to make sure that we call out this check ground function inside this update function, because we need to check every single frame if the circle is really colliding with this ground or not. So let's call the check ground function inside our update. So let's call out the check ground function. Then that's all we have to do. And now we're gonna save our script. Let's go over to Unity editor. Let's take a quick look on this. It would be nice if we able to see the circle. To see the circle or to draw the circle, we need to use another inbuilt function of Unity. So what we have to do, we need to use a function called onDrawGizmoSelected. Let's do it in the bottom somewhere around here, and we have to use this onDrawGizmoSelected, and make sure you just type as I did over here, and you can just remove this private, it doesn't matter. What we have to do to draw the circle, we need to use a function called onDrawGizmoSelected. OnDrawGizmoSelected function. Basically, this function we have to use, and to draw that ray, we need to use that this function. It's called gizmos dot draw where sphere, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw. So since we want to draw from our this ground checkpoint, so as a first argument, I'm gonna pass my ground checkpoint dot position, and the second thing, we have to pass the radius. So let's put our check radius there, and then close that up with semicolon. But it's gonna give us an error. Why? It's gonna give us an error if we don't assign the ground checkpoint. Means if you haven't dragged this ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint field, means it's empty. But this function just gonna still try to find that ground checkpoint, and it's gonna draw with this much of radius. But we do know that if we don't assign, then this function will able to fill the will be failed to, it's gonna be failed to find that position. So that's why it's gonna throw us error. So before we draw the circle that we want to draw, we need to check if we assign it the ground checkpoint or not. So before we draw, we will use the if condition for checking, and we will check that if ground checkpoint. So we will check if ground checkpoint, if it's not equal to null, it basically means that field is not empty. We just we take in this ground checkpoint and we drag it over to this ground checkpoint field. It's not empty at all. It means we are ready to draw the circle. So that's why I'm gonna put the draw circle inside these curly brackets by now. So first thing, we checking if ground checkpoint is not equal none, means we just assign it, it's not empty at all. Then we just drawing the circle or the sphere, you can see, and we can choose the color as well, which color we would like to draw with. So before you draw, you can just choose the color. To choose the color, we need to use this cosmos.color, and the color that we would like to set with or just want to draw with, we can set equal to, I'm gonna draw with yellow, so I'm gonna set color dot yellow, just like that. And by now we can see the circle, and we can play around with the check radius. So I'm gonna make it something a little bit smaller. So I'm gonna make it something around 0.0.14, just like that. So now if the circle collide with this ground, so that message just gonna pop up inside our console tab. And let's go ahead and we're gonna check this out. And indeed we can notice inside our console tab, I'm gonna pause my game. To pause my game, let's click on this pause button in the top to pause our game. And if we navigate to our console tab, we can see player is top of ground message just getting pop up every single frame. Why? Because we calling out the function inside this update function. We can see over here an update function runs every single frame. So that's why this message over here getting pop up every single frame. So instead of doing this, what we really want to do, we just want to set back this is ground parameter to true, the parameter that we created over here. So we're gonna set it back to true. So let's get out of play mode, and we can double click on this message in order to move over to that line of code, or we can simply go ahead and open up the script. So instead of printing out message, I'm gonna remove that. I will set is ground equal to true, because we colliding with our ground, or the circle just gonna collide with this ground. And once the player is somewhere over here, then we do know that circle not gonna collide with this ground. But if the player something over here, then this circle just gonna collide with this ground. So if that is the case, then we just setting is ground to true. And now over here, before we jumping, we just taking if is ground parameter is true. But so by now, if the player just land top of that ground, so this is ground parameter just gonna be true. So the condition over here getting true. So that's why we will able to jump for the next time as well. So that is the thing, and we have to remember we save our script, and that's it. And if we try to press down space key, we can see we are jumping. Sometimes we jumping double, it doesn't matter at all. But however, we not able to jump in the air. We only able to jump when this player just top of this ground, because the circle, if we take a closer look, we can see it's colliding with the ground. So that is the reason. If it's colliding with the ground, then we can see that we just setting this is ground parameter to true. So that is the reason we able to jump as well, but we not able to jump in the air at all. And we need to play around with the check radius, and that's all we have to do. And I hope you get the idea. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we can see the plus icon underneath our player game object in the hierarchy. So to get this off, we will go to overrides and then apply all. So the changes we made inside this player skip will be changed inside this player game object prefab as well. You can only do if you turn your game object into a prefab, and that's you have to do. Now we will make the animation of this player. To do that, let's go over to our project tab. Then we will navigate to assets folder, then a sprites folder, and I will head over to my player underscore sprites folder, because there I have all of the sprite sheet of this player, as you can see. So let's find out the ideal one. So we have the ideal one, and we already split it. So make sure you just select all of the sprite sheet by holding down shift, then go over to inspector, and pixel per unit make it something like 16. Less pixel per unit means that this player will be less in size. If you make the pixel per unit more than 100, then it's gonna be small. So since I want in this size, so I'm gonna choose my pixel per unit as 16, and filter mode to point no filter to removing blur, and then apply. And once you're done, we can just go ahead and we can create the animation. For that, we need the animation tab, and I have it over here. So I'm gonna toggle it somewhere around here. And if you not able to find the animation tab, then go to window in the top, then go to general, and then sorry, not general, scroll down to the bottom, says animation. Sorry, not bottom, you just have to move a little bit down, which is animation, and the animation tab. And the shortcut key we can see is control plus 6. So if you just press down control plus 6 on your keyboard, it's gonna bring up the animation tab, as well as you need the animator tab later on. I have the animator tab over here, you can see. So now we're gonna make the animation. To make the animation, let's select the player in the hierarchy, then click on this create button inside animation tab, and we have to name the animation what we want to name it. So I'm gonna place the animation inside my as animation folder to keep my project clean. So what I will do, I'm gonna move over to assets in the top left side, you will see, and over here I'm gonna create a separate folder for my animation to keep my project clean. So let's right click, a new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like animation, and inside this folder I'm gonna create another subfolder for my player animation, because I'm gonna have animation, traps animation, and all of those. So that's why I just want to create another sub animation folder for this player. So let's right click, new folder, and we're gonna call it player underscore animation, just like that. And now we're gonna open up that folder, and we have to name the animation. I'm gonna call this player underscore idle, because this one will be the ideal one. And now what we have to do, select the ideal sprite sheet, then click on this arrow and select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift, and then move it over to this animation tab. And you can click on this play button to play the animation. we can see it's playing too fast, so we need to make spaces between these sprites. To do that, select like this and move it something like, I'm gonna move it over to like 40. And if we go ahead play, by now we can see the animation seems a little more fine. I'm gonna drag it a something like 35, and let's click on this play button once again, and 35 seems fine to me. And once you are satisfied, make sure you click on this red button so it will record your animation. So you have to, first thing you have to click on this red button, and after that drag it all of the sprite inside this animation tab, instead of firstly dragging and then recording the animation. So you have to do in that like in that way, just I have told you, so you can do it in that way. And now we're gonna create the second animation, which will be the running, and the third gonna be jumping, fourth gonna be heart, and the list just goes on. So let's create those animation. To create those, let's click over here inside animation tab, says player underscore idle, then click on this create new clip, and we have to name the animation. So this will be the running or the walking one, so I'm gonna call this one player underscore walk, just like that. And now we need to drag all of the individual sprite over to this animation tab. So the first thing we need to find out the run as sprite sheet, and we have it over here. So let's select that, and if we click on this arrow, we are able to see the individuals. If you do not, then select the sprite sheet, go to inspector, click on open sprite editor, and instead of slicing individually, so inside a sprite editor tab in the top left side you can see slice. So just select click on it, select automatic to create by cell count, and count how many columns and rows it has, like we have done with the ideal sprite sheet of this player. So we can see we have two columns and one two three four rows. So we're gonna put two columns and four rows, and after doing that, slice and then apply, and it's done. And we can choose the game view, and if we go over to that sprite sheet, click on this arrow, we can see the individual sprites. Now first thing we need to click on this red button, and after that select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it over to this animation tab. And if we go ahead play, it seems pretty much fine. So let's make spaces between these between these individual sprites. And by now if we play, we can see the animation running animation is now fine. And once we satisfied, we can click on that red button to capture the animation, or we can just leave as it is, it's automatically gonna capture the animation. Now let's create the jump one. So let's click over here and create new clip, and we're gonna call this clip to something like clear underscore jump, just like that, and then save it or hit enter. And we're gonna select the jump sprite sheet, open sprite editor, select automatic to create by cell count, then slice, apply, and we're gonna click on this red button to capture to record our animation. And let's select all of the individual sprite, drag it over to inside this animation tab, and now we're gonna make spaces between something around 35. And if we go ahead, we can notice the jump animation is now playing over again and again, and we can just click on that, and that's fine. But I'm gonna show you a fast way to make the animation. So I'm gonna toggle it my animation tab once again in the bottom, and to make the animation in a fast way, we will approach in a different way. So if we navigate to project tab assets, we can see we already created a animation folder, and also we have created this player underscore animation subfolder, and we can see all of the animation clip. We have the player underscore idle, player underscore jump, player underscore walk. So let's create the player underscore attack. So let's create them, and I'm gonna show you a fast way. So let's go over to that spreadsheet. So now I'm gonna create the heart one. So let's select the heart spreadsheet, and let's select automatic. So we have two rows, sorry, we have two columns, and two columns, two rows, then slice, apply. And to make the animation, so click on that arrow and select all of the individual sprite by holding down shift, and then drag it top of this game player game object in the hierarchy, sorry, you need to drag it top of this player game object in the hierarchy, so it will make the animation right away. And now we need to choose the folder where we want to place it, so we will go to assets, then animation, player animation subfolder, and we're gonna call this animation clip to something like player underscore, this is the heart one, so I'm gonna call it player underscore heart and then hit enter. And if we choose the animation tab and then click over here, sorry, we have done a mistake. We have done a mistake. We're gonna create the animation once again, so let's drag it top of this player game object, then assets, animation, player animation, and then heart. I'm gonna replace this one. And by now, if we, so we getting that problem. So first thing we getting, let's do it once again. I'm gonna call it heart 2, so let's drag it top of this player, assets, animation, player animation, and I'm gonna call this player underscore heart 2, then save it. And if we choose the heart 2, we can see that animation clip, and we don't have the player animation, we cannot able to notice over here. I'm gonna show you that. So now let's create the other animation clip. So I have shown you that how you can make the animation in a fast way, and now let's create other animation clip of this player, like attacking. So we have different attacks, so let's select the sprite sheet, open sprite editor, and this I'm gonna call this one, this will be the attack one. So we're gonna slice individually. We have 2 columns and 4 rows, so let's put 2 columns, 4 rows, and then slice, apply. And if we go ahead, select all of the individual by holding down shift, then drag it top of this player game object in the hierarchy, sorry, drag it this top of the top of this player game object in the hierarchy. Then we will go to assets, animation, player animation, and this animation we're gonna name it to something like player attack 1. So let's call it player underscore attack 1, just like that. And if we go to animation tab, then choose this player underscore attack 1, we can see the animation clip is now playing, which is the attack 1. And this is the fast way how you can make the animation. So basically you have to select all of the individual sprite, and then you have to drag it top of this player game object. And if you see something error just like me, then go to animation tab, player animation, we have this player. So what we can simply do, we can just drag all of the clips over here. So I'm gonna select my player, let's select all of this animation clip from that folder, not this animator controller. These are animator controllers, so we're gonna select all of them, and let's drag it this player. And if we select player, go over to animator tab, by now we can see all of the animation clip. So if you just having problem just like me, then you can just do that. We have the attack 1, and now let's create the attack 2 animation clip. And I'm gonna do it in the first way I have shown, I have shown it to you. And this will be player underscore attack 2, and then save. And let's go over to sprites folder, and then I'm gonna choose the attacks. Let's click on sprite. So we have multiple attacks. We have one over here. So we have 1 2 3 4 5. So five types of attack we have, and we can do that. And it seems like it flips to the left direction. So we're gonna create only two or only three. We have 1 2 3. So first thing, we're gonna slice individually. Let's count how many columns and rows we have. We have 1 2 3 4 4 5 6 7 columns. So let's put 7 columns, and we have 1 2 3 4 5, so 5 rows. Then slice and then apply. And now let's make the animation. So the first animation is from attack underscore 01 to attack underscore 8, I guess. Yes. So let's select them, drag it over to animation tab, and click on this play button. and we're getting a problem about the center position of this player. So we need to play around with the pivot point. So what we're gonna do, we have done the mistake over here. We didn't slice it perfectly. We need to count 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Sorry, we have eight columns, not seven. Then slice. I really apologize. Then apply, and by now it should be fine. If we click on this attack 2, we have attack 1, we have attack 2 animation clip. Now this seems perfect. And now let's create the other attacks. So from here to here, I guess 19, not 19, from here. Okay, so we have 19. So from here to here, let's, oh sorry, first thing we're gonna click inside this animation tab. Let's click over here, create new clip, and this will be the third attack. So I'm gonna call this one player underscore attack 3, attack 3. Now save it. Let's select the sprites, let's drag it animation tab, then play, and it seems way fast. So we will select just like this, and let's move it somewhere, I guess 1 second. And if we click on this play button, we can see the animation clip, but it's seems a little bit slow. So let's move it over to something like 40, and this seems cool. And we can just click on this red button. So by now we can see we have all of the animation clip. Let's drag it the animation tab over here. So I have showed that how you can create the animation clip. We have the attack 1, we have the attack 2, we have the attack 3, and the list just goes on. We have idle animation clip, and also this animator tab. We have this attack 10. We can delete this one, we don't need it. And we can just make the transition between this animation clip. And if you have more than one controller, then you can delete them. So we have inside this attack 2, and if we double click on this attack 1, so inside this attack 1, if you double click on this animator controller, we can see the inside animator tab, and we only have the player underscore heart and player underscore heart 2 animation clip. So we can remove this player 1 animator controller. So I'm gonna select that, then press down delete on your keyboard, and it says it says that do you delete selected asset. Yes, I do want to delete. Let's click on delete. And if I double click on this player, so inside this player controller, we only have the player idle, walk, and the jump animation clip. So I can just go ahead, I can delete this one as well. And we have the player 2 controller. If we double click on it, and we have all of the animation clip inside that animator controller. We have the heart, we have the idle, jump, walk, attack 2, and we have attack 1, player heart, and all of the animation clip. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. And we getting a plus icon inside this animator component. So we can just go over to overrides and then apply all. And now we just have to make the transition between this animation clip. Now we will make animation transition. Select the player in the hierarchy, go over to animator tab. We can see we have all of the animation clip. We have player heart. We can remove this player heart too that we created. We already have the player heart. That is the reason I'm gonna drag all of this animation clip in the top, so I can see, and I have all of them. So if I go ahead play my game, as soon as our game started, we can see the player underscore attack 1 animation is playing over again and again, because that is the default one as we have chosen. So we need to make the ideal one. To do that, let's get out of play mode, choose the ideal animation clip. So we have it over here, right click on it and set as layer default state and default state. So by now if we go ahead play our game, you will see right after the game start, the player idle of this player will be played. the animation clip, which is the idle one of this player. So let's take a quick look on this. And indeed, we can notice we playing the idle animation clip of this player over again and again by now. And we also need to make transition to our work. So once our player is moving left and right, then we need to play the player underscore work animation clip instead of the idle one. And once we click the left mouse button, then we just want to play attack 1, attack 2 or attack 3 animation clip, a random one. And once we jumping, then we want to make the player jump animation clip. So we need to make transition, and let's do them. So the first thing we're gonna do our player work. So let's select our player underscore idle, right click on it and make transition to player idle, and then choose the transition or the arrow, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as we start moving to the left and right, I want this player to play a work animation clip of this player immediately. I don't want to wait at all. So that is the reason I just uncheck the has exit time. And transition duration, we're gonna choose 0. And if we scroll down, we need to choose a condition, else we just gonna do the automatic transition. But I just want to choose a condition or a parameter. If we set that parameter to something, then I want to play the work animation clip of this player. To do that, inside animator tab, in the left side you will see layers and then parameters. Choose parameters and then click on this plus icon, and you can choose a condition or a parameter. So I'm going to choose a float parameter, and we can call this one run or speed. Let's call it run, and we will choose this parameter. To do that, click on this plus icon in underneath condition and choose if run is greater than a smaller number. So you can check with 0.1, you can check with 0.2 as well, a smaller number. I'm gonna check with 0.1. So if this condition is true, let's suppose if we set this run parameter to 1, so 1 will be greater than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that is the reason the work animation clip of this player will be played right away, because the condition we're gonna put will be true. And I'm gonna show you. So let's do it manually, and I will set the parameter manually to 1, and 1 we do know it's gonna be greater than 0.1. If we set this parameter run parameter to 1, run will be sorry, and then 1 will be greater than 0.1. So the condition getting true, it should play the work animation clip because we just made the transition. So it's playing the idle. If I set the run parameter to 1 by now, we can notice this player by now it's playing the run animation clip over again and again, because if we set this run is 1, so over here if we take a quick look in the inspector, run becoming 1, so 1 is greater than 0.1. So the condition getting true, that is the reason it's playing the work animation clip. But if we set back this run back to 0, it's not playing the idle at all, because we also need to make transition back to our idle. Let's get out of play mode, let's right click on it, let's make back transition to idle, let's choose the transition. I'm gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and now we're gonna choose a different condition. Basically we will choose the same condition but with different, but we're gonna change it. Instead of checking with greater, by now we're gonna check with lesser. So click on this plus icon, and now we're gonna choose if run is lesser than a smaller number. So I'm gonna check with 0.1. Let's suppose if we set this run parameter to 0, so 0 will be lesser than 0.1, and we do know that 0 is lesser than 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. So that is the reason by now it should play the player idle. And let's check this out as well, and we're gonna set it through we're gonna set it manually inside this animator tab. So let's take a quick look on this. So the first thing, if I set this run parameter to 1, we can notice it's playing the running. And if I set back run parameter to 0, immediately it's playing the idle animation clip, because if we set this run to 0, so run over here getting 0, and 0 is lesser than 0.1, and the condition is totally true. So that is the reason it's playing the idle by now. If I set back 1 to once again to 1, run parameter to 1, it's becoming it's playing the run. If we set back to 0, it's playing the idle, and it's just doing that thing. So we're gonna set it through our code. For now we're doing it manually, but we have to set it through our code. Let's get out of play mode, and now we're gonna make the transition to our player jump, and we're gonna do it from any transition. Let's suppose this player is running left and right, or just standing on one point. As soon as we're gonna press down space key on our keyboard, we want to play immediately the jump animation clip of this player, no matter what this player is really doing. So that's why we're gonna make the transition from this any state of this player. So let's select the any state, right click on it, make transition to player jump, and choose the transition. And we will leave, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and we have to choose a condition. So we're gonna choose a bool condition for our jump. To do that, let's click on this plus icon inside animator, then bool, and we're gonna call it something like jump, jump, just like that. So this is a bool parameter which can be true or false. So let's choose that condition. So we will choose that if jump is true. If that is the case, that if we set it through manually, basically if we check this jump manually as checked, means if we set it to true, then it should play the jump animation clip of this player. But we will stuck forever inside this jump animation clip, because we also need to make transition from this jump to player walk or player idle, depending upon what this player is really doing. So let's right click on this player jump, let's make transition to player walk, as well as we're gonna make transition to our player idle. And let's choose the back transition, and we will go over to inspector. Let's uncheck the has exit time, because as soon as this player just gonna collide with this ground, I just want to play the walk animation clip right away. I don't want to wait like that. So that's why I just uncheck the has exit time. I just want to play the walk animation clip of this player right away, as soon as this player land top of this ground and it's just running. And I'm gonna do the same thing for my player idle. But before I do, I'm gonna choose the condition. So the first condition, we need to set this jump parameter to false. So first thing, I'm gonna choose the transition duration to 0, and let's choose two condition. So the first condition, I'm gonna choose if jump is false, means if we set it to uncheck, it will do. And the second condition is, since we are running, so we can choose the run parameter, and we can choose run is greater than with a smaller number. So we're gonna check with 0.1. So let's check with 0.1. And if we go ahead, and also first thing, also make sure you choose the this from player jump to idle. Let's go to we're gonna uncheck has exit time, transition duration to 0. Let's click plus icon, and we're gonna choose if jump parameter is false, means unchecked. If we uncheck, or basically just leave it like this, it's mean false. And the second condition, we can choose run is lesser than 0.1, but we don't have to choose that. We do have to choose that from jump to our player work, because in that situation this player is running. So that is the reason this player just need to play the run animation clip or the work one. And we're gonna go ahead and we will play our game, and we will try to set this jump parameter manually to true as a checked or true. And I'm gonna show you. So first thing, if I set this jump parameter to true or checked, we can notice we playing the jump animation clip, but we are stuck inside this jump animation clip. But if we uncheck, or we just set it to false, we can notice this player is now playing the idle animation clip. And if I set this run parameter to 1, now it's running. And now if I set this jump parameter check means true, we can notice it's playing the jump. And if I uncheck the jump parameter, means if we set this jump parameter to false, we can notice it's now playing the run animation clip or the work one. Because if we choose the back transition, we have chosen the condition. So the first condition we have chosen if jump is false, and the second condition we have chosen if run parameter is 0.1. If we set it back to 0, and now it's just playing the idle. And we playing the jump animation clip because of we just setting that jump parameter to true or checked. If I set this because we have chosen that condition. If we choose the condition from this any state our player jump, then go over to inspector, we can see we have chosen that condition. If I choose check this jump parameter, if I just set it to true or check, we can notice it's playing the jump animation clip. But as soon as we uncheck or set it to false, it's now playing the idle because this player is not moving at all and the run parameter is 0. So that is the reason. But let's suppose the run parameter is 1, and if we set this jump parameter to true or check, we can see it's playing the jump. And if we uncheck, and as soon as we uncheck, it's now playing the run animation clip. Why? Because the run parameter is 1. And if we choose the transition from our jump to walk or run, we can see we have chosen the condition in the inspector. We can see, so we also need to make transition to our attack 1, attack 2 and the attack 3, and also the heart we need to make. And I'm gonna get out of play mode. Now we will make the transition from jump to from this jump, walk and idle to our attack 1, attack 3 and attack 2. So let's make transition, and we only gonna make the transition if the player is standing. Let's suppose the player is walking or just jumping. We don't want to play the attack animation at all. If the player is standing at one point, then we want to play the attack animation. So that is the reason we only gonna make the transition from this player idle, not from this player walk or player jump or from this any state. So let's do that. So we're gonna do that. Let's make the transition. We have the attack one over here, just like over here. So let's make the transition. So let's right click on this idle. Let's make transition to attack. Attack, we're gonna make transition to our attack 2. We're gonna make transition to our attack 3. And for this, what we will do, we're gonna choose a parameter for this, and we will choose three parameters. We will create three parameters for each of these state animation, for each of this animation, and that will be trigger. So let's click on this plus icon and we will choose a trigger parameter, and we will call it something like attack 1, just like that. And now we're gonna choose the transition from this idle to our attack 1. Then go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the hash exit time, transition duration to 0, and let's choose that condition which we created, which is attack 1. So let's click on this plus icon and we will choose this attack 1. So if we go ahead, play our game, and now if we go ahead and try to trigger this attack parameter manually, we can notice that it's playing the attack 2 and the attack 3, because of we just made the transition and we haven't chosen any condition at all. For now, I'm gonna delete the transition between them, and let's play our game once again. And basically we didn't choose any condition, so that is the reason it's just making the transition between this attack 2 and attack 3 from this idle automatically. And by now it should not, and indeed it's not doing. And if we try to trigger this attack parameter, attack 1 parameter, manually, if I trigger that, we can notice attack 1 animation is now playing over again and again, you can see. And I don't want this animation clip to play over again and again, so we need to uncheck the loop time. To do that, just go over to your animation folder, basically where you just place it all of the animation. So in my case, I did inside my player underscore animation folder, as you can see. And let's find out the attack 1. So we have attack 1 animation clip over here. So we will uncheck the loop time, as well as we're gonna do the same thing for attack 2, attack 3, and I'm gonna do the same thing for player heart animation. So let's find out, and we have to uncheck the loop time, and now I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition. So we'll also need to make the back transition from this player attack 1 to player idle, player walk or player jump. So let's make the transition, or we will stack forever in attack 1 animation clip. So let's make transition to our idle, and we're gonna do the same. We're gonna make the transition to walk as well as jump. Why are we doing this? Because let's suppose the player is playing the attack animation clip, and immediately if we press down a D key, then this player just gonna move right away. So in this situation we need to play the a work animation clip of this player. So that's why we just making the transition from this player attack 1 to player jump, player walk, and player idle. So now we're gonna choose the back transition from this player walk, from this attack 1 to our player idle. Then go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave it as exit time as check, because I want to play the animation clip of my attack 1, and after that I just want to make the transition to my player idle animation clip. And exit time I'm gonna choose 1 basically means 100%. So we will play 100% animation clip of attack 1, and after that we just want to move over to idle animation clip of this player. So that's why we just leave it this has exit time as take. And now I'm gonna choose transition duration to 0. We can choose a condition for it, or if we just leave it like this, then it's automatically just gonna move over to idle animation clip of this player once our attack 1 animation clip played 100%. So after that it's gonna do that. And now we're gonna do the transition from our attack 1 to work. Let's go over to inspector, and we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, because I just want to play right away work animation clip of this player. If the player is moving, let's suppose the player is playing the attack animation clip, and instantly we just moving left and right, then direct immediately I just want to play the work animation clip of this player. So that is the reason we just uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0. And if we scroll down, we're gonna choose a condition for this. So let's click on this plus icon, and we will choose that if run parameter is greater than a smaller number. So we're gonna check with 0.1, and we do know that once we set this run parameter to something like 1, it's gonna play the work animation clip of this player. And let's do the transition to our attack 1 to this player jump. Let's choose the transition. We're gonna uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0. Let's click on this plus icon. So we're making jump. So in this situation, we're gonna choose the jump condition. So if jump parameter is true, if that is the case, then we will play the jump animation clip right away after this attack 1. We're gonna immediately play the jump animation clip of this player. So that is the reason we just uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, and we have chosen that condition if jump parameter is true. Now try to set this parameter manually. If we try to trigger this attack 1 parameter manually, we can notice it's played the attack 1 animation completely, and after playing it's just move it over to our idle animation clip. If I set this run parameter to 1 manually and then try to trigger this attack 1 parameter, we cannot able to play the attack 1 animation clip because it's running. That is the reason. So I'm gonna set back to 0. But if we try to trigger this, we can see it's playing the attack 1 animation clip 100%, and after that it's playing the idle because it's standing at 1 point. And this player will only able to play that animation clip if it's standing. If it's moving left and right, then it's not gonna able to do that. And let's do the same thing from to attack 2. Let's get out of play mode, and for this attack 2 we're gonna choose another condition and that will be trigger as like attack 1. So let's click on this plus icon 2 times for our attack 2 and attack 3. So let's call this one attack 2, and let's call this one attack 3, just like that. And we will follow the same process. So let's make transition from this idle to our attack 2. Let's choose the transition and check the has exit time, transition duration to 0. And now we're gonna choose the attack 2 condition. If we trigger the attack 2, and now we're gonna make the back transition to idle, and we will leave the has exit time as checked, exit time to 1, transition duration to 0. And we can choose the condition or we can choose this if run is lesser than 0.1. We can choose this condition, or we can just remove it. If we remove it, we do know it's automatically just gonna make the transition, or we can simply choose the condition as well. It doesn't matter at all, but we have to do when we making transition from this attack to our walk and jump. So let's make transition to attack, a walk and a jump, and let's choose the back transition and check the has exit time transition duration to 0. So we're making to our walk or run, so we will choose if run is greater than 0.1, a smaller number. And now we're gonna do for our jump. So we will check if jump parameter is true. If that is the case, then it's gonna make the transition. And now we're gonna do the same thing for this attack 3. So let's make transition to attack 3, back transition. Let's choose the transition and check the has exit time 0, and we will choose if attack 3 parameter, trigger parameter. If we trigger it, then it's gonna play the attack 3 animation clip. And once we making transition back to idle, we're gonna leave the has exit time as check. Exit time to 1 means 100%, 0 transition duration, and we will choose if run is greater than lesser than 0.1. We can choose this condition, or we can just remove it, it doesn't matter. And let's make transition to our walk, and then we're gonna make transition to player jump, just like this. It's already seems spider web, just like that. I really apologize for this. So let's choose the transition to our attack 3 walk and check the has exit time transition duration to 0, and we will choose if run parameter, if run is greater than 0.1, a smaller number, and a smaller number. And let's choose the transition to our jump. Let's uncheck the has exit time transition duration to 0, and we will choose if jump parameter is true. And now we just made the transition. I'm gonna clear my all of the messages. It's already seems spider wavy, just like that. I really apologize. So let's go ahead and we're gonna play, and we will try to manually trigger this attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3 parameter in order to witness if it's playing the attack 1, attack 2 or attack 3 animation clip or not of this player. So let's check them out. If I try to attack 3 animation clip, we can notice it's playing the attack 3 animation clip. If we try to attack 2, then it's playing the attack 2 animation clip, and then attack 1. So we have to do it through our code instead of doing it manually inside animator tab. But we also need to make one transition, which is the hard one. So we will get out of play mode. So we need to make the hard transition, and we have to we're gonna make it idle. Let's suppose the player is walking, then I don't want to play the hard animation clip of this player, and even if this player is jumping. So that is the reason we're gonna make the transition only from this idle. If the player is standing or standing or attacking, we can just do that. Attacking on our enemy, just like that, we can just play that animation clip. So we can make the transition from this idle, from attack to attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3. We can do that. So let's do that, and let's create another trigger parameter for this. So let's click on this plus icon, let's choose a trigger parameter, and I'm gonna call this one heart. You can name it damage as well. Let's call it heart instead. And let's right click, and let's make the transition from idle to our heart. Let's choose the transition. We're gonna uncheck the has exit time transition duration to 0, and let's choose that condition if we trigger the heart parameter. And now we also need to make the back transition. So let's make the back transition. Let's choose, and we will leave the has exit time as check and exit time to 1, transition duration to 0. We can choose a condition that is run lesser than 0.1, or we can just leave it as it is. So it's gonna make the transition automatically if we remove it. and we can make the transition from our attack to attack 1 and attack 3 as well. So we can do that. So let's make transition to our heart from this attack through attack 3. Let's suppose this player is playing the attack animation clip, and if it takes damage from our enemy, then I want to play the heart animation clip of this player. So that's why we're just making the transition from attacks or animation clip of this player to our player heart animation clip of this player. And let's make the transition. So sorry, we're gonna choose the transition. Let's go to has exit time. We're gonna uncheck it, transition duration to 0, and we will choose if we trigger the heart. And we're gonna do the same thing from our attack to. Let's choose the transition, uncheck the has exit time 0, and we can choose if we choose the hard trigger. And we're gonna do the same thing from our attack 1 of this player. Let's choose the transition, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, and then let's choose if hard. If we choose if hard parameter we trigger, and I'm gonna clear my all of the previous messages. Now it seems it seems way complicated by now. I hope you get the idea that how you can make the transition between this animation clip, and we can just do in this way, and it's already seems way, and that's it. And now if we go ahead play our game and try to trigger this or set this parameter inside animator tab, it's gonna do that thing for us. Basically it will play which parameter we just want to set or we just want to trigger. If we trigger the heart parameter by now, we can notice this player is playing by now heart animation clip, and once it's played 100%, it's just playing the idle because the player just standing at one point. And if we try to trigger this attack 3 parameter, we can see we playing the attack 3 animation clip. And if we try to trigger attack 2, then it's playing the attack 2 attack 1 animation clip. And we can set this jump parameter to true, and if we set it to uncheck means false, we can see it's playing the idle. And if we set a run parameter to 1, it's playing the running. If we set back to 0, it's playing the idle. So instead of doing it manually inside this animator tab, we need to do it inside our code depending upon what this player is doing. If it's just moving left and right, it means we need to set this run parameter to 1, and so on. The list just goes on. We need to set it through our code, and we have to do that. Let's go to our script and we're gonna make the transition through our code. So before we make the transition through our code, if we notice, we can see a animator component added once we created animation clip of this player. We can see this animator component, and this animator component is responsible for our playing the animation clip of this player. So we need a reference to this animator component so we can make a transition between this animation clip you can see, and we can set this parameter through our code. So we need a reference to this animator component, and to grab the reference we will open up our script, and we will use the same procedure just like we have done with our rigid body. So we're gonna do the same thing. So let's grab the reference first. So we're gonna make a public, let's make a public, and the component that we're looking for is a animator, and we're gonna call it something like animator, and we can save our script, and we have to grab the reference there just like the rigid body 2D. Now let's take our animator and let's drag it over to this animator field. So now we can see we have the reference by now, but I just want to keep my this player script clean. To keep it clean, I just want to hide this animator. Instead of grabbing over here underneath our player script, we're gonna do it through our code. How we can do that? To do that, first thing we will go over to our script, and we're gonna mark this parameter as private. And we do know that if we mark this as private, we're not gonna able to see underneath our player script over here. However, we need the reference. To get that, what we have to do, we're going to use this start function, because this start function get called at the beginning of our game. And to grab the reference, what we're going to do, we're going to set our animator, basically the component, and we're going to set this dot game object, and this dot game object basically referencing itself the player. And then we have to use this dot get component, and then we have to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the component that we're looking for. So since we're looking for animator, so we're gonna put animator there, then make this first bracket, and that's it you have to do. So this dot game object over here referencing this player game object itself, and the player is script sitting on this player game object. So the this dot game object means the player game object, and we using this dot get component to get the component, and the component that we're looking for is animator. So now we have the animator component. Basically we taking this animator component and we putting this animator component inside this animator variable that we created over here, you can see. So even though if we just save our script, we have the reference. Basically we just taking this animator component of this player and we putting it inside this animator variable that we created over here in the top. And this dot game object referencing itself the player game object, and we have to use this to get the component which is animator. Now we can see we have the animator component and we putting inside this animator variable, or we just setting the animator variable equal to this dot game object, basically the animator component. Now we can save our script and it's not gonna give any error, and we can just access the name of the animator name or just like that. And now we have the animator component reference of this player, and we are ready to make the transition. To do that, let's go to our update function, and over here in the bottom, or we can do it anywhere we like, we're gonna make the transition. Basically we just want to set that run parameter that we created inside our animator tab to 1 depending upon if the player is moving or not. So for that we're gonna use the if condition. Let's make first bracket, some curly brackets, and we will check over here if movement. So we will use this movement parameter to just make the transition of this player. So we just want to set this run parameter to 1, and we do know that once we're gonna set it to 1, it's gonna play the run animation clip of this player or the walk 1. So if we will use this movement parameter, and we will check if this movement parameter is greater than 0f. 0f means the movement is 1, means our player is moving left and right. So in this situation what we have to do, we need to set this run parameter to 0, and we have the animator component reference. So we can simply move over to our animator component, and we're gonna use this set float function, and we have then make this first bracket. Why we use this set float function? Because this run parameter that we created is a float parameter, we can see. So that is the reason we have to use this set float function, and as a this function as a first argument inside quotation, it's gonna take the parameter name inside quotation. So make sure you just spell it correct, which is in our case run. And the second thing, we have to set the value. So if we set it to 1 or 1f, we do know it's gonna play the run animation clip. Let's suppose the player is moving left direction, and still we need to play the run animation clip. So the movement over if we're moving to the left direction, then this movement over here will be -1, and -1 is not greater than 0, it's lesser than 0. So we need to convert that -1 into +1, because if we're moving to the left direction, then we're moving, it means we need to play the run animation clip of this player, but the movement parameter will be -1, and -1 is not greater than 0f, it's basically lesser than 0f. So we need to convert that -1 into a +1. So how we can convert that? For that we need to use a function called mathf dot apps absolute, you can say, and then make this first bracket, and inside this bracket you just have to put your movement. So we're gonna put it the movement over here, and now this minus 1, this mathf dot f, it's gonna convert minus 1 into a plus 1, and now it's becoming 1, and 1 is greater than 0 f. So the condition over here getting true. Then what we're doing, we're just going over to this animator component, and then we're using set float function in order to set this run parameter to 1. And we do know that once we're gonna set it to 1, then this player just gonna play the run animation clip. And now we need to save our script, and let's go over to Unity editor. We can check with 0.1 as well over here. We can put 0.1 because if we choose the transition from this idle to our player, we can see that we have chosen a smaller number, which is 0.1. So we can check with 0.1 over here instead of 0. You can check with 0 as well, it doesn't matter, but I guess putting 0.1 gonna be fine. So I'm gonna put 0.1 as we have chosen the condition there. So that is the reason. If we try to move left and right, by now we can see we playing the running animation clip, but we are stuck forever inside this running animation clip because we also need to set back this run parameter to 0, and once we set back we can see it's playing the idle. So when we need to do it, once this player is not moving at all, so we will go to our script, and over here else if we're gonna check, so let's use the movement parameter once again to check if our player is moving or not. So we will check that if movement is lesser than with a smaller number, so I'm going to check with 0.1 as we have chosen there. So if the movement is lesser than 0.1, and we do know that if the player is not moving left and right, then this movement over here will be 0. So this one over here will be 0, and 0 is basically lesser than this 0.1. So the condition over here getting true. It means the player just standing 1 point. So we need to set the run parameter to 0. To do that, let's go to animator component, and we're gonna use the set float function once again. And as a first argument, we need to pass our parameter name, which is run, and make sure you just do that. And the second thing, we need to set the value, and you have to spell it correct with the parameter name. So just go and check out inside your animator tab. So as a second argument, we're gonna put 0f, and we do know once we set our run to 0, it's gonna play the idle. And now that's it we have to do. If we try to move left and right, we can see we playing running animation clip, but if we stops moving, immediately we just playing the idle, because once we stop moving, we just setting this run back to 0, and we can indeed see. And now what we have to do, we need to play the jump animation clip by now. It means that we need to set this jump parameter to true, basically through our code. Let's do it, and let's go over to our script, and we're gonna move over to that function where we're making jump. But before I do, I just want to keep my update function clean. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a separate function for playing my run and idle animation clip player. So let's make a function, and we're gonna put it all of this line of code there to keep our project clean. So we're gonna make a void for a custom function, and we're gonna call it play run animation, run and idle animation, or let's call it play, uh, let's call it play run, run and, sorry, we cannot use this, play run idle, sorry, play run idle animation, just like that. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and let's take this line of code by control X, and we're gonna paste it inside over here by control V. And now we just done that thing, and we have to make sure, and we always have to remember that we need to call out this function inside this update, or else this line of code will not be executed at all, means our animation clip will not play at all. So let's call out this function, play run idle animation over here, play run idle animation, and now this line of code just gonna do that thing. And so we calling out inside this update function, so this line of code over here will be execute every single frame. It means it's gonna play the run or idle depending upon what player is really doing. And now let's go over to our jump function where we're making jump. So we're making it over here, and we just making adding the velocity. So we also need to play that animation clip. So to play that, we will go to animator component, and we're gonna use the set bool function. Why we using this set bool function? Because that jump parameter is a bool parameter we can see. So that's why we have to use this set bool. And this set bool function, as a first argument, it will take the parameter name inside quotation, which is jump, and the second thing, it's gonna take the value. So we're gonna set it to true, and we do know once we set it to true or check, it will play the jump animation clip. And let's see that if we try to press down space key, we can see we playing the jump, but the thing is that we stuck forever inside this jump animation clip. So what we need to do, we also need to set back this jump parameter to false, means uncheck, so we can see it's navigate to our ideal animation clip of this player. So let's make back transition. So we basically we need to set this jump parameter to false, and when we shoot once, this player just gonna collide with its ground. So let's go over to that function where we colliding with our ground, and we colliding with ground over here, we can see. And we're gonna use another function for that, and we will use a on collision inter 2d on collision inter 2d. Basically that function get called when we collide with something, so we need to include that function, and that function is a inbuilt function of Unity. So we're gonna use that. Let's do it over here. So we have to use this on collision inter 2d, and make sure you just type as I did over here, else it's not gonna get called, and you can just remove the private, because this is a inbuilt function of Unity, and this function get called when we collide with something. Let's suppose the player collide with this ground, then this function over here just gonna get called. So what we want to do, we just want to set the parameter which is jump parameter to false, and we can extract information by what we colliding by going by taking this collision parameter inside bracket, we can see. So we can use this to extract information about what we collided with. So before we collide, I just want to tag this ground as a ground tag. To do that, select your game object, in my case ground, go over to inspector, click on untag, then add tag, and create a new tag for your ground. Click on plus icon, and you can name the tag whatever you want. I'm gonna call it something like ground, and then make sure you select your ground once again and assign with the tag which you recently created. Means just click on that untag once again and choose the tag you recently created. Now you can see I assign it this ground as a ground tag. And now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna move over to my this line of code, and over here I'm gonna check. So let's use the if condition and first bracket and some curly brackets, and we can extract information about what we collided with. So I'm going to use this collision dot game object. Collision dot game object means the game object our player collided with. So the player definitely gonna collide with this ground. So collision dot game object there basically means this ground game object. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna access the tag of it. So dot tag, and we will check. So let's use this double equal sign, and we will check if the tag is equals to our ground, and make sure you do inside this quotation. And we definitely know that we assigned it this ground as a ground tag, we can see in the inspector, means we colliding with that ground. So in this situation what we have to do, we need to set the jump parameter to false of this player. So for that we will go to animator component of our player, and let's use the set bool function. As so let's put our parameter, so is a jump, and the second thing we're gonna set the value, so we will set it to false. It means uncheck, means we just going we're gonna play the idle or run depending upon what our player is doing. So let's get over to Unity editor. If we go ahead play our game, we're gonna see as soon as this player game object just gonna collide with this ground, it's gonna play the run or idle depending upon what player is doing after making the first jump. So let's take a quick look on this. I'm gonna press down space key on my keyboard. We can see we playing the jump animation clip, but as soon as we collide with our ground, we can notice we just playing the run or idle depending upon what a player is doing. If the player is running and immediately if we press down space key, we can see it's playing the jump, but as soon as it's colliding with our ground, we can notice it's playing the run animation clip because the player is moving. And if the player is not moving at all, we can see player is now playing the idle animation clip. And we can see that we should play the 100% animation clip of our jump. To do that, we will go to our project app, assets, animation player, animation folder, and let's find out the jump animation clip from here. So we have it over here. We have the loop time. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna see the transition back to our from this jump to our walk or this idle. So we're gonna choose the transition, go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has exit time as checked. And now if we go ahead play our game, it should be fine. If it's not, we need to play around. So you can just play around with the has exit time. If you getting some weird animation at and the jump animation is not playing 100% after making the jump, then you can just play around with that. And we can see we getting a bit weird, because what we have to do, we're gonna uncheck the has exit time, and we're gonna see the transition from this any state to our jump. So let's select that, then go over to inspector, and we're gonna leave the has exit time as state. And by now if we play our game, it should be fine. If it's not, we have to play. And this will be just little bit tasks if we get some weird. So I'm gonna leave it to you, just play around with it and you're gonna get that. So let's see. And indeed we can notice the jump animation is now playing perfectly. And after playing the jump animation clip, as soon as our player touches the ground, we can see our player is now playing the jump running animation clip since it's running. If it's not running at all, we can see it's playing the idle. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna uncheck the loop time, of this jump animation clip of this player. So let's select our jump animation clip, and we're gonna uncheck the loop time, and it should be fine. And that's all we have to do it over here. And we're gonna click on go over to overrides and then play apply all. And we're gonna save our project. And we do know that how we can save our project. We simply need to press down Ctrl plus S to save our project. Let's make transition to our attack and heart. So we want to play random animation clip. So we need to pick a random one and we just need to trigger that. But before I do that, I'm just gonna check with my first attack. So let's go over to script, and for that I'm gonna make a I'm gonna just gonna check for some input. So let's go get over to this update function, and over here let's use the if condition. And I'm gonna check that if input. So we're gonna check if input dot get mouse button down, and make this first bracket. And inside this bracket if you put 0, it basically means that if input dot get mouse button 0 means that you clicking the left mouse button. And if you put 1 instead of 0, then it's gonna check with right mouse button. So since I want to check with my left mouse button, so I'm gonna just gonna check, I'm gonna leave it with 0. So let's make a attack function, basically to play attack animation. I'm gonna make a separate function for that. So let's make a void, and we can call this one play attack animation. Just like that we're gonna call it. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And we do know that we already have this animator component reference. We can see we have it, we already have it. So what we're gonna do, we simply need to move over to this animator component, and by this animator component we're gonna trigger that parameter. So let's go over to script once again, and we will get over to this play attack animation function. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to our animator component, and let's use dot set trigger function. We're using this set trigger function because that is a trigger parameter. And inside brackets, when inside brackets quotation, inside quotation, we need to pass the parameter name. So the parameter name I'm going to check with first attack 1. So I'm going to put attack 1, and then close that up with semicolon. So we just need to call this function by now, and this function just gonna play that animation clip. Basically we just triggering the attack one, as you can see. So we need to call it. When I just want to call it, I'm just gonna call it once. I'm gonna click the left mouse button and we checking it over here, you can see. So if input dot get mouse button down 0 means clicking the left mouse button. So let's call out the play attack animation function, and this function basically doing the rest thing. It's basically triggering that attack one parameter, and we do know that if we trigger that this attack one parameter, then this player game object just gonna play that animation clip, which is the attack one. And now let's get over to Unity editor. If I click the left mouse button, you can notice we playing the attack one animation clip over again and again, but I want to play a random one. So we also need to trigger this attack 3 parameter as well through our code. So let's get out of play mode and we're gonna go over to our script. So instead of just playing the attack 1, we also want to play the attack 2 and attack 3. For that we're gonna use a function called random.range. So we have to use this function. It's called random.range, and this function over here as a first argument, it's gonna take the minimum inclusive. So we will start from 0 and it's gonna take the maximum inclusive. So how many animation we have of attack? We have 1 2 3. So as a third argument we can simply put 3. And now this random dot range function right over here, it's gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3, except for 3. It's gonna pick up sometimes it's gonna pick up 0, sometimes it's gonna pick up 1 and 2, but it's not gonna pick up these 3. So it's gonna pick up a random number between 0 and 3, except for these 3. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna store it a integer variable. So let's come at the top of our class and let's make a variable for that, and it doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead, and that will be in like whole number 0 1 2 3 4, and we have to name it. So let's call it something like index, so attack index. So let's call it attack index, just like that, and we will use this parameter to just play random animation clip. And now we're gonna store the result, whatever this random dot range function picks up, we're gonna store it inside this attack index function, attack index variable. Let's assume this random dot range function pick up 1. So this attack index will be 1 because we directly setting it. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's use if condition and we're gonna make first bracket. Let's suppose if our attack index equals to 0, let's if it's pick up 0, then I want to play the first animation clip. So I'm gonna put this line of code over here, and let's suppose a random dot range function not picking up 0, it's picking up else like 1. So else if we will check if our if attack index is equals to 1. So in that moment I just want to play the attack to animation clip, so we need to trigger that parameter. So let's go over to our animator component and let's use the set trigger function once again, and now we're going to trigger the attack to parameter. So let's put attack 2, and let's suppose a random dot range function over here, it's not picking up 0, also or not picking up 1, it's picking up 2. Then in that moment what I really want to do, I just want to play the third animation clip. So else if our random dot range function it's not picking up 0, either 1, then we just gonna play the third animation clip. It's definitely gonna pick up 2. So in this situation I just want to play the third animation clip. So let's go to animator, set trigger function, and we're gonna trigger our attack 3 parameter. And now let's close that up with semicolon, but it can be random. Let's assume that this random dot range function pickups 2. So this attack index will be 2, and over here we're checking if attack index is equals to 0. So the condition over here getting false, as well as getting false over here as well, but it's 2. So else if it's not 0, 1, then it's 2, then what we doing? So else we just playing the third animation clip, as you can see, basically triggering that third parameter. So we just using this random dot range function, and whatever we getting it, we storing inside this attack index. And let's assume attack index, this random dot range function pick up 0, so this attack index will be 0. So in the first statement, if statement, we checking if the attack index is 0 and we assume it 0, so the first animation clip will be played because we triggering the first parameter we can see. And that's it we have to do. If we click the left mouse button, we can notice we playing attack 1 animation clip, and sometimes we playing the attack 2 and attack 3, we can notice. And because we just randomly triggering those attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3 parameter, you can see. And now one thing we have to do is that we need to play the heart animation clip of this player. Let's do that quickly. For now we're not taking any damages and we don't have any enemy at all in front of this player, so we're gonna check with some input, and we will check with right mouse button for now, and later on we're gonna change that. So let's get over to this update function, and in the bottom I'm gonna do that. So let's use the if condition for getting inputs, and we will check that let's use this input dot get mouse button down. So I'm gonna use this dot get mouse button down, and now I'm gonna check with right mouse button. So I'm gonna put it 1, means that if we clicking the right mouse button, so we just want to damage our player. And in order to damage, let's go to animator component, and we're gonna trigger that parameter, which is let's use the set trigger function to trigger that parameter. Say trigger that parameter, really sorry. And now we have to put the parameter name, which is in our case heart, and let's save it. If we go ahead, click the right mouse button, we can notice we playing the heart animation clip of this player. But I also want to print out a message, because later on I just want to change with enemy. If we taking damages from our enemy, then I want to play that animation clip. So that is the reason I'm just gonna print out a message as well. So after playing the animation clip, I'm gonna say debug.log for printing out message, and we will say change later while take change later while when take damage, change later when player takes damage, just like that. And also I'm gonna say to do, so this we have to do, let's set equal to this, let's set just like this, and that's it we can do for now. And later on we have to remember that we just change with our when we gonna take damage from our enemy game object. Let's create our first enemy. So first thing, I'm gonna duplicate this crown. So let's select the crown in the hierarchy, and we will press down Ctrl D to duplicate. And let's select the move tool in the scene view, and we're gonna move it somewhere around here, just like this, I guess. And if we want to make the zoom out, let's select the main camera, then camera component, just wait, camera component, I'm gonna make the size, let's make it something around we're gonna make it something around 8 for zooming out a little bit. And I guess this is fine. Let's drag it to the right direction a little bit, just like this. And we are ready to make our enemy. So the first thing, we need to import enemy sprite inside our project app. So I will head over to my assets folder, sprites folder, and you can see that I have created a folder called enemies underscore sprites subfolder inside this sprites folder. And I'm gonna create another subfolder inside this folder to keep my project clean. For first enemy, I'm gonna make enemy 1 sprites, just like that. If I have second enemy, then I can make it something like enemy 2 sprites, and the list just goes on. So I'm gonna create another subfolder. So let's right click, create folder, and I'm gonna call this one enemy 1 underscore sprites, just like that. And now we're gonna drag the sprite sheet over here, and I already downloaded, so I'm gonna drag it inside that folder, and just wait few seconds. and we need to slice it individually. So let's select the sprite sheet and let's go over to inspector. It's taking a few seconds since my laptop is way slow. So let's click on this open sprite editor, and we can see. So now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make the pixel per unit. Let's make it something around 16. Filter mode to point of filter to remove blurry, and then apply, and we will slice grid by cell count. So let's click on the slice in the top left side inside this sprite editor tab. Let's click on it, and we will choose grid by cell count. We just need to wait. So we're gonna choose grid by cell count, and we have to count how many columns and rows we have inside this spreadsheet. So let's click on slice automatic to grid by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. So we're gonna put 12 columns. Let's put 12 columns, and let's count the rows. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 8 9 10 11 12. So we have 12 columns and 12 rows. Then slice and then apply, and let's select the game view once again, and let's go over to that spreadsheet. Let's click on this arrow, and we can select the first one. Let's drag it into the scene view, or into hierarchy you can drag it. So you can see our you can see enemy sprite. So the first thing, I just want to flip in the left direction. To do that, we can just set the scale in the x minus 1, so it will flip to the left side. But instead of doing this, we're gonna do, I'm gonna set back to 1 first. We basically need to go over to this sprite renderer, then flip. We're gonna check this x because we want to flip horizontally. So instead of doing -1 in the scale, basically -1 in the x scale, just flip through sprite renderer component. Go over to sprite renderer, then flip and check the x1, so it will flip horizontally, you can see. And I'm gonna rename this game object to something like enemy1. This is our first enemy, so I'm gonna call it enemy1, and let's add some component. So let's do that. Let's click on add component, and we will add a rigid body 2D, and I will make the gravity scale to something like 3, collision detection to continuous, interpolate to interpolate for making out smooth, and we will freeze the rotation about Z axis. And now we just done that thing, and let's add a box collider 2D as well, and we're gonna adjust the collider as the size of our enemy sprite, just like this, you can see. And you can see, so we're gonna make it something around just like this. And if we take our enemy, let's move it somewhere around here, and if we go ahead play our game, as soon as our game started, this enemy just gets fall down. If I drag away in the Y, you will notice it's getting fall down and it's landing top of our ground, because we added the rigid body 2D and the box collider 2D component. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna make the animation of this enemy. So let's make the animation. I don't want this enemy just gonna be the patrol one, so I'm gonna skip the idle animation clip of this enemy. I don't need that. Instead, I'm gonna we do need, but we're gonna talk about it later. So we can, for now, we can create the animation, and we do know that how we can make the animation right away. So first thing, I'm gonna select my sprite sheet. Let's click on this open sprite editor, and we have to count how many sprites we have for idle animation. So we have 6. So we have 6 sprite, so we're gonna choose our 6 sprite, and let's drag it top of this enemy one in the hierarchy, so it will make the animation right away. And we will go to top left, sprites, then assets, and we have the animation folder. So let's open that up, and we will create another subfolder for our enemies animation. So let's right click, new folder, and we're gonna call this enemies underscore animation, sorry, animation, just like this. And let's open up this subfolder by double clicking on it, and we're gonna create so this is our first enemy, so I'm gonna create another subfolder for this enemy. So let's right click new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like anime1 underscore animation, just like this. And now we're gonna open up this subfolder as well. So we're creating subfolder to just keep our project clean, and that is the only reason. And we have to name the animation. So this since this is going to be the ideal one, so we're gonna name it to something like anime1 underscore ideal, just like that. Now we just done the animation, and we're gonna take a quick look on this. Let's choose the game view animation tab. Just wait few seconds. So let's choose the animation tab. I don't know what's happening. I really apologize. So if you see something just like this, you can just close this tab. Basically you have to uncheck this and maximize, and now it's gonna get back to there. And we can choose the anime one, and then this animation tab, and if we play, we can notice the ideal animation clip of this anime one is now playing over again and again. Now let's create the running one of this sprite sheet, of this anime one. So first thing, I'm gonna count how many I have running or the work you can think of. So we have 3, 6, 7, 8. So over here, from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So from here to here is running. And let's drag it top of this anime one. Let's go to sprites in the top left, assets, animation, animation, anime one animation, and this will be anime one the walk, or we can simply call it petrol as well, or we can simply call it move. I'm gonna call it something like walk, just like that. And if we select our animation tab, we can see inside this animation tab we have the work animation clip of this anime. And now let's create other animation clip of this anime. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna check this out. So let's choose the sprite sheet first. It's gonna make us clear to see, and we have two side of this. So what we're gonna do, instead of making this one, once the holding the stick, I guess stick or something just like that, hockey bat, we're gonna make that one running one, and we have to check this out. Sorry. Now we're gonna check, and yes, indeed. So from here to 4, sorry, 1, 1, 2, I don't know, sorry, I have done mistake. I'm gonna choose my sprite editor once again, and from here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're gonna make that one in animation clip. So 3, 6. So from here, I guess we have the work one from here. I'm gonna slice individually. Let's select automatic to grid by cell count, and let's put 12 columns and 12 rows. I really apologize, I just done the mistake there, so I just have to do it once again. So you can follow the same procedure in order to make the animation. I'm gonna make it in a fast way. I'm gonna fast forward this process just like that. Or you can simply, what you can do, instead of doing it, you can take your animation tab, you can move it over here, and then make sure you click here, then create new clip, and name the clip or the animation what you want. So I'm going to call this one anime one, and this will be the attack one. So I'm going to call anime one underscore attack, just like that. And now we're gonna take all of the attack sprites, and we have to drag it inside this animation tab, we do know. So let's drag it there, and if we click on this play button, we can see it seems way fast. So I'm gonna take all of these sprites, let's move it a little bit farther away, and by now we can see the animation clip of attack of this anime one, and it seems fine. And make sure you click on that red button so you can record your animation, and it's gonna capture. we have to make the animation transition of this anime. So let's go over to animator tab, and if you're not able to find this animator tab, then go over to window in the top, then go to animation, animator tab, and the animation. So now let's make the transition between this animation clip, and I want the work animation clip of this anime one as the default. So let's right click on it and then set as layer default state. And now we're going to make some parameters in order to make transition between this animation clip. So let's click on this plus icon, and we will choose a bool parameter for this, and let's call it something like attack, and we're going to make the transition to our from this work. So now what we're going to do, we're gonna make the transition from this work. So let's right click on it, let's make transition to works, and let's select the transition, and we will uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, and let's choose that condition which we created. So we're going to choose our if attack parameter is true, and we also need to make the back transition. So let's right click on it, let's make back transition, and let's select the transition. Let's uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and we will choose if attack is now false. So let's choose that. So if we set this attack parameter to true or false, then this enemy one just gonna play idle, sorry, it's gonna play the work or attack depending upon the parameter we have chosen. So let's take a quick look on this. If we go ahead and set this attack parameter to true, means state, we can notice it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again. And if we set it to uncheck, means false, we can notice it's playing the work. And we have to play the work animation clip of this anime one. I'm gonna remove one frame, so I'm gonna get out of play mode, and let's choose anime one. Let's go to animation tab, and then I'm gonna choose my work animation clip. So let's find out where we making mistake. So we making the one over here, so we have to remove this frame which seems like idle. So I'm gonna take that one, and you can press down delete in order to delete, and then you can select all of this and drag it to the left side a bit, and we can just click on this red button, and by now we should see the attack animation seems already fine. But the last frame, I guess, we can just take that out, we can remove it, and if we remove that and then play, the work animation seems fine by now. So we have to remove the first one and the last individual sprite, and by now we can see, and once we satisfied, we can capture the animation clip by clicking on this red button. And now we're gonna make the transition to our heart. Let's suppose this enemy just walking or attacking on our player, but if this enemy one taking damage from this player, it should play the heart animation clip of this enemy one no matter what this enemy one is doing. It's moving left and right, it's attacking. If it takes damage from our player, then it should play the heart animation clip right away. So that is the reason we're gonna make the transition from this any state, because no matter what this enemy is doing, it should play the heart if it's taking damage from our player. So let's make the transition. So let's right click, make transition to our enemy heart, and let's choose the transition, and we will uncheck the has exit time and transition duration to 0, and we're gonna choose a second condition for this. Basically I'm gonna create a trigger condition. So let's click on this plus icon, and we're gonna choose a trigger parameter, and we can call it heart or damage, and we will choose that trigger parameter. So if heart, if we trigger the heart, then we should play the attack or walk. And now we also need to make the transition to attack or walk depending upon where a player is or what this enemy one game object really need to do. So let's make transition to our attack as well as to our walk, and let's choose the back transition from this heart to our attack, and we will leave the has exit time as take and exit time to as 1. Means we want to play the complete animation clip heart of this anime 1, and after that we just want to play the attack animation clip of this enemy. So that's why we just leave the has exit time as take, and exit time we have chosen 1. 1 basically means it's just gonna play the 100% animation clip of this anime 1, and transition duration let's set it to 0, and we have to choose the condition. So we will choose that if attack parameter is true. If that is the case, then this enemy one should play the attack. And now we're going to choose the transition to our heart to work, and we will do the same thing. As exit time we will leave it as tick, and exit time to 1, transition duration to 0, and we can choose a condition for this in order to move over to work, or we can just leave it as it is. So it's just gonna make the transition automatically from our heart once it's complete the 100% animation clip of this enemy one heart animation clip, and right after that it's gonna make the work. So basically that is the thing, and let's try this out. If we try to trigger this heart parameter manually, we can notice this enemy one is playing the heart animation clip, and once it's complete it's playing the work animation clip, the 100% animation clip of this heart. And if I set this attack as true and try to trigger this heart parameter, we can see after playing the heart animation completely, then it's playing the attack 1 of this enemy 1. If we uncheck or set it to false, we can see the transition to our work. And now we have to make the transition to our death. So we can just gonna make the transition from all of this state, from our attack, from our work, from our heart. So we can do this from this any state, or we can just do it manually from this attack, work, or heart. And let's do it from this any state. No matter what this enemy game object is doing, this enemy one, if it loses all of his health, then this enemy one need to play the death animation clip right away. So we don't care about what animation this enemy one is playing. So we're gonna make the transition from any state, and let's choose the transition, and we will leave the has exit time as checked, and we can choose the exit time as 1, or we can just leave it to 0.75, and transition duration I'm gonna choose 0, and we're gonna choose a condition for this, and I will choose a separate bool parameter for this in order to play the death animation clip. So let's click on this plus icon, and let's choose a bool parameter, and I'm gonna call this one death, something just like that, and let's choose that condition. So if death parameter is true, if we set this death parameter true or check, we can notice that it's playing the death animation clip of this enemy one. But the problem is the this animation just playing over again and again, which we really don't want. So to uncheck the loop time, we do know we have to uncheck the loop time of this death animation clip for this enemy one. So let's go over to our animation folder where we created this enemy one animation for this enemy, basically this enemy one. And we're gonna take we have the work, we can see ideal, heart, and date. So we will choose the heart and the date one, and let's uncheck the loop time, so the animation clip not gonna be looped by now. If we set the date parameter by true or checked, we can notice it's playing the date, but we're getting some problems. So still it's just looping the animation clip, because we have to uncheck this has exit time, and basically exit time I'm gonna choose 0, and we have to uncheck the exit time, and we're gonna take a quick look on this by now, and let's see what's happening. And we're not gonna make transition back to our work, heart, or attack, since it's played the death animation clip of this enemy one, so it should not be awake one more time. So now let's check this out, and sorry, we can see it's playing, it's basically working fine. And if it's not working fine, then you can just delete the delete the transition from this any state, and you can just make it from this. So I'm going to delete that. So let's select this, delete, and you can just make the transition from this heart, sorry, from this heart we can make from this attack and from this work manually. So you can just do that, and you can just uncheck the has exit time, transition duration to 0, and we can choose the death parameter as true, and we can just do the same thing like I'm doing. So you can follow the same procedure. If you getting some weird stuff going on, then you can just copy mine, just like I'm doing. And by now if I set this jump death parameter to true or check, we can see by now it's played the death animation clip of this enemy one, and it's working fine. So you can just do it in this way, or you can just do it from any state. It's totally up to you. And also we just want to make the transition to our idle enemy one idle, and I only want to play this animation clip once our player game object, let's suppose it explodes itself, or we just destroyed our player completely. So we can just do that, and we're gonna do it from any state. So let's do it. So let's make transition to our idle, and we will uncheck the has exit time, sorry, exit time, and transition duration to 0, and we can choose a condition. So I'm gonna choose a another bool parameter for this one, and I'm gonna call it idle, just like that. Let's call it idle, and I'm gonna check is idle parameter is true, and we also gonna check this out as well. And we're making from any state means whatever this enemy just gonna do, as soon as our player just gonna die, we're gonna set this idle parameter as true. And as soon as we're gonna do that, then this enemy one, it will play immediately the idle animation clip of this enemy one itself. So let's check this out, and indeed we can notice but the animation is stuck because we need to check the has exit time as checked. So if we just check this, and now we can see you have to play around with these values, and you're gonna get that. And we have to make the transition. Basically we need to set these parameters through our code, just like we have done with our player game object. So we will use the same procedure. So just check this out, and now we can see it's fine. It's playing the idle animation clip by now over again and again, and we're gonna play this animation clip of this enemy one once we gonna destroy our player. So we have to do that, and we're gonna do it later in the in the next lecture, or later lecture we're gonna take a look on that. But before, we have to move our enemy and doing the patrolling things and attacking on our player. So we have to do all of those things. To make our enemy patrol, we will create a script. So let's go to assets, right click, create mono behavior script, and name it to something like enemy one, because this is our first enemy. And you can see I already created a script called enemy one. So we're gonna attach this script to our enemy one game object. So let's select the script, drag it over to this add component section of this enemy, and let's open that up by double clicking on it. So what we want to do, we just want to move this enemy for now to the left side and right side. To do that, we're gonna use the transform.translate function. So let's go over to this update function, and over here we're gonna use this transform dot translate function. And this translate function over here, it's going to take the direction in which direction we just want to move our enemy. So what we simply doing, we're simply going over to this enemy transform, you can see, and then we're using this translate function to in order to move, and it's gonna take the direction. So we will put vector2 dot down, sorry, vector2 dot left. Vector2 dot left, it's basically means -1 in the x and y in the 0. So this enemy, every single unit, it's gonna move to the left direction. So that is the case we're using this vector2 dot left, or you can simply put just like this new vector 3, sorry, not vector 3, we have to use this vector 2, which gonna have the x comma y. So in the y 0, we don't want to move our enemy in the y at all, but we do one in the x. So we're gonna put -1 f in the x. And this is the same thing, basically means vector2 dot left. So we can use just like in this way, or we can simply use that vector2 dot left. And now we have to multiply with time dot tilde time to make frame rate independence. So the frame rate will be constant no matter what system we are using. Even though it's heavy, it will run the constant in constant frame rate, and the frame rate will be constant. So let's multiply with time dot tilde time, and we can close that up with semicolon. So vector2 dot left -1 in the x and y in the 0. So it means this enemy just gonna move to the left direction with -1 unit every single frame. And we have to save our script. Sorry, let's save our script. We can see this enemy is now moving to the left direction, and we can speed up the value a little bit. So let's create a parameter for this. So let's go over to our script and let's come at the top of our class, and let's make a public float parameter, and we can call it something like move speed. So let's make a public float, and we're gonna call it something like move speed. And by default we're gonna set sorry, move speed, and by default we will set something around 5 unit of speed. So let's put 5f. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna multiply this whole thing, basically the direction, with our move speed. Move speed, we by default we have chosen 5, and let's put a smaller number instead of 5. I'm gonna choose 2. So this over here is 2. So 2 into -1 in the x, which is -1. So -1 into 2 will be -2. It means our enemy just gonna move towards to the left direction with -2 unit every single frame. So since we this made it public, so we can adjust the speed underneath our enemy one script. So let's save our script once again, and we can see the move speed, which is by default we have chosen 2, and we can just play around. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make the ground a little bit bigger. So in the x, I'm gonna scale this. So let's make it something around 20 in the x, and I'm gonna take my enemy and let's move it somewhere around here, just like this. And I'm going to take my crown as well, and let's move it somewhere like this, just like this. And let's play our game quickly. And as soon as our game just gonna start, this enemy just gonna move towards to the left direction with -2 unit every single time. And we need to flip this enemy as well, and we will approach in the same way, and we can see it's moving to the left direction. So just wait, and indeed it's doing. So what we really want to do, so I just paused my game by clicking the pause button in the middle, in the top, you can see. So we just want to flip this enemy once the enemy is somewhere over here, just like at the end of our ground. So we need to flip it. What we will do, we're going to create a ray from here, and we're going to shoot it in the down direction, and we will specify the length. And if that ray don't collide with this ground, as you can see over here, it's not going to collide with this ground, then we're going to flip this enemy to the right side. And if we choose our enemy and set the rotation in the y, something like -180, we can see it flips to the right direction, and just like we have done with this player. And if we unpause our game, by now we can see it's just moving. And once our enemy is, let's suppose, somewhere over here, so the ray not gonna collide with this ground. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna set the y rotation to back to 0, so it will flip to the left direction, you can see. So it's gonna patrol around this ground. So let's get out of play mode, and what we will do now, let's get over to script. We will create the ray, and we're gonna shoot it in the down direction. To do that, we have to use a function called physics2d.raycast. So we have to use this physics2d.raycast function, and this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to shoot out the point, or the position from where we want to shoot out the ray. So we will create a point somewhere around here, and we're gonna shoot it out in the down direction, and we have to specify the length. And the second thing, it's gonna take the direction, and we do know we're gonna use vector2 dot down. It basically means 0 in the x and -1 in the y, so it will be down. And the third parameter, it will take, I take the length of the ray. And the fourth argument, it's going to take the layer mask. And layer mask, we basically know which game object we really want to target. So now we have to use that function. So let's make this one comment for now, and let's come at the top of our class, and we're gonna make those variable. Basically we need basically we require those variable. So the first thing, we need the point. So let's make a public transform which is responsible for position, and we can call it ground checkpoint, or just like that. Let's call it check position. So let's call it ground checkpoint instead, it would be fine. ground checkpoint, just like that. And the second thing, we need the direction, so we can skip that variable and we can simply use the vector to dot down, so we don't need to create a variable for that. But we do need the length of the ray, so let's make a public float and we can call it distance or ray length. So I'm gonna call it distance, and by default I'm gonna set a less number, something like 0.4, a less number, just like that. And the fourth argument, we need the layer mask, so let's make a public layer mask and we can call it target layer or a detect layer, just like that. Or we can simply call it something like what is ground, just like that. And let's save our script quickly and hit again to Unity editor. Now we can see ground checkpoint, it says none, transform means empty. So let's create the checkpoint or ground checkpoint from where we want to shoot out the ray. So let's select the enemy in the hierarchy, let's right click on it, let's create an empty child game object and we can call it something like crown checkpoint or check position. And we're gonna choose the move tool and we will move it, so we have the position over here. We're gonna move it in front of this enemy somewhere around here, and we can choose in gizmos by clicking on this cube icon, and then we can choose the gizmos, and from here I just want to shoot out. So let's take our ground checkpoint, we're gonna drag it over to this ground checkpoint field, and the distance we have means the ray length, and what is ground, we will choose our ground. But before you choose ground, make sure you select the ground game object and assign with the layer called ground. As you can see, I already assign it as a ground. So just click on this layer in the top right side, you can see, then add layer and name the layer whatever you want. So just wait, whatever you want. As you can see, I just name it ground and select the game object once again and assign with the layer which you recently created. And now I'm gonna choose my enemy one script, and what is ground, I'm gonna choose my ground. And now that's fine, and we are ready to create the array because we have all of the variables that is required to create the array. So let's go over to our script and now let's use the function which is physics2d.raycast. So as a first argument, it's going to take the point or position, so let's pass our ground checkpoint and we're going to access the position dot position. And the second thing, it's going to take the direction, so let's use this vector2 dot down. Vector2 dot down means -1 in the y, so it will be down, and 0 in the x, it only means will be the down direction. And let's put our fourth argument there, sorry. Let's go over to our script, and as a fourth argument we're gonna pass our distance or means the length of the ray. And as a fourth argument we will pass our what is ground. So as a third argument we need to pass the distance, and the fourth argument we will pass our what is ground or which game object we just want to check with. And now what we will do, so this just gonna shoot out the ray, and let's suppose the ray really collide with this ground, then this function over here, it will give us a false true value. And let's suppose the ray don't collide with our ground. So if I navigate to my Unity editor, and let's suppose the ray don't collide with this ground game object, as means the player sorry, I'm gonna take my player and let's move it somewhere over here, and I'm going to take my enemy, let's move it over here. So as you can see over here, the ray not gonna collide with this ground, so this function over here, it's gonna give us a false value. So what we will do, whatever we get, we're gonna store it into a bool parameter, or we can simply store it in a raycast hit 2d, because this is just gonna work like as a raycast. So we're gonna put it in a variable called raycast hit 2d, or you can think of it as a container. So we're gonna put it there, which will be raycast hit 2d type container or parameter type, and we can call it hit info. Hit info, let's set equal to this. And so whatever we're getting, we just storing inside this hit info variable, we can see. So this hit info can be true or false depending upon if the ray really collide with this ground or not. Let's suppose the ray not collide with this ground, then this function over here will be false. Over here will be false, it means the hit info also gonna be false. It means that we need to flip our enemy to the right direction because enemy is at the end of our ground. So we will check. So let's use the if condition, and we're gonna check that if hit info, if our hit info is equals to false, means the ray is not colliding with the ground. It's time to flip our enemy to the right direction. Or if you leave just like this, if you remove the equals false, and if you put exclamation bar in front of this hit info, it does the same thing. It means that hit info is false. So what we have to do, we need to flip our enemy to the right direction. And to flip that, we do know, if we set the y rotation to minus 180, 180, we can see it flips to the right. And if we set back to 0, we can notice it flips to the left direction. So also we're gonna create a parameter to just keep track of which direction this enemy is looking. So we can see this enemy is looking to the left direction. So let's go to script and let's create a bool parameter for that. So I'm gonna create a private, it doesn't need to be public, and this will be bool, which can be true or false, and we can name it to something like facing left, just like that. And we will go over to this start function, since it's called at the beginning of our game. So we will set at the beginning of our game facing right equal to true. Why? Because we can see the enemy is looking to the left direction. So that is the reason I just set the facing right, facing left in the start of my game to true. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check if hit info is false, means the ray is not colliding with our ground. At the same time, is enemy is looking to the left direction. As you can see, it will look to the left direction. It means we need to flip this enemy to the right direction. To do that, we're gonna use the same process just like we have done inside our player script. Means we will go to transform, then Euler angles of enemy, which gonna have the x, y, and the z. So we will set equal to a new vector 3, which just gonna have x comma y comma z, z, just like that. And in the y, we do know that if we set it to minus 180, so it will flip to the right. And in the z, we're gonna put 0, and also we don't want to play around with the x axis, so we're gonna put 0. And after flipping our enemy to the right direction, I'm gonna set this facing left parameter to false, because by now we're gonna look to the right direction, and we only want to flip this once we're gonna look to the left direction. If the enemy is looking to the left direction, at the same time enemy is over here, means it's need to flip to the right. So we have to put it inside this if condition. So we're gonna use another if condition, and we're gonna put it there. So the first thing, I'm gonna check if facing left is true. If that is the case, it means we are ready to flip. So let's put our code there. First thing, we're checking if the ray is not colliding with this ground, and then we're checking if the enemy is looking to the left direction. Then what we're doing, we're just going over to Euler angles of enemy, and then we're just setting y to minus 180. And we do know that once we're gonna set it to minus 180, then it's this enemy just gonna look to the right direction. It will just gonna flip totally to the right. And now, and after that, we just set the facing left to false. It would be nice if we able to see the ray that we shooting out in the down direction. To see the ray or to draw the ray, we have to use a function called on draw gizmo selected. So we need to use this function on draw gizmo selected, and make sure you just type as I did over here, because this is inbuilt function of Unity. It means it's just gonna call by Unity automatically, and you can just remove this private as well. It does, you can just remove that. I'm gonna leave it as like there. Basically I'm gonna leave it as it is, and this function is responsible for drawing our ray, or to if we want to see the ray. And to see the ray, we have to use a function called gizmos, as gizmos dot draw ray function. And this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw the ray. So we will pass our ground checkpoint dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the direction. So let's put vector 2 dot down, because we want to shoot out the down. And we will multiply this direction with the length of the ray, so we can notice our ray. So we're gonna multiply with the length of the ray, which in our case distance. But let's suppose if you haven't dragged this ground checkpoint to this ground checkpoint field, and this field is empty. But this function over here that we created on draw gizmo selected, it will still try to find that ground checkpoint, and it's gonna draw the ray in the down direction. But if you didn't assign it, then this function will just gonna be it will fail to find that point. So that's why it's gonna throw us an error. So before we draw the ray, we need to make sure that we assign it the ground checkpoint or not. Basically, we just check it this ground checkpoint to ground checkpoint field or not. If it's empty, then we have to stop drawing it. So that is the reason. So before we draw, we will check. So let's use the if condition for it, and we will check that if our ground checkpoint, if it's not equal to null, it basically means that that field is not empty. We simply just drag it this ground checkpoint field to ground checkpoint, and we can see indeed we drag it there, means we assign it. It means we are ready to draw the ray. So we're going to put this line of code there because we are ready to draw the ray by now because we assign it the ground checkpoint. And we can choose the color of the ray as well. If you draw or if you want to draw with some other color, then you can use this gizmos dot color, and you can set the color you would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with yellow, so I'm gonna set color dot yellow, and that's it we have to do. By now we can see the ray with yellow color in the down direction, and we can play around with the distance. We can make it bigger a little bit. I'm gonna make it something around 0.6, just like that. And I'm gonna take my enemy and let's move it somewhere around here, and let's play our game. And indeed enemy gets flipped at the when it was over here. But the thing is that enemy we need to flip once again to the left direction, and the enemy is going to the right over again and again. So we need to flip our enemy once again to the left direction. So let's go over to our script, and we have to do that coding part. So let's suppose if the facing right is not true, it means the enemy is now looking to the right direction. So in that moment what we have to do, so else if our enemy is looking to the right direction and the ray is not colliding with the ground, sorry, if the basically the enemy is not looking to the left direction, it's looking to the right direction. At the same time, if hit info is false, means the ray is not colliding. That means we need to set back this y to 0. So we're gonna copy this line of code by Control C, and let's paste it over here because we're not looking to the left direction. So we have to set back this y to 0, so it will flip once again to the left direction. And after flipping to the left our enemy, we can set this facing left parameter to true once again. So let's set it to true. I just made the move speed of this enemy a little bit fast, and you can see it's moving way fast and it's gonna patrol. And indeed this enemy once again gets flips to the left direction, and it's just patrolling around this ground. By the way, you can play around with the move speed. We can set it to 1, we can set it to 2. I guess 2 unit of speed seems pretty much perfect to this enemy, and I hope you get the idea. And now I'm gonna choose my enemy. Let's go to overrides and then apply all. And we do know how to save our project. We can simply press down Ctrl S, or we can simply move over to top left file and then save it. We will create a box collider 2D from this enemy one game object, something like around this. And if our player game object get inside of that, then this enemy firstly it's need to chase right after player game object. And when it's get to some certain distance, something like over here you can think of, then the enemy just gonna attack on our player. Basically enemy just gonna play attack animation clip. So let's open up our script and we're gonna do that. So let's open that up, which is enemy 1, and let's do it in the update function. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a basically we have to create the box collider 2D first. To create that, we're gonna use the physics 2D. So let's use this physics 2D dot overlap box function. We have to use overlap box, and this function as a first argument, it's gonna take the point or position where from we want to create the box collider 2D. So we're gonna create a center position of this enemy as something like over here, and from that point we're just gonna create the box collider 2D. And the second thing, it will take the size in the x and in the y, in the x horizontally as well as in the y. So we need to define, we're going to create two parameters for those, and the third parameter it's going to take the angle. So we can put 0f, we can just skip the angle, basically we can put 0f, it doesn't matter. And the fourth argument or variable, it will take the layer mask, basically which game object we want to target, as we have done earlier with our player, with ground. So we will do the same thing basically for layer mask. Make the Let's make this one comment by double forward slash for now, and we need those variable, so we're gonna create them. Let's come at the top of our class and let's gather them. So first thing, we need the point or the position, so let's make a public transform which is responsible for position, and we can call this one center position, or the position from where we want to create this box collider 2D. So I'm gonna call it center position, just like that. Center position, this will be this center position. And the second argument, we need to specify the size in the x and in the y of the box collider 2D. So let's create two parameters for them. So we're gonna make a public float, and we can call it size underscore x, or in the horizontally, and by default I'm gonna give something around 8 unit or 8f, and let's press down Ctrl D to duplicate, and we can call this one size underscore y, and sorry, I'm gonna call it size underscore x but with capital letters. And in the y, I'm gonna choose a smaller number, because in the y or vertically I don't want to create much in the vertically. So in the y, I'm gonna put something like 2f. And the third argument, we need the angle, so we can just skip that. We don't need to do that anything for it. We can do that, simply we're gonna put it 0f, so we can skip that parameter. And the fourth argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, so let's make a public layer mask, and we can call this one target layer or check layer, or we can call it damage layer as well, but I'm gonna call it what is player, since I want to target my player. But it doesn't matter, just like I'm naming it, you can follow your own path in order to naming variable. Now let's create the center position of this enemy. So let's select the player in the enemy one in the hierarchy. Let's right click on it. We're gonna right click on it, and we have to create an empty child game object, and we can call this one center position. I'm gonna call this one center position. We're gonna call it center position, and let's select our point, and we're gonna move it center of this enemy one, and we can choose n gizmos if we want. So I'm gonna choose this gizmos, you can choose any of them you would like to go with. And now let's take our center position of this enemy that we created, and let's drag it over to this center position field, and we have the size underscore x or horizontally as well as in the y. And what is player, let's choose our player, but we can see we don't have the player currently, so we need to add a layer for our player. So let's create a new layer for our player, and we will follow the same way like we have done earlier with our ground. So let's click on this layer in the top right side, and we're gonna click on add layer, and let's create a new layer for our player, and I'm gonna call it player, just like that. And let's assign our player game object as a player layer, and it says that do you want to set layer 2 for all of child object as well? I don't want, I simply want to assign my player as a player layer. So I'm gonna click on this no, this object only means this player. And if I choose the child game object of this player, we can see we didn't assign it the child one as a player layer, but we do assign it our player as a player layer, we can see. And now nothing from this what is player, it says nothing, so we will choose our player. Now the box collider 2D just gonna only check for this player game object. And now we are ready to create. So let's get over to our script, and let's remove these two function by double forward slash. And now as a first argument, it's gonna take the position. So let's pass our center position that we assign it dot position, because we need the position. And now it's gonna take the vector 2 size in the x and in the y. So we can use this new vector 2 which gonna have, so make this first bracket x comma y. So in the y in the x, what we're gonna do, we're gonna put our size underscore x, and in the y we're gonna put size underscore y. And now the third parameter, it's gonna take the angle, so let's put it 0f. So it's gonna do that thing, it doesn't matter at all, but you have to put it there, so make sure you just do that. And the fourth argument, we're gonna pass our layer mask. So let's pass our what is player, and we assign it what is player as a player layer. Now this function just gonna create the box collider 2D from this position that we assign it in the size in the x and in the y, and it's only gonna check for this player. Let's assume that this player just collide with the box collider 2D that we created from this enemy one. Then this function over here, it's gonna give us a false value if it's don't collide our player. If our player is not colliding, then it's gonna give us a false value. So what we will do, we're gonna store the result into a variable, and that will be bool, which can be true or false depending upon the box collider 2D really colliding with this player game object that we created from this enemy one is really or not. So we're gonna store the result into a bool parameter whatever we get. And we can store it into a bool parameter, but storing into a collider 2D would be pretty much fine, because this one just gonna work like as collision, so we can store it into a collider 2D variable. So the variable type will be collider 2D, and we can call it something like call info, or short for collision information. So this collision information parameter can be true or false, or this call info can be true or false depending upon what this function gave us. So let's assume the box collider 2D collide with our player that we created from this enemy. Then this function over here, it's gonna be true, and we storing that into this call info parameter that we created, or the container. So this call info also gonna be true, else it will be false, because we directly setting it, or whatever we getting, we storing into this call info parameter that we created. Now what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So let's use the if condition, and over here we will check that if call info is true, means the box collider 2D is really colliding with our player. So in this moment, for now, I'm gonna print out a message, something like I'm gonna say that a player in attack range, just like that. So we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say call info dot game object dot name, and top of that, so use this plus icon, and we have to use this quotation, and in quotation you can type whatever you want or want to see inside your console tab. I'm gonna say is in attack range, just like that. And let's close that up with semicolon. So call info dot game object basically means the game object the box collided 2D that collided with. And we definitely know that if this player game object collide with the box collider 2D, then call info dot game object there basically means this player game object, because the player is gonna collide with that box collider 2D, and we accessing the name, and the name we can see is player, as you can notice. So this over here call info dot game object dot name just gonna be player, and top of that we added a message says is in attack range. So the message should be pop up inside our console tab says player is in attack range, just like that. And let's suppose the player is not in attack range. So in that moment what we're gonna do, we can simply print out something like player is not inside attack range. So else if our player is if the box collider is not colliding with our player, so we're gonna print out this passage, and we will say something like player is not in attack range. Or we can reuse this call info parameter as well. So we can use this call info dot game object dot name. At top of that we have to use this plus icon is is not inside attack range, just like that. And now that's it. However, we're not able to see the box collider 2D, and we do know that in order to see that we have to use a function called on draw gizmo selected. So what we will do, we will so the first thing, as you can see, I have chosen my enemy one, still we not able to notice our box collider 2D. And to see that, let's reuse that function. Basically we have to get over to this function which is on draw gizmo selected. Let's do it in the bottom. We can do it anywhere inside this on draw gizmo selected, and we do know that this function is responsible for drawing the whatever we just want to draw. So the first thing, before we draw, we need to check if we assign it the center position or not. So we will check that. So let's use the if condition and first bracket and some curly brackets. uh, Sorry, first bracket and some curly brackets, and we will check that if center position, if it's not equal to null, means it's not empty, and we just assign it. Basically we just take in this center position and we just drag it over to the center position. Means that it's not equal to null, means that it's not empty. It means we are ready to draw the box collider 2D by now. And to draw that, we're gonna use this gizmos dot draw where cube. We have to use this. So now the first thing, it's gonna take the position. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna pass our center position dot position, and the second thing, it's gonna take the vector 3 size. So we can use the vector 2 as well. So let's use the new vector 2, and this vector 2, and this gonna have the x and the y. Sorry, x and the y. So we're gonna put x comma y. So in the x we're gonna pass our size underscore x, and in the y we're gonna put size underscore y, just like that. And now we can close that up with semicolon. So we can use the new vector 2, basically the vector 2 as well instead of the vector 3. If basically we can use the vector 2 as well, it doesn't matter at all. And we just put size underscore x, and the size underscore x by default we have chosen 8. So 8 unit in the horizontally it will be draw, and in the height or in the vertically or in the y-axis we by default we have chosen 2 unit. So it's gonna draw that from that point center position. And we can also choose the color as well, we do know. And to choose the color we will use this gizmos dot color, and we can set equal to the color we would like to draw with. So I'm going to draw with color dot yellow, just like that. And indeed we can notice by now, but now we can play around with the size in the x. If I make the size underscore x in the little bit bigger, something like around 50, we can do in the y-axis as well. And we can take the center position of this enemy and we can just move it up or down. Let's move it something over here. Now the box collider will be drawn from here, and you can see, and indeed it's doing. But I'm going to drag it inside the center position of this enemy, like over here I want. And now this is fine. And we will go to inspector overrides and then apply all. and that's it we have to do. And let's see, I'm gonna choose my console tab in order to see the message, and let's play our game. And we get some error. So if we get out of play mode and double click on this, we can see that we get an error. So if I double click on it, we can just go over to this function. So if call info is not inside attack range, so what we can do, we can simply remove this, or we can just ignore it. It doesn't matter at all, so we can just ignore that. And we already chosen. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna go over to, that's fine. So let's play our game. So what we have to do, we need to save our script once again because we're getting that error, or we can just ignore it. Now that we are not able to see the message, so if I get inside this box collider 2D of this enemy, you can see the message just getting pop up, says player is not inside attack range. As you can notice, sorry, is not in attack range, I really apologize. We can remove this line of code over here. So let's remove it. I'm gonna remove this. Let's remove that, and we can save our script once again. And let's go over to Unity editor. We can see a message just getting pop up inside our console tab. Is not inside attack range, basically the player. But once we're gonna collide with this box collider 2D, the message just gonna pop up, says player inside attack range, or like that. If I pause my game, you can see a message just getting pop up, says player is in attack range, because we just printing out that message. And if I take away my players somewhere around here, and then unpause my game, we can see the message now getting pop up, says it's not in inside attack range, basically this player. So the message just getting pop up. So what we have to do, instead of printing out message this enemy, first thing it's need to stop. I'm gonna explain it in the next lecture, or in the next chapter. I'm gonna explain that how you can just make the chase right after your player, basically after the player, and also attack animation and all of those things we need to play, and we need to do them. We have bunch of messages inside our console tab. So instead of printing out message, what we want, the first thing, we just want to stop this enemy. If our player gets inside attack range of this enemy, you can say, so this enemy just need to stop patrolling around this ground, because our player inside attack range of this enemy one. And now this enemy one, first thing it's need to chase, and then it's need to attack when it gets some certain distance. So what we will do, we're gonna take all of this line of code, and this line of code over here we can see is for patrolling. First thing, we just moving our enemy left, as you can see, and then flipping enemy at the end of our ground. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna take this line of code, and we can put it inside this else condition, because inside this else condition we do know the player is not colliding with the box collider 2D that we created from this enemy, fan enemy. If I choose this enemy, as you can see, if the player inside attack range, let's suppose the player is somewhere around here, so you can notice the box collider 2D, our player just gonna collide with this box collider 2D. So this enemy need to stop patrolling, and this line of code over here we do know is for patrolling. So we can take this line of code, and we can put it inside this else condition, where the box collider 2D is not colliding with our player. So let's make a patrol function instead of just putting it there, to keep our update function clean. So I'm gonna create a separate function for patrolling. So we can make that one. So let's make a function void, and we can call this patrol just like that. And let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. And this line of code over here is responsible for patrolling and flipping our enemy one. So we're gonna take this line of code by Control X, and let's paste it over here. And I'm gonna put this curly brackets like this, because I just like in this way. And That's it we have to do. And now what we have to do, we need to also call out this patrol function, else this enemy not gonna patrol around this ground that we created. So we're gonna call the patrol function, but when we're gonna call it once our player inside not attack range of our enemy one. And over here we can see if the player is not colliding with the box collider 2D, we simply printing out this message. So instead of doing this, now we're gonna call out this patrol function. So let's call the patrol function there, and we do know what patrol function is doing. Firstly, it's just moving our enemy one and then flipping our enemy one at the end of our ground, we can see. So now we're calling out the patrol. But let's suppose the player inside that box collider 2D. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna stop moving and we just printing out this message. So let's firstly see what's we getting it. Sorry, what we're gonna get. Let's get attack range, and we can indeed notice this enemy is stops moving once our player is colliding with the box collider 2D, and the message just getting pop up bunch of times says player is in attack range. So this enemy it's need to chase our player, and before we chase our player, we just want to check the distance between them. If it's not too much close, let's suppose the enemy is something over here, then what we're gonna do, we're gonna play the attack animation clip of this enemy one. So the first thing, we have to make the chase one. So let's get out of play mode and we will make the chase, and we're doing it over here. So we can make a function to chase our player, and we can make it over here, or we can simply do it, let's do it over here. So the first thing what we're gonna do, we're gonna chase our player. To chase our player, we're gonna use this transform dot position, means the current position of our enemy one itself, and we will set this vector2 dot move towards function. And this vector2 dot move towards function basically just gonna be responsible for chasing our player. So the first thing, it's gonna take the current position where we at currently right now. So I'm gonna pass transform dot position, means we are current position of our enemy one. And the second thing, it's gonna take that target position, means that so since we want to target our player, and we just want to chase our player, so we need a reference to our player game object position. So let's come at the top of our class and let's make a variable for that as well. And I'm gonna make it something over here. So let's make a public transform, and we can call it player position, or position, and I'm gonna call it player simply. And now as a target position, I'm gonna pass player dot position, means the where we basically which game object we want to chase. And the third argument, it's gonna take the speed. So let's create a variable for that as well. So let's make a speed parameter for it. So we're gonna make a public float, and we can call it something like chase speed. So let's call it chase speed, and by default I'm gonna give something around 4 unit of speed. So the first thing, we need to keep track of that how much we just moving our enemy are just patrolling around ground. And we can see the move speed is 2, and if I get over to my Unity editor, move speed by default we have chosen 4 of this enemy one. So I'm gonna make it less once our enemy just patrolling around the ground. So I'm gonna make the move speed something like 2. But if we want to chase, then we just gonna speed up our move speed. So that's why I just created this chase speed parameter. So now we're gonna put our chase speed as a third argument, and make sure you just multiply with time dot delta time to make frame rate independence. So we're gonna multiply with time dot delta time, and let's close that up with semicolon. So we're just setting the current position of our enemy, this enemy, equal to where we just want to target, or the game object we just want to chase. So that's why we just put as a second argument the player dot position, since we want to target our player. And let's take our player from the hierarchy, and we can drag it over to player transform field that we created. and the chase speed we can see is 4, so I'm gonna leave with 4. And indeed we can notice we just chasing our player, but however we getting some weird thing. So the first thing, it's not flipping in the way player is going, and as well as we can notice our enemy is also chasing our player in the y axis we can see. And it's our enemy just trying to get inside this ground. Basically it's doing in the y as well, and we need to stop this enemy some certain distance. So we're gonna do that. So before so what we're doing, we just setting the player dot position. It means we just chasing the player in the y as well as in the x. So we just want to stop chasing our player in the y. So before we just put the target position as player, first thing we're gonna create a parameter, a vector2 parameter for our target position. So let's make that. So we're gonna make a vector2, and we can call it target pose, or the thing that we want to chase. So we're gonna chase our player. So let's set equal to a new vector2, and this vector2 just gonna have the x and the y. So since we don't want to chase our player in the y axis, so we can put transform dot position dot y. It means the current position of our enemy itself in the y axis, but we do want to chase our player in the x axis. Y axis, this one is y axis, the current position of enemy in the y axis. And so since we want to chase our player in the x axis, so we're going to replace this x with our player position. So we will go to player dot position dot x, because we want to chase our player in the horizontally or in the x axis, but we don't want in the y or vertically. And now over here, as a second argument, instead of passing our player position, so we can pass our target pose, the vector2 parameter that we created over here, you can see. And this target pose, basically we chasing our player in the x axis only. We just set equal to a new vector2. We just gonna have the x and the y, and we just set the y transform dot position dot y. It means the current position of that enemy one in the y axis itself, but we do want to chase our player in the x, so that's why we just replace the x axis with our player dot position dot x, since we want to chase our player. And we just chasing our player over here, and we're gonna see that. For now, let's save our script, and let's head over to a Unity editor. And now we can see we're not getting the weird thing. This enemy is not trying to get inside our ground, or it's not basically trying to chase our player in the y axis or vertically. But however, we need to stop this enemy at some certain position. It's just pushing our player, and also we need to flip this enemy in the direction our player is going. So let's go over to our script, and let's do that. So before we chase, we just want to check the distance between them. So first thing, so before we chase, so let's use the if condition, and we will check. So for checking, we're gonna use this vector2 dot distance function, and this vector2 dot distance function, it's gonna take two position, and it's gonna compare between them. So we're gonna compare with own position with our player position. So we will pass transform dot position, means the current position of our enemy, and we will pass as a second argument player dot position. So if the distance between them, if it's greater than some certain number, means the enemy is not yet close to our player. So player, you can think of player is somewhere around here. So let's create a retrieve distance parameter for it. So let's come at the top of our class, and let's make a variable for that. So I'm gonna make a public float, and we can call it something like a retrieve distance. So I'm gonna call it retrieve distance, just like that. And by default, I'm gonna set equal to some number, something like 2.5 unit, a smaller number. So now I'm gonna put over here my retrieve distance. It means that this function just gonna check the distance between them. So we just taking the distance between our own position, which is enemy position, and the player. So we just checking with this player position if the distance between them, if it's greater than retrieve distance, greater than retrieve distance, means the distance between them, if it's not too much close yet, player is something like over here, a player is over here, it means that we need to chase our player. You can think of player is somewhere around here, so enemy is not close, or the distance between them greater than retrieve distance, means the distance between them and not close too much yet. So in this situation, this enemy need to chase. So that's why we're gonna take this line of code which is chasing, and we're gonna put it inside over here, because the distance between them and not greater than it's greater than retrieve distance. It means the distance between them, it's not too much close yet. You can think of that player is over here, so this enemy is still just gonna chase our player, and we're gonna see the message. But let's suppose the distance between them, if it's too much close, and let's assume that player is over here. So what this enemy by now it's need to do, this enemy one, it should play the attack one animation clip. This enemy one should play the attack animation clip. For now we're gonna print out a message something like says attack on player, or play attack animation, just like that. So else if the distance between is not greater than retrieve distance, means that we just too much close to our player, or enemy is now close to our player. So else if the distance between them not greater than retrieve distance, so it means we are ready to attack on our player. So we're gonna use this debug.log, and we will say let's say attack on top of that. I'm gonna add the name of the game object that we want to attack. So we're gonna use the plus icon, and we will use this call info dot game object. We're gonna use this call info dot game object dot name. Name, so in this case it will be player, and call info dot game object means the game object the box collided 2D collided with. So this box collided 2D just gonna collide with this player, and we can see the player name is player. So call info dot game object means the player, and we accessing the name which is our player. So the message should pop up attack on player, because this will be player. And cool, and now we can notice that this enemy is basically chasing our player. But however we can see the distance between them is too much close. So what we can simply do, we can increase the value of this retrieve distance. So we can make it something around 3.5. And now if I try to get out of get out of attack range of this enemy one, you can see that enemy just stopping a little bit farther away, because as a retrieve distance we have chosen 3.5, or we basically checking the distance between them. So we need to set back this retrieve distance parameter to something like 3.5. And we do know that once we whatever changes we're gonna do inside play mode, it's not gonna save at all. So we need to get outside play mode, and we have to set back the parameter value which is 3.5. So we checking the distance between our player and this enemy. If the position between them, if it's greater than 3.5, then what we doing, we just checking. But the distance between them, it's not greater than 3.5, this player and this enemy, means that player is now close enough to this enemy. Then what we doing, we just simply printing out this message. We can see attack on player. So instead of printing out message, we need to play the attack animation clip, and also we need to flip this enemy in the direction our player is going. So we need to work on that, and we're gonna do that in the next lecture, or you can think of in the next chapter. So right now what we have to do, we need to play the attack animation of this enemy when it's close to our player. But before that, we are getting a problem that this enemy is not flipping in the direction player is going. Let me show you. If we get closer to our enemy, if I going to right direction, we can notice enemy is not flipping at all. So we need to flip to the right direction once the enemy is going to the right direction, and we need to flip this enemy to the left direction once our enemy to the left direction. So let's do that. So let's open up our enemy one script. So we will navigate to our enemy one script, and over here we can see we just chasing our player, and we basically printing out this message says attack on player. So once we chasing our player, we need to flip in the direction player is going. So we need the player transform or the player position, which we already have it, we can see. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna do that over here. So let's make a flip function of our enemy, and we're gonna call it when our player in attack range of enemy 1. So let's make a function for our flip of enemy 1. So I'm gonna make it somewhere around here. Let's type void, and I'm gonna call this flip, just like that. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So the first thing, we just want to check the distance. Basically, if the player, let me show you, if the player is somewhere around here, so we can notice the player position in the x-axis, it will be greater than enemy position in the x-axis. So what we need to do, if we set the rotation of this enemy in the y to minus 180 or 180, we can notice it's flip. So we basically need to set this y to minus 180 or 180, and if we want to flip this enemy once again to the left direction, then we can set back this to 0, 0, and now it flips to the left direction. So what we will do, we will check first the x distance. Basically horizontally we're gonna check. Let's use the if condition, and we will check that if our player dot x, if it's greater than enemy position, so transform dot position means the current position of enemy, and now we're gonna access the x axis. If that is the case, at the same time we need to check that which direction this enemy is looking, because we already created a parameter call facing left in the top, and by default we just set it to true. So we need to check simultaneously. So at the same time we will check that if our enemy is looking to the left direction, means if facing left is true. If that is the case, means our player is somewhere around here, enemy is looking to the left direction. So in the x-axis we can see, so we need to flip this enemy. To flip that, we do know, we just gonna go over to transform dot Euler angles. So let's go to transform dot Euler angles of our enemy, transform dot Euler angles, and we're gonna set equal to a new vector 3, because this transform dot Euler angles just gonna have the x comma y comma z, just like that. And so in the x, what we need to do, we need to set it to minus 180 f or 180, just like that. So it will flip to the right direction, and we're not gonna play around with the x-axis, so we're gonna put 0 f, and we're gonna 0f as well in the z. And after flipping our enemy to the right direction, we're gonna set facing left equal to false, because enemy is no longer able to look to the left direction once we gonna flip to the right. And now we can just simply save our script, and we can just go over to Unity editor. But we have to make sure that we call out this flip function, else this line of code will not be executed, means our enemy not gonna flip at all. And we need to call this flip function once our player in attack range. So over here we can see player in attack range. So let's call out the flip function over here. So I'm gonna call the flip function, let's call the flip function, and that's fine. And we can save our script. Let's head again to Unity editor. Now we can see it flips to the right direction, this enemy, because our player is going to the right direction. But the problem is that if we go to the left direction, enemy is not flipping back to left. So we need to set back this y rotation of our enemy to 0, so it's gonna flip to the left direction once again. and after flipping we need to set facing left parameter of this enemy to true because it's gonna look to the left direction. So let's do that. So let's go over to script once again, sorry, once again, and now else if, so let's use the else if condition. So the first thing we're gonna check the distance in the x-axis. So if the player is somewhere over here in the x-axis, so it will be enemy position, it will be lesser than enemy position in the x-axis, we can see if the player is somewhere around here. So at the same time we're gonna check if this enemy to looking to the right direction. So right now what we're gonna do, firstly we're gonna flip and then we're gonna set the facing left parameter once again to true, so it's gonna look to the left direction. Because it's gonna look to the left direction, so we need to set back facing left to true. So the first thing we will check that if player dot position dot x, sorry, dot x, if it lesser than transform dot position dot x, if that is the case, and at the same time if facing left is false, means our enemy is looking to the right direction. So if you put exclamation mark, it's basically means false, or you can set equal to false. It does the same thing, it does the same thing, or it does the same meaning. I means this facing left parameter is false. So we can simply copy this line of code and we can paste it over here, and we can set back this y rotation to 0, basically the Euler angles in the y to 0. So it will flip to the left direction once again, and after flipping to the left direction I'm gonna set this facing left parameter to true because it's gonna face to the left direction. And now we're gonna check this out. Let's get closer to our enemy. It's looking to the left and now it's right, and if we go once again to the left direction, enemy is now flipping to the left direction and it's working fine, we can notice. So right now what we're gonna do, instead of printing out message with this enemy, by now it should play the attack animation clip because it's now close enough to our player. So we need a reference of this animator component of this enemy, and I guess we already have it. If we come at the top of our class, we not able to see any animator component. So the first thing what we need a reference to this animator component of this enemy one, and by that we can just set the parameter. If we select our enemy one in the hierarchy, navigate to animator tab, we need to set this attack parameter to false as we said earlier manually. So we're gonna do it through code by now. So the first thing we need the reference, so let's grab the reference. Let's come at the top of our class and I'm gonna make it over here, and that parameter doesn't need to be public, so we can make it private instead. So we're gonna make a private animator, and let's call it animator just like that, or we can call it whatever we want. And let's come at this start function, and this start function get called at the beginning of our game. So we're gonna grab the reference at the beginning of our game. Since we made it private, so we're not gonna able to notice underneath our enemy one script, but however we need the reference of it. So we will set over here animator equal to this dot game object, which is referencing enemy one itself. And now we're gonna use this dot get component, and we need to fit the component which we are looking for. So since we're looking for animator, so we're gonna put it there, and that's it we have to do. So what we simply doing, we basically taking this animator component of this anime one, and we putting this animator variable we created in the top, we can see, and we setting it over here. As you can see, animator equal to this dot game object, it's referencing the anime one itself, and then we just getting the animator component. And after getting that, we storing inside this animator variable component that we animator variable parameter that we created over here. So now we can see we have the reference of animator component. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna move over to else condition, and over here we simply printing out message says attack on player. Instead of doing that, we need to play the attack animation of this enemy one because the player is now close enough. So what we will do, we will remove that. So the first thing we need to navigate to our animator component, And now we're going to use this set bool function because that is a bool parameter. This attack parameter is a bool parameter. So as a first thing, it's gonna take the parameter name inside quotation, which is attack. And the second thing it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna set it to true, just like that. True basically means we just taking that parameter. We firstly going over to this animator component of this enemy one, and then we just setting this attack parameter to true. We can see over here. Now let's save our script. Now get close enough to enemy one, and indeed this enemy one, by now it's playing the attack animation clip over again and again. But the problem is that if I pause my game and take away my player further away from this enemy, then unpause my game, we can see this enemy just stuck at attack animation clip. So we also need to set back attack parameter to false, this one, so it will move over to walk animation clip of this enemy walk, or the chase one, you can simply think of. So we also need to set back this attack parameter to false. When we're gonna set that, once our enemy is not close enough to our player. So over here we're checking if it's greater than retrieve distance. It means the player is not close enough yet to our enemy. So in this moment we need to play the walk animation clip or the run of our enemy one. So we need to set back this attack parameter to false, so it will play the walk or the move animation clip of enemy one. So the first thing, we will go to animator, then we're gonna use the set bool function, and let's set this attack parameter. Second thing, it's gonna take the value, so let's set it to false, means which unchecking. Let's get close enough. It's now playing attack, but when we are not close enough, we can see this enemy is now playing the walk instead of the attack animation clip. I'm gonna make the chase speed of this enemy a little bit slow to trace this out. So I'm gonna click on this pause button in the top to pause my game, and let's select our enemy. And in enemy one script, I'm gonna make the chase speed to something like 2, and the move speed, I'm gonna set it to something around, I'm gonna set it to something around 1, just like that. And if we click on the pause button to unpause our game, and now if we take a quick look, now we can see it's playing fine. And when we are out of attack range, then it's gonna play the chase animation, patrol, it's gonna play patrol, it will patrol around this ground, and that's all. So I'm gonna make the size in the X something around to 5, I guess 5, or let's do it 7. And I'm doing for testing purposes only. Let's check this out quickly, and we can see, and when we are out, we can notice we start this attack animation clip once again, over again and again, this enemy one playing the attack animation clip, because we also need to set back attack parameter to false when this enemy just patrolling. So we will get out of play mode, and if we navigate to our script, we're just setting it to false when we're chasing our player, and we're doing inside this call info, means when our player in attack range. But once our player is not inside attack range, then we're just calling out the patrol function, and we're just patrolling around this ground, this enemy just patrolling around this ground. So also in that moment, we just need to set our attack parameter to false there as well. So it's gonna play the walk animation clip, and it's not gonna stuck in attack animation clip over again and again. So let's do that. So I will move over to my script, and once we patrolling, we can do it over here, or we can move over to patrol function, and we can set the attack parameter to false. I'm gonna do it over here instead. So let's go to animator component of enemy. Let's use the set bool function, and we will set this attack parameter at a parameter to false. I'm gonna make the size in the X something around 7 for testing purposes only, and chase speed I'm gonna make it 2, and move speed I'm gonna make it 1, just like that. I'm just like that I'm gonna do. and let's see what's gonna happen. Let's get close enough to our enemy one. We can notice it's playing the attack animation clip, but once we are outside we can notice it's now playing the walk animation clip instead of the attack one. But once we are close enough we can notice this enemy one just playing the attack animation clip over again and again, and we are when we are out then it's just patrolling around the ground, and it is fine. So first thing, I'm gonna pause my game and I'm gonna take away my player further away from this enemy to check this out, and let's see what's gonna happen. I'm gonna unpause my game, and indeed it's working fine. And this enemy one basically patrolling around this ground when we are not inside attack range of this enemy one, and it seems already fine. And I'm gonna get out of play mode, and we will quickly save our script by holding down Ctrl S, or we can simply move over to top left file, then save. That's it. See, I have changed the version of Unity. In the top you can see I am using Unity 6 6000.0.40f1. I'm not using 6.3 LTS version of Unity because it's lagging too much, and my system is not capable of doing that with that version of doing my project. So that's why I just changed the version, but you can still use that version. It doesn't matter if you have the fast system, then you can go with Unity 6.3 or later version of Unity, a newer version of Unity. But I'm gonna use this one, which is 0.40f1. And now what we're gonna do, we're gonna give some health amount to this enemy game object, and this enemy game object need to take damage, and when it's take damage this enemy need to play the trigger animation, sorry, that heart animation. So we need to simply trigger that parameter, and we already have the animator component reference. So the first thing, we need to give some health amount to our enemy game object, and after that we can just simply what we can do, we can simply play that animation clip of this anime one. So let's open up the anime one script by double clicking on it, and let's come at the top of our class, and let's make a variable for our max health. I'm gonna do it somewhere around here, and let's suppose you just want to give it a title. You just want to give it a title. You just want to see a title underneath your enemy square enemy one script over here, something like says makes a max health or a health of this enemy. Then you have to use this header. So we need to use these square brackets, and then we have to type this header, and inside this we need to make this first bracket, and inside quotation we need to put the title or the header that we want to give. So I'm gonna say something like health, and if we go ahead and create a parameter, so what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna make a parameter for it. So let's make a public, and that will be in type whole number 0 1 2 3 4, and we can call it something like max health. So let's call it max health, and by default I'm gonna give to my enemy something like 3 unit of health, and we can just remove the f since this is not a float number. And if we save our script, head again to Unity editor, we can notice the health title or the header that we have given inside this script, we can see. And the max health by default we have given 3 unit, you can notice. So right now what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function in order to take the damage. So this enemy just gonna take the damage, so we're gonna make a function for it. To do that, let's go over to our script, and we can make the function anywhere, it doesn't matter. And we need to make sure that we make this function public, because later on we're gonna call this function from another class. You can simply assume we're gonna call it inside this player class or this player script. So that's why we need to mark that function as public. So we're gonna mark that function as public. I'm gonna make it somewhere around here, public void, and we can call it something like take damage, or we can call it whatever we want. And this function as an argument, it's gonna take the parameter how much damage, how much amount of damage we just want to damage our enemy. Basically, how much amount of damage we want to damage our enemy. So and that will be in type like whole numbers, and we can call it damage amount, or simply let's call it damage. And later on I'm gonna explain that's why we have given argument inside this bracket, and later on we have to replace this. So inside this function, what we just want to do, we just want to subtract from this max health of our enemy by some amount, which is damage amount. So we will go to max health of our player and we're gonna subtract. So we need to use this minus equal, and we're gonna put our damage just like that. Let's suppose we call this function for the first time, this take damage. So the by default we have given 3 unit of health, the max health, and the max health over here will be 3, and let's assume as a damage we pass 1. So this is 3 minus 1 will be 2. And if we call this take damage function one more time, second time, so the max health is now 2, so 2 minus 1 will be 1. And if we call it third time, so the max health is now 1, so 1 minus 1 gonna be 0. So max health of our enemy, somehow it's gonna hit 0. So when it's gonna hit 0, then what we want, we just want to destroy this enemy right away. For now we're gonna simply print out a message. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna make a function for it. So let's make a div function inside this enemy1 script. So and that function we don't not gonna mark as private or public, and we can simply type void and we can name the function, and we're gonna call it something like die. And inside this function, for now we just simply want to print out the message. So we're gonna type this debug.log, and we will say something like this dot game object dot name, means the enemy one just referencing itself, and top of that plus icon we have to use in order to add a custom message. I'm gonna say something like died, and let's close that up with semicolon. And we also need to call this die function, but when we need to do it, once we're gonna loses all of our health. And over here we can see we just subtracting the health amount. So before we subtract the health amount of this enemy, we need to check if this enemy game object max health is already 0. That means we need to stop or subtracting max health from our enemy. So before we damage, we're gonna use the if condition. Let's use that. Sorry, we're gonna use the if condition. If condition, and over here what we're gonna do, we're gonna check. So we will check that if our max health, if it's already lesser than or equal to 0, it means our this enemy one game object just loses all of his health. It means that we can call the die function, and die function for now simply printing out this message, this dot game object dot name plus diet. So this dot game object referencing itself this enemy one, and we can see the name is enemy1, so the message should be pop up enemy1 died. So let's call out the function there. So once we lose our max health, so we will call it over here, which is die, and else let's suppose the max health is not lesser than or equal to 0, means this enemy one game object have some health amount. It means we can damage our enemy. So that's why we just gonna subtract it, else if the max health of our enemy. So let's use this else condition, and we will check that if the max health is not lesser than or equal to 0, let's put it there, means we are ready to subtract or damage our enemy one. And we can see indeed we doing. So the first thing we checking the max health if it's already 0 or not of enemy 1. If it's, then we calling out the die function. If the max health of enemy is not lesser than or equal to 0, it means that our enemy just have some health amount. Then what we doing, we just subtracting this damage amount, this damage, and a damage we just assume it 1, 1 for now. We just made the function but we never calling it, you can see inside this enemy1 script. So we also need to call this take damage function, and this take damage function just gonna do these things. When we're gonna call it, once this enemy just gonna attack on this once our player just gonna attack on this enemy one. For now I just want to check with a left mouse button. If I click the left mouse button, then I'm just gonna call this take damage function from this enemy one script. So we will open up our player script. So let's go over to player script, and over here you can see that I'm just clicking the left mouse button, and once I'm gonna clicking the left mouse button, then I'm just playing the attack animation clip of my player. So for now, I'm just gonna call it over here, and later on we have to replace it. We need to make sure we do that. So we can call the function, and in order to call the function, we're gonna use this find any object by type. So we're gonna use this, sorry, find any object on any object by type, and we have to make these arrows, and inside these arrows we need to pass the script name, which script we're looking for. So since we're looking for enemy1, so we're gonna put it there, enemy1, and we need to make this first bracket, and now we can simply call the function, which is take damage. So let's type dot then take damage, and now this take damage function inside brackets, it's gonna take the damage amount. So since I want to damage by one unit, so I'm gonna put 1. If you put 3, then our enemy just gonna lose all of his health just right away, and it's gonna print out the message something like enemy 1 died. But I don't want to do that, so that's why I just put it 1, and now we can simply close that up with semicolon. So what we're simply doing, we're just going over to this enemy1 game object and this enemy1 script, and then we're calling out the function, which is take damage, and we do know what take damage function is really doing. Firstly, it's taking the max health. If it's 0, and then we're calling it out the die function. If the max health if our enemy have some health amount, then we just subtracting, we can see. And now we can simply save our player script. If I click the left mouse button, we can notice the max health of this enemy 1 became 2. If I click one more time, we can see it's became 1, and if I click one more time, then it's became 0. However, the message not getting pop up inside our console tab says enemy 1 died, because we need to click one more time, and as soon as we click, we can see enemy 1 died. Died message just gets pop up inside our console tab. So instead of checking with 0, if we move over to enemy1 script, we can check with 1, but I think checking with 0 is fine, or you can check with 1 as well. So we're calling out the die function. So we do know that once our max health of this enemy1 reaches 0, then we're calling out the die function, and die function, we do know what it's doing. It's simply printing out this message which says enemy1 died. So once this enemy one taking damage, it should play the heart animation clip of this enemy one itself. So to play that, we do know that we need a reference animator component, which we already have it, and we can see over here. So right now we can simply move over to animator component when we're taking damage. So we're taking damage over here. So we can go over to animator component of enemy 1, and we can use this set trigger function, because that heart parameter that we set, if we choose our enemy 1, navigate to animator tab, we can see this heart parameter is a trigger parameter. So that's why we need to use this function called animator.setTrigger function, and inside this function, inside quotation, we need to pass the parameter name, and make sure you spell it correct, else it's not gonna work and Unity just gonna throw some errors. And that's it we have to do. If I click the left mouse button, we can notice this enemy 1 by now. It's playing the heart animation clip, and the max health we can see already reaches 1, and if I click one more time, it's became 0, and if I click one more time, we can notice enemy 1 died. A message just gets pop up. So once this max health once this enemy 1 game object loses all of his max health, then this enemy 1 should play the die animation clip, and it should stop patrolling around this ground, and also it should not chase our player, which is chasing by now. So we need to stop doing doing all of this. So to do that, let's go over to our script, and for it we're gonna make a private bool parameter, which just gonna keep track of this enemy one is tied already or not. So let's come at the top of our class, and let's make a private parameter for it. So I'm gonna make a private bool and this and I'm gonna call it is enemy diet. Just like that, I'm gonna call it is enemy diet, and let's close that up with semicolon, and let's go over to a start function. So in the start of the game, I'm gonna set is enemy diet equal to false, because in the start of the game we're not gonna die at all. But let's suppose once we loses all of his health, max health of this enemy one. So in this situation we will go to die function, and over here and we calling the die function once we reach a max health 0. It means the enemy just loses all of his health, so it should die. So that's why we're gonna set is enemy died by now equal to true, because enemy just loses all of his health. And we're gonna use this parameter to just stop patrolling. So let's get over to update function, where we patrolling and targeting or chasing our player, and we're doing all of these things inside this update function. As you can see, we patrolling, we just chasing our player over here, and we just taking the distance between our player and enemy one. So before we do all of these things, we need to check if our is enemy diet parameter is true. If that is the case, it means the enemy one just loses all of his health. It means it's need to stop doing patrolling and all of these things. So that's why before we will come at the top of our update function, and we will check it. So let's use the if condition, and we will check that is enemy diet is true. If that is the case, it means we need to stop doing all of these things like patrolling, attacking on our player, chasing, and all of this. So that's why we're gonna type this return, sorry, not retrieve distance, we need to type this return. And we do know that after return, whatever we're gonna do, it's not gonna execute at all. Means this line of code will not be execute. Means our enemy not gonna patrol around this ground, and it's gonna stop at one point. And also we need to make sure that we set this death parameter to true, so it will play the death animation clip of this enemy one. And we need to set it this parameter when we loses all of our health. So we will navigate to our die function, and over here we're gonna set that death parameter. So the first thing, we will go to animator component of our enemy one, and we're gonna use the set bool function, because that is a bool parameter. And the first thing, it's gonna take the parameter inside quotation, which is death. And the second thing, it's gonna take the value, so we're gonna set it to true, means check. And so it's gonna play that animation clip, which is the death one. And I'm just clicking the left mouse button, so the max health is now 2. If I click one more time, it's became 1, and one more time it's became 0. And then once it hits 0, inside our console tab, enemy one message just gets pop up, and this enemy one, we can see it's played the death animation clip of this enemy one itself. But the problem is that the this box collider 2D, we can see still is active, and we can just detect the collision. So what we basically want, we want to disable this box collider 2D of this enemy one once it's when we just calling out the die function of this enemy one. And also we need to make sure that we set the gravity scale of this enemy one to 0, so it's not gonna fall down at all. So the first thing, we need to disable the box collider 2D, and as soon as we're gonna disable, we can see it's fall down, because the rigid body 2D is dynamic and the gravity scale is 3. So we need to set it to 0. So we need a reference this box collider 2D and the rigid body 2D of our enemy one. So let's get out of play mode, and let's navigate to our script, and over here we're gonna do that. So the first thing, we need reference to those components. So the first thing, we need our rigid body 2D and the box collider 2D, and we're gonna grab it in the same way we grab it this animator component of our enemy one. So we're gonna use this private, and the component we're looking for rigid body 2D, and let's call it RB. And we're gonna grab the reference box collider 2D as well. So we're gonna make another private box collider 2D parameter, a box collider 2D, and we can call it collider 2D, just like that. And let's get over to a start function. So in the start of our game, sorry, we need to rename it to something else. If you see a green line underneath, then you can just put a new in front of this private or public. It's just gonna go on, or you can just rename this parameter to something else, because this already exists, so that's why we need to name it something else. So I'm gonna call it something like box collider 2D with non b capitalized later. And now we're gonna go over to our start function. So in the start of my game, I'm gonna grab the reference. So the first thing, I'm gonna grab the RB. So we will set RB, basically the rigid body 2D. So we're gonna use this dot game object means reference itself, and we're gonna use this get component, and the component we're looking for rigid body 2D, and then we're gonna make this first bracket, and that's it. So we just set RB equal to this dot game object dot get component rigid body 2D, means we simply taking the rigid body 2D of this enemy 1, and we putting inside this RB parameter that we created. We can see in the start we doing, and we're gonna grab the reference box collider 2D as well. So we're gonna set our box collider 2D equal to this dot game object, sorry, this dot game object dot get component. Now the component we're looking for box collider 2D, so we're gonna put box collider 2D, and that's it. Now we have the reference RB rigid body and the box collider 2D. And now let's get over to our die function where we just die, and we dying over here. So now what we're gonna do, so the first thing, I'm gonna set the gravity is equal to 0, so this enemy not gonna fall down at all. So we will go to, and I'm gonna do it over here. So before, after printing out message, I'm gonna do that. So I will go to RB, then I'm gonna access the gravity scale, and I'm gonna set equal to 0f. Basically what we doing, we just going over to this rigid body 2D of this enemy one, accessing this gravity scale, and we setting it to 0, so it's not gonna fall down. And we need to disable this box collider 2D as well. So let's disable that. So we will go to box collider 2D, and we're gonna use this dot enable, and we're gonna set equal to false. It basically means you just unchecking, or you just disabling the box collider 2D, and that's all we have to do. And now we're gonna test this out. If this enemy taking damage, we can see it's becoming 0 the max health, but it's not losing because we need to attack it one more time, or basically we need to click our left mouse button one more time. And by now we can see this enemy just died. And we can notice, if I get closer, now we can surpass this enemy, because if I choose my enemy 1, we can see the box collider just get disabled, and the gravity scale, we can notice it's becoming a 0. And also we need to make sure that after some period of time we just destroy this enemy 1, so it's not gonna lying around our sim view, and our game not gonna have a at all, or the frame rate not gonna shrink down over time. So we also need to destroy this enemy after some period of time, and to destroy that we need to use this function. So we will get over to this die function, and to destroy we're going to use the destroy function. And this function, it's going to take the game object that we want to destroy. So since we want to destroy enemy one itself, so we can pass this dot game object means enemy itself, but I want to destroy after some period of time. So again, second thing comma, I can specify the time. So something like after 7 second I want to destroy, so I'm gonna put 7f, just like that. And also I want to do one change, that if the max health is something like 0, I want to destroy that. Instead of checking with 0, so we can simply check with 1. So we're gonna go over to our scape, and let's get over to take damage function, and over here we're checking with 0, which is not working properly, so I can check with 1 instead. If we click the left mouse button, we can see that max health is now 2 of enemy 1, then it's 1, and then 0. And as soon as reaches 0, and we can see it's became 1, you can simply assume it's 0. So the we can notice after 7 second, this enemy just get destroy itself, and the message just gets pop up says enemy one died. So it's working fine. And instead of clicking the left mouse button, we basically have to do one thing basically. We need to do some changes. and we're gonna talk about that in the next lecture, or in the next chapter we're gonna take a look on this. Instead of taking damage when we click the left mouse button, we're gonna create a attack point from this player game object, and if that circle collide with our enemy, then this enemy should take damage. So the first thing, we need to remove that line of code where this enemy just taking the damage. So in our case, we will open up player script, and let's remove that function. Over here we can see we calling out the take damage function from enemy script, and the enemy just taking damage. So let's remove this. So instead of doing that, we're gonna create a circle. So the first thing, we're gonna create a circle around our attack point from this player game object, and if that circle collide with our enemy, then this enemy just gonna take the damage. And for that, we're gonna make a function called attack. So we're gonna make a function, let's make it somewhere around here. So, and we're gonna make this function public. Why? Because we're gonna call it through animation event. Means once this player game object just gonna play the animation clip of attacks, then we're gonna call out the function. So that's why we need to mark this function as public. So we're gonna mark this function as public for function void, and we can call it something like attack. So let's call it attack, and let's make first bracket and some curly brackets. So inside this function, in order to create that circle, we need to use a function called physics2d. So we have to use this physics2d dot overlap circle function, and this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to create the circle, and the second thing, it's gonna take the radius. So we need to specify that, and the third argument, or the parameter, it's gonna take the layer mask, mean which game object we simply want to target. So let's declare those variable first, and after that we just gonna create the circle. So let's make this one comment for now. Let's come at the top of our class, and let's basically gather those parameters. I'm gonna do it somewhere around here, and before I do that, I'm just gonna give a title. So we're gonna give a header like we have done inside our enemy script. So firstly, we're gonna give it a title. So I'm gonna call it something like attack, just like that, to keep it more clean. So we're gonna make a public transform which is responsible for position, and we can call this one attack point. So let's call it attack point or attack position. And the second thing, we need the radius. So let's make a public float, and we can call this one attack radius. So let's call it attack radius, and by default I'm gonna give something like 1f. And the third parameter, we need the layer mask. So let's define that. So we're gonna create a public layer mask, and we can call it damage layer, attack layer, or we can call it something like what is enemy, just like that. And let's save our script, and we're gonna move over to Unity editor, and now we need to assign this attack point. So the first thing, we're gonna create the attack point inside this player. So let's go over to hierarchy, let's select the player, let's create an empty child game object, and I'm gonna call this one attack point or attack position, and we're gonna drag it. So let's choose the move tool, and we're gonna drag it somewhere around here, and we can choose and gizmo stories as well. I'm gonna choose this one, and we need to make sure we just drag it into the center. So we will go to animation tab, and then we're gonna choose attack 1 or attack 2. Let's suppose attack 2. So I guess we need to drag it somewhere around here, and if I choose the attack 3 animation clip, and this seems pretty much fine. So make sure you just drag it into the center. Now we're gonna take our attack point, let's drag it over to this attack point fill, and attack radius, by default we have given a 1. Basically we have chosen 1, we can play around with it. And what is enemy, we're gonna choose our enemy, but we cannot able to notice our enemy layer. So we need to firstly assign this enemy as a enemy layer. So let's choose the enemy, and let's go to inspector. In the top right side we can see layer, so let's click on it, then add layer, and let's create a new layer for our enemy. And first thing, we're gonna assign this enemy as a enemy layer, and I'm gonna set this object only, and now I'm gonna choose my player script, and what is enemy, I'm gonna choose my enemy. Now the circle only gonna check with this enemy game object, like we just taking our ground and patrolling around this ground. We already done it plenty times. So now we just assign it all of the variables, and we can remove these two forward slashes. And the first argument, we're gonna pass our attack point, sorry, not attack index, we're gonna pass our attack point dot position. And the second thing, it's gonna take the radius, so let's put our attack radius. And the third argument, it's gonna take the layer mask, so let's put our what is enemy. And what is enemy, we just assign it our enemy. So this function just gonna create the circle from this attack point with that attack radius as we specified, and it's only gonna target this enemy. So this can be true or false. This function just gonna give us a true or false value depending upon if the circle is really colliding with this enemy or not. If it's, then this function just gonna give us a true value, else it will give us a false value. So we're gonna store it into a bool parameter. So since this is just gonna work like as a collision, so we can store it inside a collided 2D variable as well. So let's put it inside a collided 2D variable. So we're gonna create a variable type which will be collided 2D, and we can call it call info, short for collision information. So this function can be true or false depending upon the circle is really colliding with this enemy or not. Let's assume the circle is really colliding with this enemy, then this function just gonna give us a true value, so this will be true. So that's why this call info right over here, it's gonna be true, because we just storing the result into this call info parameter, you can see. So now let's check that. So let's use the if condition. Let's make first bracket and some curly brackets, and we will check that if call info is true, means the circle is really colliding with this enemy. So this enemy game object right now, it's need to take damage. For now I'm gonna print out a message. So I'm gonna print out something like so let's type this debug.log, and we will say call info dot game object dot name, and top of that I'm gonna add a custom message takes damage, just like that, takes damage, and close that up with semicolon. It would be nice if we able to see the circle. To see the circle or to draw the circle, we need to use a function called on draw gizmo selected. We do know, like we have done with this ground. So we're gonna approach the same way, and to do that we're gonna use this function called on draw gizmo selected. If you haven't included, then include this function, or and you can ignore this line of code over here. So before we draw, we just want to check if we assign it the attack point or not. So let's use the if condition, and over here we will check that if our attack point if it's not equal to null, it means it's not empty, attack point is not empty. We simply just drag it this attack point to attack point field, and we can see attack point field is not empty. So if it's not equal to null, means it's not empty, it means we are ready to draw the circle. And to draw the circle, we're gonna use this gizmos we're gonna use this gizmos dot draw where sphere function. And this function, as a first argument, it's gonna take the point from where we want to draw the circle. So we're gonna put our attack point dot position, and the second thing radius. So let's put our attack radius, and we can choose the color before we draw, which color we would like to draw, or we can just leave it like this, so it's gonna draw with white color. So since I want to choose a color, so I'm gonna choose a different color. So I'm gonna set gizmos dot color equal to the color I would like to draw with. So I'm gonna draw with color dot red, just like that. And we can see the circle by now with red color, but we need to adjust the radius. So the first thing, we're gonna move over to animation tab and make sure you select your player in the hierarchy. And if we check it, this is our first attack. So we need to increase the radius of this circle, something just like this. And I'm gonna take my attack point, let's move it somewhere around here, just like that. And if I choose my attack 2 animation clip, and it seems pretty much fine. I guess you can just play around with the radius, and I'm gonna drag it uh, a little bit intro. And if we choose our attack 3, and attack 3 seems perfect. So it seems perfect, and if we go ahead, and I'm gonna select my game object, I will go over to overrides, apply all the changes I made, and let's select the console tab. If we go ahead, and you can see the circle is colliding with our player, and if we attack, the message not getting pop up inside our console tab says enemy 1 died, sorry, enemy takes damage, because we also need to call the function we just created over here. You can sorry, we have to go over to attack function. We can see over here. So call info dot game object basically means that the game object the circle collided with. So the circle definitely gonna collide with this enemy one. So that we accessing the name which is enemy one, and top of that we added this message takes damage. So the message should be pop up enemy one takes damage, but this message not getting pop up because we just made this attack function and we never calling it. And when we need to call this function, once this player game object just gonna play the it's gonna play the attack animation clip. So to call that function, we firstly need to move over to this animation tab, and then choose your attack 1, attack 2 and attack 3, and choose the perfect time. So I guess over here it will be perfect time in order to call the function, because over here we can see it's playing the perfect attack animation. And to call that function in animation tab, you can see in the left side add event. So just click on it and then choose the event, go over to inspector, and function you can see no function selected. So just click there, then go to player script methods or function, and we can call the attack function. So basically what we're doing, we're going over to this player script and we're calling out the function there, where this is this function which is attack, we can see. And now we need to call it 2 more times when we playing the second and the third attack animation. So we're gonna choose our second attack animation of this player, and I guess this would be perfect time. So we can call it 2 more times, one time over here and one time somewhere around here. So let's call that, I'm gonna call it over here. Let's click on this add event, then we will go to player script methods or function attack, and we can call it over here once again. So let's click on add event, and let's call the function which is player methods or function, then attack, and let's choose our attack 3 animation clip. So I guess this time this over here, so we can call the function. Let's go to player methods or function, and we're gonna call it one more time over here. I guess here would be perfect. So let's call that. Let's go to player script, player C# class or script, and then attack. And by now that message should be pop up because we're calling out the attack function and we do know what this attack function is really doing. Firstly, we will get closer to this enemy one, and we can see if we attack, we can notice the message just getting pop up as soon as we playing the attack animation clip, and the circle just colliding with this enemy. The message just getting pop up says enemy 1 takes damage, and indeed the message just getting pop up as many time we playing the attack animation clip of this player. But instead of printing out message, this enemy need to take damage. Basically we need to call out the take damage function from this enemy script, and we can just do that thing. So we can simply get out of play mode and we can call out the function there. So let's go over to our script. So instead of printing out message, we can simply call out the take damage function from that enemy script. But before we call the function, we need to check if the circle is really colliding with this enemy game object, and this enemy game object has a script called enemy1. And if we choose our enemy1, we can see enemy1 script is attached to this enemy1. It means this enemy1 is ready to take damage. So before we take damage, we just want to check the script is attached to this enemy1 game object or not. So before we damage, so let's use the if condition, because we just want to check. So let's so the first thing we will check, call info dot game object means the game object the circle collided with. So in our case, call info dot game object over here will be that enemy one. And now we're gonna use this dot get component, and the component that we're looking for is enemy one. So we're gonna put it there, or enemy one C# class, and we have to make this first packet, and we will check if it's not equal to null. It basically means the enemy one script is attached to this enemy one game object. Indeed, we can see enemy one script is attached to this enemy one. So right now what we can do, we can simply go over to this enemy one script, and we can call out the take damage function we created inside this enemy one. So let's go over to our player script, and let's call the function. So firstly we will over to call info dot game object means the enemy one, and let's get the component, and the component we're looking for enemy one, and let's call the function. So we're gonna call the take damage, and now it's gonna take the damage amount, basically the parameter. So since I want to damage by 1 unit, so I'm gonna put it there 1. If we get closer to our enemy one and damage it for the first time, we can see the max health became 1 now, because it's already two damages. And if we damage one more time, we can see it's totally died, and the max health became 1, or you can assume 0. And after like 7 seconds, it just destroyed itself. So I hope you get the idea that how you can work on it. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna use the singleton pattern in order to basically call the function. It's pretty like heavy texting, so we can ignore it, and we can take a look in the next lecture, or in later, or in the next chapter we're gonna take a look on it, or later you can simply assume. For now we will make the camera follow. So I'm gonna check this out. You can see the camera is not following in the direction player is going. So we just want to make the camera follow whatever direction this player is going, and it's now outside of the camera. We can see the boundaries of our camera. To do that, we're gonna install Cinemachine camera. We will use Cinemachine camera to make the camera follow. To do that, go over to window in the top, then go to package manager, and choose a Unity registry in the left side, and then search over here Cinemachine. Or you can just wait a little bit, and then you scroll down to the bottom and find out Cinemachine, and then install that. So just wait, it's refreshing the list, it's loaded. If I scroll down to the bottom, we can see Cinemachine over here. So make sure you select the Cinemachine and then click on this install. So we're gonna choose our Cinemachine. Let's click on this install, and we can see it installed. So I'm gonna cut this tab, and let's go to hierarchy, right click or hit this plus icon, then go over to Cinemachine in the bottom, then the Cinemachine camera, sorry, not Cinemachine camera. You need to go over to this targeted cameras in the bottom, and then choose this 2D camera. And as soon as we're gonna do that, we can see it's we're gonna have to take our player, and we need to drag it over to this tracking target slot, because we want to follow our player. And if we choose our main camera, we can see a Cinemachine brain component added to our main camera. Basically this Cinemachine camera just gonna give instruction to our main camera what it's actually really need to do. Let's suppose we just want to make the player follow, then this Cinemachine camera just gonna order our main camera to make the camera follow. So that's why this Cinemachine brain component added automatically once we created this Cinemachine camera. And now we will choose our Cinemachine camera, and then take your player and then drag it over to this tracking target slot inside this Cinemachine camera component. And now if we go ahead play our game, now we can see the camera is following in the direction player is going. You can see in the scene view as well as in the game. And we want to do some changes. Basically I just want to move my camera in the x-axis a little bit away, basically. So to do that, what you basically have to do, move over to this Cinemachine position composer component and target offset, and make it something like, you can make it 1 if you want. I just want to move my camera a little bit from this player as compared to my player position. So I'm gonna do it something like two, just like that. And if I just flip to the left direction, we can see it's flipping. And we can just play around with the these things. We can play around with our dead zone. So we can just define the zone. Let's suppose you don't want to move your camera once the player is somewhere over here, or just player just walking in this position in the x-axis little bit, and you don't want this camera to follow. Then you can go over to this go over to this damping, and in the X you can just make it less. Sorry, you have to play around with the dead zone, not this damping. Damping basically the smoothness of the camera the camera is following. So what we need to do, we need to check this dead zone, and you can just play around with it, and you can see a small area. And if we get inside this small area, we can see camera is not following. But once we cross the limit of it, the boundaries, we can see camera is now following. And we can play around in the X. We can make it bigger. So if we make it something like this much, you can see in this area our camera is not gonna follow at all. But once we surpass this area, camera started following our player. But I'm gonna make this something like, I'm gonna make it 0.1, you can say 0.1, or I can make it even 0.2, and 0.2 is seems fine. And if you want this same thing in the y-axis, then you can do that. You can just put a bigger value in the y, something like 5. And you can notice in the y-axis our main camera is not following at all. But in the y I don't want at all, so I'm gonna set back this size in the x, sorry, in the y to 0, because I want the smoothness in the y-axis, and I don't want to choose any dead zone for it. And we can play around with this value velocity. If we make the damping in the x something like 0, we can see the camera is now following our player rigidly. So you can just play around with the damping value as well. I'm gonna set it to back because I want the smoothness, sorry. And you can play around with the screen position in the x-axis as well in the y. If I make it bigger in the x, we can see the camera position. I'm gonna set back to 0. And if you want to move your camera vertically, then you have to increase this screen position. In the y, you can make it something like 10, you can make it 0.5, but I don't want, so I'm gonna set back to 0. So just play around with this value and you're gonna get that. So you need to move over to this Cinemachine position composer component and just play around with this value, and you're gonna get the perfect. But we do know that we're doing inside play mode, and inside play mode whatever changes we made, it will not be saved at all once we're gonna get out. So how we can just so you can just remember this value, and you can just put it back. Or what else you can do, you can just click on these three dots, and then go to properties, sorry, not properties. So we just gonna click on that, and then we're gonna click on this copy component. So click on three dots, then copy component, then get out of play mode, and choose your Cinemachine position composer component once again. Right click on it, and then paste component as new, or you can just click on this paste component values. And as soon as we do that, we can see the value just set back to as we said when we are in play mode. And you can just play around with the value. And I'm gonna take my Cinemachine camera, and I'm gonna drag it in the top so I can see all the time. And to make our hierarchy clean, we can just create an empty game object, and we can just drag all of them. So what I'm gonna do to keep my hierarchy clean, I'm gonna right click, I'm gonna create an empty game object, and I can call this, or I can rename this as like holders, or let's call it stuffs, just like that. And I'm gonna select but before I do, I just want to reset the transform. So I'm going to right click, reset, and now I'm going to select my ground and ground under ground one, main camera, Cinemachine camera, and let's drag it top of these stubs. And we can just click over here to keep our project clean. And you can see that we just made our hierarchy lot clean, and we can make one for enemies as well to keep it even more clean. So I'm going to create another game object, and I can call this game object to something like enemies, and I will reset the transform, and let's select our enemy 1, enemy 2, enemy 3. Let's drag it top of that enemy, and we can just collapse at once to keep our hierarchy clean, and we can see already. And let's take a quick look at our final result as well. So I will go ahead and I will quickly play my game. Just play around, we can see it's fine. And let's suppose you just want to see the area, dead zone and all of that, then make sure you go to hierarchy. Then you have to choose your Cinemachine camera, which I have it underneath my stubs, and then just select this Cinemachine composer component, and you need to make sure you just check this dead zone, and you're gonna see the area, and you can just play around with the value as I said earlier. So I'm gonna get out of play mode. So I hope you get the idea that how you can do this. To make our tile map, so the first thing, I'm gonna disable these two grounds. So I will head over to my stubs and I'm gonna select both of these ground. Let's uncheck in the inspector in order to disable them. And now I'm gonna create the tile map, and before we create the tile map, we basically need to slice our sprite sheet, basically the tiles set individually, 16 by 16. To do that, I will head over to my assets folder, sprites, environment, and I'm gonna move over to my third or fourth folder. So I have it inside my second folder. So let me take a look. So I'm gonna click on open sprite editor. So basically the second folder is the environment for mine, basically the tile set. So let's select the sprite sheet, and we're gonna click on sprite or click on this open sprite editor and choose pixel sprite mode to multiple pixel per unit, something like 16, just like that, and filter mode to point of filter, and then apply. And we're gonna slice 16 by 16 instead of slicing grid by cell count or automatic. So let's click on slice, choose automatic to grid by cell size, and we're gonna choose 16 in the X and 16 in the Y, and then click on slice and then apply, and that's it. And we're gonna do the same things with this wall, so we can do that. So let's do that. So the first thing, as always, we're gonna leave it sprite mode to multiple, pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point no filter, apply, and then we're gonna click on slice, grid by cell size, choose automatic to grid by cell size, and put in the X and in the Y 16 by 16, and then apply. And let's take a look on this water, and we can do that. For now, I'm just gonna go ahead, I'm gonna skip that. And to place our tile map, what we need to do, first thing, we need to create the grid inside our hierarchy. So move to hierarchy, right click, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then choose this rectangular, and it's gonna create the grid. And if you are not able to see, then you just gonna click on this in the top, sorry, this one, and we can see create by basically we need to choose our tile map, and we can just go ahead and we can just place our tile. So the first thing, you need to create the grid. So go over to your hierarchy, then right click, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then choose this rectangular, and then we're gonna choose our tile map and move over to your scene view. And inside your scene view, you're gonna have it anywhere the open tile palettes. So in my case, I have it in the top left side, you can see. So I'm just gonna click on it. So make sure you just click on that, and it says that drag tile sprite texture over here to create a new. So basically what we need to do, we need to drag the tile set over here. But before we drag the tile set over here, we need to create a new tile palette. So we need to create the tile palette first. To do that, click on this create new tile palette, create new tile palette, and we can name the palette what we want. So I'm gonna call it something like just like palette just like this, and then click on this create button, and it's gonna create. And I'm gonna create a separate folder for my tile map. So I will go to assets, let's right click new folder, and I'm gonna call this folder to something like tile map just like that. And we're gonna double click on that folder to open that up, and then choose this select folder. And now we can simply drag the whole spreadsheet over here. So I'm gonna select the spreadsheet from that folder, which we slice it individually by 16 by 16 in the X and the Y. So we're gonna select that, and we're gonna drag it over to inside this tile palette tab, inside this palette. And now we will choose the same folder. You can just do it anywhere, you can just put it anywhere you want. To keep my project clean, I'm gonna just choose my tile map folder, and let's choose select folder, and that's it we have to do. And make sure you just drag the wall as well, which we slice it individually. So I'm gonna do the same thing, and we can just scroll our mouse to zoom in or zoom out. And in the bottom somewhere over here, I'm gonna drag the wall tile set. So let's select that and drag it over here, and then we're gonna choose the same folder just like that. And if we have other stuffs, then we can do the same thing. So if I move over to my first folder, I have some things over here, and inside my fourth folder as well. So what I can simply do, I can select them, and I can just slice it individually. Sorry. So I'm gonna move over to this third folder, and this style set I'm gonna choose. So I'm gonna cut this tab for now. So let's choose the spreadsheet, pixel per unit to 16, sprite mode to, we're gonna leave it multiple, filter mode to point no filter, apply, open sprite editor, and we're gonna slice into automatic to grid by cell size. So let's click on slice. I select automatic to grid by cell size, and put in the X and in the Y 16 by 16, then slice, and then apply. And we're gonna choose this spreadsheet as well. So make sure you select the tile map underneath your grid in the hierarchy, then to click on this open tile palette, and you can have this tab anywhere in this scene view. So make sure you just find that out first. So I'm gonna click on it, and it's gonna bring up the palette, and we can just drag the sprite sheet tile set, which we slice it individually, and we can just drag it over here. And we can choose a folder where we want to place it. For this one, I'm going to create a second. First thing, I will go to assets tile map, and I will create a second folder or something like that. So I'm going to right click new folder, and I'm going to call it something like one, and I'm going to choose this folder, and let's do that. And it's going to do the same thing, and we can just go ahead, and we can just ready to place our tiles inside our game. Just like that we can do that. So we can just choose any tile, and we have some tools in the top bar we can see, and we're gonna talk about this in the next lecture or in the next chapter. We can start placing our tiles. So let's choose the grid in the hierarchy, then we will choose tile map, and let's click on this open tile palette inside our scene view, and it's gonna pop up. And if it seems flat, no grids, basically no lines, then you can see in the top bar this icon. So just click on it, and you're gonna able to notice that I can just start placing. So make sure you choose your tile palette, and you can start your placing your tiles just like me, you can see. So this should be the middle one, let's put it there, just like this. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose a different tile set for this one. So this one seems in the middle. Let's find out which one gonna be best. So we're gonna find that out, and we're gonna place it that there. And I guess this one seems perfect. Actually what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take the top, and let's start
placing there just like this, and let's place one is here. uh, so we have many tools. So the first tool is a brush tool, and the shortcut key you can see is P, and you can just paint like I'm just doing it. You can paint in this way your tiles, just like me. And we also have eraser tool to erase our tiles. You can see we can just erase the tile, and we can copy the tile set as well by choosing this tool, which is the pick or mark tool, and the shortcut key is I. And we can just copy which tile set we just want to make a copy, and we can just paste just like this. You can see, and we have many tools. Let's suppose you just want to move this in the bottom or in the right left side, then you can choose this tool inside your palette, which is the create a area an area tool you can think of. And we can just select the tiles and we can move it anywhere we want. And to move that, we have the tool next to it, which is the move tool, a move selection, and the shortcut key is M, and we can just move it anywhere in the scene view we want. We can see just like this. I'm gonna take my enemy and I'm gonna move it a little bit up. So let's choose our move tool and let's move it up a bit, and we can see it's already now. And some tiles I don't want to add collider, but I'm going to talk about it later. Firstly, let me finish this placing. Firstly, I'm gonna finish placing these tiles just like I'm doing it. Sorry, I can just copy and I can start placing like this, and I guess this seems pretty much fine already. And let's assume it's done. And if we start our game, as soon as the game started, we can notice that our player and the enemy just fall down through this tile set, because we need to add collider 2D to these tiles as well. And to add collider to these tiles, we need to add a tile map collider. But before I do that, I just want to name this tile set which I place it as ground. So this just gonna be ground, because we're gonna have some back tiles, we're gonna have some front tiles, some other stuffs like grasses, water, or like that. So that's why I just want to rename this as ground tile, or I can simply call it ground. And to add tile map collider 2D, click on add component, and we're gonna search by typing, and let's add that. And if we go ahead and play our game, see our player is fine, it just landing top of this tile map, or you can simply call it ground tile, we can notice. And it's working fine. But however, there is a problem. If I try to press down a space key on my keyboard, you can see it's jumping, and we can notice this player jump in stack animation clip, stuck in jump animation clip, and it's not jumping anymore, because we also need to assign this ground as a ground, so this player and this enemy will know this is our ground, so we can jump top of that. So what we have to do, we need to assign this ground tile as a ground tag, so we're gonna assign with our ground. And also we need to make sure we assign this ground as a ground layer, so I'm gonna assign this ground. Now this player and this enemy just gonna notice this is our ground, and we can jump top of it, and we can just patrol around it. And let's suppose you just want to merge all of these individual colliders at once. So how you can do that? For it, you need to attach a component called composite collider 2D. So click on add component, and when we have to add this composite collider 2D, and it's automatically gonna attach the rigid body 2D. So we will set the body type to kinematic, collision detection to continuous, and interpolate to interpolate. And after doing that, go over to your tile map collider 2D, then composite operation and choose a merge. And we can see as soon as we have chosen the merge, we can notice all of the individual colliders just gets attached. You can say merge. It's merge it all of the individual colliders into one. And if we try to jump, we can see by now we can jump. We can just patrol around this ground, and this enemy just attacking us, and we already done the main thing. And now what we have to do, we need to attach we need to add other tile sets like back tiles and all of those. So let's do them. So we're gonna open up our tile palette, and we can just start placing our tile. And for that, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna create another tile map. So choose your grid in the hierarchy, right click on it, then go to 2D object, tile map, and then choose this rectangular, and we can call it something like back tiles, or let's call it back tiles. So I'm gonna call this one back tiles, and this should be behind of our player. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose this one, this row, and I guess this seems pretty much fine, and this already seems great. And it should be behind of our player, to take it behind we need to add sorting layer. So choose your back tiles or the game object first, then go over to tile map renderer or a sprite renderer, then go to additional settings, sorting layer, then click on add sorting layer. So we're gonna create some sorting layer, one for our player, one for back tiles, one for enemy, one for ground. So let's add them. So one for we're gonna create ground, and one for our player, and one for our back tiles, and one for our enemy, just like that. Enemy, just like that. And I'm gonna call this back tile once, and also I want to rename this. Instead of calling back tiles, I'm gonna call it back tiles 1, just like that rename, because I'm gonna have multiples back tiles, so that's why. So let's rename this to back tiles, and make sure you just click on add sorting layer once again. And what we're gonna do, these back tiles should be behind of this ground. So we're gonna take our back tiles one, basically this one you can think of, and we're gonna drag it all the way behind. And we want our player behind of this ground, I want this player, but it should be in front of this back tiles. So I'm gonna take my player and I'm gonna drag it behind my ground. And also I'm gonna take my enemy as well, it should be behind of our ground. And now we need to assign. So we will choose our back tiles 1, and we're gonna assign with our back tiles 1 one sorting layer. And as soon as we have chosen, we can see by now it is behind of our player. And also make sure you choose your player and go assign the sorting layer. So go over to sprite renderer, sorting layer, and we're gonna assign with player. And now we're gonna choose our enemy, and we're gonna assign our enemy as a enemy sorting layer. And this ground, so we're gonna choose our ground. Let's go to tile map renderer and sorting layer, I'm gonna choose my ground. And now we can see we just assign it. And we're not gonna attach any collider 2D to these back tiles, so this player can pass through it easily. And it always be behind of our player and this enemy, since we assign it sorting layer, and we just took it far away from behind our player and this ground. Create one for your water, and we can see by now it's already seems fine. However, we can notice our player is like floatings in the air, so we need to adjust the box collider 2D of this player, as well as I guess for this enemy we can see the feet of this enemy and the player, it's not touching the ground. So we need to adjust the box collider 2D, and we can see our player is seems like in front of these back tiles, and it is behind of our ground, and we can create as many we want. So the first thing, I'm gonna adjust the collider 2D. So I'm gonna click on this box collider 2D, edit collider, and let's drag it a little bit up. So I'm gonna drag it a little bit up, and make sure you go to overrides, apply all, and I'm gonna choose this enemy, and also I'm gonna adjust the box collider 2D. So let's click on edit collider, and we're gonna drag it a little bit up, then overrides, apply all, and now this seems pretty much fine. And I'm gonna have some other back tiles, so let's create them, or some front stubs. So let's create some front stubs for it. So I have it over here. So first thing, I'm gonna check it out. So I will navigate to my project tab, assets, and then first folder. I'm gonna take a quick look on that. So I have it over here. We have some trees, we have some pots. So let's click on this open sprite editor, and we can see. So now what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna slice this all of this individually. So I'm gonna choose my this sprite sheet. Let's choose sprite mode to multiple pixel per unit. I'm gonna choose 16, filter mode to point, no filter, apply. And I don't want to add it inside my tile palette, so I'm not gonna slice it grid by cell size, which is 16 by 16. Instead, I'm gonna leave it to automatic, then slice, and then apply. And I can take any of them, so I'm gonna choose my game view once again, and let's click on that arrow, and we can take any pot. Let's suppose this one. I'm gonna drag it into this scene view, and this one I want in front of my player, so I can call this one pots, or I can just rename this to something like front steps. So I'm gonna call it front steps. Let's call it front underscore staffs, just like that. And also I'm gonna create another sorting layer for this one, because it should be behind of our player. If I take my player, move it, we can see it's sims. I'm gonna take this one, and I'm gonna drag it in front of my player, but we can see it seems like behind of player. So that's why we're gonna create another sorting layer. So let's go to sprite renderer, sorting layer, add sorting layer, and let's create one for this front step. So I'm gonna rename to something like, I'm gonna name it to something like front underscore stuff, just like that. And now we just need to assign with the sorting layer, which is front stuff. And if I take my player by now, drag it top of that, we can see this pot or this front stuff, it seems like in front of our player, which I really want to do, or I just want to achieve. So I hope you get the idea. And let's add some other tile map. So I'm gonna choose my grid. First thing, I'm gonna rename this grid to as level instead of calling it grid. So I'm gonna name it to level, just like that. And let's create another tile map for our back stabs back tiles 2, we can call it, or we can call it something like back stabs or back things. So let's select the level or the grid. Let's right click on it. Let's go to 2D object, tile map, and then rectangular, and we can call this one back tiles 2. I'm gonna call it back tiles tiles 2, just like that. And let's click on the choose your back tiles 2, or you just created the tile map, and then click on open tile palette, and we can just place it. And I'm gonna choose this crate, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. You can say, I think it's way bigger, but I can choose any of them. If I navigate to my second folder, let me see if I have something there to add. Fourth folder, we have this. Let's click on open sprite editor, and we have this some rocks, some of these stops we can see. I think it's fine. We can just add this instead. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna firstly check out the preview of it, which I have it over here. So I'm gonna double click on this, and we can see we have this barrel. So let's find out the barrel if we have inside our tile set, and we not able to notice. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take any of this. So let's suppose this one, and I'm gonna drag it somewhere around here. Sorry, I'm not gonna do that. Instead I can simply choose this carrot, a carrot, and let's put it there, and it should be behind my player, and this back style also. So what we can call this one, and we can call it something, sorry, we don't need to call it, we need to add another sorting layer for this one as well. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna choose my back tiles too. Let's click on sorting layer, add sorting layer, and let's create a new sorting layer for this crate or these stabs. So I'm gonna call it back tiles, and this is, since this is the second one, so I'm gonna call it back tiles 2, and I'm gonna drag it all the way behind, because it should be behind my this back styles 1, this player, this pod, this enemy, and the list just goes on. So that's why I just drag it all the way behind, and we always have to remember that we assign with the sorting layer. So I'm going to choose my back tiles 2, and I'm going to assign with my back tiles 2 sorting layer. And if we go ahead play our game, we can check it out quickly. Let's see, we have this, and we can indeed notice, we can see that this, sorry, this enemy is not dying at all. I don't know, because I have given the enemy health amount some bigger number. So I'm gonna choose my enemy max health, which I already can notice, which is already dead, but I don't know. So it's dead, you can see. So we can notice that this crate is behind of our player, and this ground we can also see that, and that's perfect. And you can create as many tile map you want. You can just select the level or the grid, then right click on it, go to 2D object, red tile map, rectangular, and you can name it whatever. So I'm gonna create one more. So I'm gonna choose my level, let's right click on it, let's go to 2D object, tile map, rectangular, and I'm gonna call this one back tiles 3. So I'm gonna call this one back tiles 3. And now we're gonna open up our tile palette, and we can just paste around it, uh, paste around it. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna select this one, and let's select this one, and I'm gonna do it somewhere around here, I guess. And we can just choose this, sorry, so we need to choose this one. We need to find out the perfect, and I guess let's let it complete. It's pretty difficult to find out the perfect one, but we need to look, we need to take a quick around, and we have to find this. And let's grab this, and let's put it there. And what I'm gonna do, sorry, we should move it. So the first thing, I'm gonna choose this area, and you can erase your tile by choosing this eraser tool, which is the D, and we can just select the area, and we can just move it. Sorry, I'm gonna choose this area tool, let's move it over here. And I guess this is not perfect, so I'm gonna choose it one more time, and let's paste there, and now this seems pretty much fine. and this should be all the way behind. Even it should be behind this crate, which is the back tiles too. So we can create one more sorting layer for this one. So let's choose it, let's click on add sorting layer, and we're gonna add a new sorting layer, and we can call it back tiles 3, and we're gonna drag it all the way behind. And now we just have to assign it, and we just did it, you can see. And now this seems already perfect, perfect for us. And I'm gonna choose my ground tile, and I just gonna arrange it a little bit. So I'm gonna copy this area, and I'm gonna just paste it somewhere over here, just like this. Sorry, it should be over here. And now this seems perfect, and we can just choose this, and cool. And let's drag it, and we can just do in this way. You can already see the progress. Sorry, I have done a mistake here. And now this is fine. Sorry, let's paste it here, and that's sorry. If you done some mistake, you can just press Ctrl Z to undo that thing, and it's gonna undo for you the step. And I guess it's seems fine now. And make sure you select the grid or the level, which you just rename it, and turn it into a prefab. So you just gonna have the copy, and you can restore it anytime you want. So I'm gonna take my level, and I'm gonna drag it inside my prefabs folder. I'm gonna drag it inside my other prefab subfolder that I created to turn it into a prefab. And I just show it the process how you can do it, and you can just start placing your tiles around your level. I will make some collectible items, so let's do that quickly. I will head over to my sprites folder, collectibles folder, and you can notice I have so many collectible items. I have gem 1, gem 2, so I'm gonna select any of them. So let's find out the perfect one, I guess. So this one seems great to me, so I can choose any of them. Let's select this one. Let's click on open sprite editor, and what we're gonna do, we're gonna leave it with sprite mode to multiple, pixel per unit to 16, filter mode to point no filter, then apply. And we can leave it to automatic slice automatic, or we can just slice it grid by cell count. I think leaving automatic, it's gonna be fine, since we can notice automatic perfectly slice it already individually. So we're not gonna do that. So we're gonna click on slice, we will leave it to automatic slice, and then apply, and that's it. And now we're gonna click on that arrow, and let's select the first one. Let's drag it into the scene view or into our hierarchy. But the problem is that it seems way bigger. So what we can do, we can just increase the pixel per unit number. So let's make it something around 20, apply, and still it seems bigger. Let's do it something like 24, then apply, and now it seems pretty much cool. So let's call it something like gem cluster gold gem. Let's call it gem underscore gold, a gold type you can think of. And now we can just make the animation. So let's make the animation. So we're gonna select all of them. Let's drag it to pop this gem underscore gold in the hierarchy. Let's go to assets, animation, other animation. I'm gonna create another subfolder for my collectible subfolder animation, basically animation subfolder for my collectible items. So I'm gonna right click, new, folder, and I'm gonna call it something like collectibles, collectibles underscore animation. And then let's open this up, and we're gonna call this animation clip to something like gold gem, gold gem underscore gold, just like that. And if we play the animation clip, we can see now it's playing amazing. However, it does seems kind of bit weird. Basically it's going, it just seems like it just moving little bit up and then down, because we just leave it to as automatic. We can slice it individually. Instead of slicing automatic, we can slice grid by cell count. I guess grid by basically slicing grid by cell count would be fine than automatic. So let's count how many columns and rows we have. We have 4 rows, and let's count the columns. So for 8, 8, 12, uh, 13, 14, 15, 16, 15, 16, 17, 18. So we're going to put 18 columns. So let's choose automatic to create by cell count. So let's put 18 columns and 4 rows, and then slice and then apply. And I guess, and by now if we go ahead play the animation clip, we can see it's pretty much cool. But the problem is that if I take my gem gold and move it something like, we can see it's behind of our front object, which is fine. And we need to make sure it's in front of our player and the enemy. It seems like it's behind of our enemy. So what we're gonna do, we do know that we need to go over to sprite renderer, sorting layer, and we can just assign with sorting layer, which is in front of our enemy and the player. So in our case this is done, so we can choose the player as well, a player. So it's gonna be in front of our enemy as well as player. So I didn't create a new sorting layer. I just assign it with the old one, which is already in front of all of these things. So that is the reason I didn't create it the new one. And now this seems pretty much fine. And we can just go ahead and we can create the other animation clip, which is the collectible. After collecting that, we can just make the animation. But I think it's fine, and we're gonna show some spawn effect just like that. So the first thing, we're gonna add a circle collider 2D for collision detection. So let's click on add component circle collider 2D, and we need to adjust the collider as the size of our this sprite. So let's make it a little bit small, and make sure you just check this is trigger as check. And we want to assign this item as collectible. We just want to tag it as collectible, so we can so this player game object will know this is collectible items, and we need to collect it. I'm gonna tag it something like gem gold, something just like that. So but before I do, I just want to adjust the collider a little bit. So I'm gonna click on edit collider just to make sure, and now this is fine. Let's click on untag, add tag, and we're gonna create a new tag for this one, and then we can call gem underscore gold, just like that, because I'm gonna have another type of collectible item, so that is the reason. And now we're gonna assign with the tag which we recently created. So make sure you click on untag in the inspector, add tag, need create a new tag, and assign with the tag which you recently created. And you can see I assign it as a gem underscore gold tag. And now I just assign it. And now what I want to do, I just want to make a prefab of it. So let's turn it into a prefab. But before I do, I just want to create another subfolder for these collectibles prefabs. So I'm going to right click on this prefab folder, create folder, and I'm going to call this one collectible, collectible underscore prefabs, or let's call it collectibles underscore prefabs, just like that. And now we're gonna drag it over to that folder, and now this is fine. And we can create another one, but I'm gonna go ahead with this one. And we can create a script something like player collectible script in order to collect them, and we need to show up in the UI, but we're gonna talk about it later. So we're gonna create a script for collectible items. So the first thing, I will go over to my script folder. Let's right click, create mono behavior script, and I'm gonna name it something like player collect, just like that. I'm gonna call it player underscore collect, just like that, and hit enter, and we're gonna double click on it in order to open that up inside Visual Studio. I'm gonna attach my script to my player game object. So let's attach our player collect, and we will go to overrides, apply all, and let's open up by double clicking on it, and we will remove the start and the update function. I'm not gonna remove the start function, I'm gonna remove the update function instead, because I'm gonna use the start function later, and I'm gonna remove this comment. So what we need, first thing we need, how many gold gem gold we collected so far. So we're gonna make a parameter for that. So to do that, so we're gonna make it private, it doesn't need to be public, and that will be in type, and we can call it something like current, let's call it current gem underscore golds, just like that we can call it. And we're gonna close that up with semicolon, and let's get over to this start function. And we do know that start function get called at the beginning of our game. So at the beginning of our game, we'll set current gem golds equal to 0, because when we are gonna start our games, we're gonna have 0 current gem golds collectible items. So that is the reason. And now we're gonna use the on trigger into 2D function, to just trigger, to just check what we trigger it with, because we just check the is trigger as check. We can see inside this gem underscore gold item, we just take this is trigger as check. So that's why we're gonna use that function which is on trigger enter 2D. And we do know we can extract information what we trigger it with by taking this collision variable. And now we're gonna check what we triggered it with. So let's use the if condition, and we will check that if collision dot game object means that gem gold you can think of. And now we're gonna access the tag, and we will check if the tag is equals to gem underscore gold. And we have to make sure we just assign it, we just spell it correct. And I can see I just assigned this gem gold as a gem underscore gold tag. So over here we checking if we triggering with that, means we just triggering with our gem gold. So right now what we need to do, we need to collect that. Basically we need to increase this current gem underscore golds by 1 unit, and after that we need to destroy it. So what we're gonna do, first thing we will increase. So current gem underscore current gem underscore golds plus equal 1, basically adding 1. So the first time this is 0, so 0 plus 1 will be 1. So as soon as we're gonna collect this, this current underscore gem will be 1, and after that we are ready to destroy the gem gold collectible item. So we're gonna destroy that. To destroy, we're gonna use the destroy function, and we want to destroy that gem gold. So we will pass collision dot game object means our that gem gold, and we can just save our script. And let's head back to Unity editor. Not able to see that parameter which is current gem underscore gold. To see that, we can just click on this three dot in the top right side in the inspector, and we can choose the debug. And as soon as we're going to choose the debug, we can see the private parameters. And if you just want to go back, then click on three dot once again, and then choose this normal mode, and we can see current gem underscore gold is 0. So let's check this out. Soon as we collected our current basically that gem gold, it's destroyed itself, and we can see that current gem underscore gold it's became 1. So basically it's working fine, and we want to show, so I'm gonna go back to normal board, and we just want to show a effect once we're gonna collect this gem gold. To do that, I will head over to my project tab once again, then a sprites folder, then I will head over to my collectibles folder, and I'm gonna find out where basically collectible effect is. If it's not, then we just need to drag. So we have the spark. Basically once we're gonna collect that, we just want to show this effect. So let's choose the sprite sheet, open sprite editor, and we're gonna make the pixel per unit to something around 16. Filter mode to point no filter, apply, and we're gonna slice individually. So let's click on slice, automatic to create by cell count, and let's count how many columns and rows we have. So we have 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11. So we're gonna put 11 columns and one row, then slice and then apply, and this is our effect once we're gonna collect. So let's click on this arrow, let's select the first one, and we're gonna drag it into this scene view, and we can see we just need to make it a little bit bigger. So let's make the pixel per unit to something around 12, and let's click on apply, and now this is fine, and we just want to show this effect, so we can call it collect effect. So let's call it spark instead. I'm gonna call it spark just like that, and let's make the animation. Let's drag it top of this spark. Let's go to assets, animation, other animation, and I'm gonna call this one animation clip to something like spark, and that's it. And if we go ahead play the animation clip, we can see it seems pretty much fine. And now what we want to do, we need to make sure we don't loop this animation clip at all. So we need to find out the clip, and we need to uncheck the loop time, which we have it over here, which is a spark. So I'm gonna uncheck the loop time so the animation clip will not be looped. And let's make this one prefab, and we're gonna delete it from this in view, and when we need it we just gonna spawn it. So I'm gonna drag it over to my prefabs folder, other prefabs, and I'm gonna drag it there, and let's select from this in view, and we're gonna destroy it. We don't need, instead we need when we spawn, or when we gonna spawn. So the first thing we need to make sure that after how much time we just completing the whole animation clip. So I'm gonna double click on that prefab, and let's choose the animation tab. So after like 0.9 second, I guess 1 second is over here, so this will be something like 0.8. So something like 0.8, it's completing the whole animation clip. So after this amount of time, we also need to destroy this spark, and I'm gonna show you later. So let's go back, and we're gonna open up our player collect script. So we need to show that, and before to show that, first thing we need a reference to that spark prefab, so we can spawn it when we need that. So let's come at the top of our class, and let's make a serialized field, private, and that spark itself a game object. So we can type game object variable type, and we can call it spark prefab. So let's call it a spark prefab just like that. And we have to make sure you save your script, go over to Unity and drag the reference there. And to spawn it, we do know we have to use the function called instantiate. So before we destroy the gem code, we just want to spawn, so we're gonna use the instantiate. So as a first variable, it's gonna take the game object which we want to spawn. So in our case that is spark prefab, and the second thing, it's gonna take the position. So we're gonna spawn it from center position from that gem code. So we will go to collision dot game object. So in our case that will be gem code, and now we're gonna access that transform, and now we have to get the position. So we're gonna type this position. So what we're simply doing, we're just going over to this gem goal, then this transform, then accessing the position you can see, or you can think of the center position of that gem goal. And the third parameter we need to we basically need to put our rotation. So since we're not gonna work with our rotation, we can simply put quaternion dot identity, means no rotation. Now we can see underneath our player underscore collect spark prefab. So let's take our spark prefab, let's drag it over to this spark prefab field, and let's go ahead play our game. If we collect this, we can we just saw that it just spawned basically that effect. But the problem is that spark is still in our scene view, so we also need to destroy. So that's what I have explained it earlier. And we can notice inside our hierarchy as well, which is a spark clone. So we also need to destroy this spark after some period of time. To destroy that, first thing we're gonna take our spark prefab which we spawning from this position. So now we're going to take that spark prefab and let's put it into another container, or you can think of another variable, and that will be game object type, because this spark prefab itself a game object, and we can call it temp spark, or short for temporary spark, and let's set equal to this. Basically we just taking this spark prefab which we spawned, and we storing inside this temp spark prefab container, you can see, or we directly setting it as you can notice. And where we store it, basically we need to destroy the container, or where we basically store it. So we stored this spark prefab inside this temp spark. Now we're gonna destroy this temp spark. So let's destroy, and to destroy that we need to specify the second argument, which is time. So after like 0.8 second we saw it's completing the whole animation clip. So after that amount of time we just want to destroy. To destroy we're gonna use the destroy function, and we're gonna destroy function we're gonna destroy temp spark where we stored our spark prefab. And second thing we can specify the time. So I'm gonna put something like 0.82 if something just like that number, because after this amount of time it's completing the whole animation clip, and I want to destroy after completing the animation clip. So that's why I just put 0.8, because we saw that we collect this we can notice it's show it the effect, and after effect it just get destroyed itself. So I'm gonna make multiples in order to show you. So I'm gonna do it somewhere around here. So I'm gonna go over to my collectibles prefabs folder. Let's drag some gem underscore gold, and I'm gonna duplicate few times. Let's duplicate them few times, a couple of times, and I guess this just gonna be fine. And let's see what's gonna happen. And we do know that. And if you just lost the console tab, you can go over to window in the top, then general, and then you can find out the console tab. And I'm gonna toggle it somewhere around here, and I will clear all of the previous messages. Let's collect the first. We can see the effect, and we can destroy this spot as well, and you can see these spots. And what I have done, I'm gonna explain it, but before I do, let's see that. And we can see the effect as soon as we collecting, we can see the effect, which is the spark, and after some period of time it's just getting destroyed itself. And what I have done with this destructible, so the first thing I just added all of this to all of this destructible objects, this polygon collided 2D, and I just adjusted them. And what I have done, so first thing we just playing the animation clip and then we destroying. And once the let me open up this destructible. So the first thing I grabbed the rigid body 2D as well as the polygon collided 2D, as you can see in the start function. And once it take its out of amount, basically once the health you can think of those destructible is already lesser than or equal to 0, then the first thing I'm just disabling this polygon collided 2D, so the player game object can pass through it easily. And after that I just set the gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down due to gravity. We can see the gravity scale we made 3. So the first thing I'm just disabling this polygon collided 2D of this barrel, of this pot and the signboard, so our player game object can easily pass through it. And then we just setting this rigid body gravity scale to 0, so it's not gonna fall down at all. It's gonna stays there, so it's gonna make the nice thing. So that is the reason. So I hope you get the idea, and you can just use the same way in order to create multiple collectible items. You can create some green. For green I have many of them, I'm gonna show you. So if I navigate to my sprites folder, collectibles folder, you can see I have many of them. I have green one, I have this red one. You can create as many you want, it's totally up to you. And you can just follow the same procedure in order to create like we have created with this gold gem.